stumbling drunk, time to call it a day. You don't want to go far. This city's a maze, go in and out. There ain't no doubt you gonna find your way. Girl, you're looking for your rock, 'cause now you're leaning. Should be acting calm, but in the inside, girl, you're screaming. Pulling out your phone to try and get into my mindset. I was thinking of you, then I feel my pocket vibrate. Wonder if I'm gonna answer. I don't want to get you back to talk. Girl, just like my manners. Sometimes I'm just feeling it. Talk. Just know I'll answer your call.
Oh baby, I'm always on. Oh baby, I'm always on. Oh baby, I'm always on. I'm always on. I'm always on.
Look, it's getting tight. They can't get in. They out the door. They wanting more. Now you can see my grin. You don't want to get out. This place is an escape. Light up the sign in perfect time, and I just call it fate. What are we losing? Steady moving right to the break of dawn. Something you crave, just ride the wave. Knew it would last this long. Words are healing and stealing this sea. I'm building a higher. I need to hear you now. Can't waste no time to die. Feeling so potent, you know it. Aura can never be stolen. Flowers unspoken emotion. If you on the edge, baby, I'm fall. 'Cause oh baby, I'll answer your call.
Oh baby, I'm always on. Oh baby, I'm always on. Oh baby, I'm always on. I'm always on. I'm always on.
Don't think of things we used to do when we knew each other. Why bother? And stupid arrow stuck inside my mind is folding no longer. Two comes another. Only those, that's all I can do. That's all I can do.
switch.
Bring all the money out. It's a good day outside, so I just might go and bring the whole Rari out. Y'all in the backseat and you got a 38, he just might lift it, carry it out. Walk in the party with an AK, take position, then I'm cleared out. 2 iPhones, they ringing, 2 iPhones, they ringing, yeah. 2 choppers, they singing, 6 gifts in the kitchen, yeah. I'm on a whole nother level, I tell you, this to me on a pedestal. Life on you, and head of you. Try me bricks to get rid of you. I'm on a whole nother level. Yeah, yeah. Woo. Bring all the birds out, 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 bring them out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bring them out. Bring all the birds out, 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 bring them out. Diamonds on me, yeah, they dancing like breezy. I take it beside shit, me, I'm sleazy. Came out dumb, do it easy. On the snowman, I'm feeling like Jeezy. Louis bag got a whole 100 racks in it. Diamonds in my teeth, had to go see the dentist. Give me jaw, I need the Christian. Little purse, shoot any ball like a. Bring all the birds out, 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 bring them out.
booze in the crew, welcome to the queue.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the beautiful Iceland where things are about to get a little bit hotter. It's day 5 of Masters Reykjavík and we're down to our final 8 teams as we enter the double elimination bracket stage. I'm your host Yingsu and I've got 2 very special analysts on the desk with us today. It's Bren and Kakuka. Guys, welcome back. Groups, it's over.
We had to say goodbye to 4 teams. We had also 4 teams that were waiting for this moment. So I'm really excited to see, we had some upsets, some surprises. I'm really looking forward to see what the teams that were waiting have prepared for us.
Oh yeah, it's really heating up at this point. I mean, all the teams that have really filtered down into that double elim bracket, that is what really makes the meat and potatoes of the tournaments, I'm buzzing to get it started, honestly. This is really when it starts to just get set off all together.
I mean, I was saying this backstage, but we thought things were exciting, but things are going to get even even more exciting
Yeah.
now. I don't know how much more we can take. But like I said, group stage, it's over. Let's take a recap of what happened yesterday. The 2 games that closed it out. 2 more teams made it, of course, to the playoff bracket stage, starting with Optic versus Xerxia. Of course, they were beaten down twice by the same team, Bren, but this time around, maybe the cringy comms helped them out?
Yeah, I mean, they actually did. They adopted the cringe, I suppose, with the amount of neon that they were playing. But Victor's no stranger to it. I mean, this was a tremendous performance from Victor to be able to step back up, because statistically speaking, he's always been a bit lackluster at the global events if you look back at all of his numbers. But this series was a different Optic, a different team entirely. They were coming back into it with complete confidence. They were forcing Xerxia to always adapt to them and keep up with the pace changes. And that is one of the weak points of Xerxia in previous series. When I was watching them against Paper X, it did crop up. Unfortunately, had to send them home, but Optic get to live for another day.
And I think it's key what you mentioned, the confidence, and it was all those flashy plays. Just keep going forward, guys. We got this. We can break them and keep breaking them. The tempo yesterday was amazing to see from Optic. This is the Optic that that I was expecting.
The one that you were backing to win the whole tournament. They're still in it. They're still in it. But we have to talk about Zeta division as well. Of course, NIP, they had to go home. But Kakuka, this is the Cinderella story right now of Masters Reykjavík.
Yeah, exactly. Last year was a lot about crew and, and the entire run. But Zeta this year is just completely different. And the resilience that they've been showing, especially yesterday against Snip, maybe not everything was on their favor and they had some sloppy maps. They start here on Breeze. Wasn't looking too good for them, but especially when we get to that 3rd map and they have to manage to get 4 rounds in a row to even get it to overtime after NIP getting both pistols and looking amazing. The resilience that these players have shown during this tournament is amazing.
They absolutely have. They've shown better mental resilience than a lot of Tier 1 orgs, man.
Yeah.
It is insane. I love the storyline that we've got so far. This team, Zeta Division, they've come in as an entirely Japanese roster in terms of the players that are on it as well. And you can see how much it means to them every single time as well. And it's the deepest that a Japanese team has been so far in the global tournament so far in VCT history.
They might get even deeper today as well. And I would be surprised if every single Valorant fan isn't backing this team right now the way we backed crew back at Champions. But of course, group stage, it's over. We got to move on to the next part of this tournament, the double elimination playoffs stage. And you guys at home might be wondering, wow, these teams look a little bit different. We haven't seen these guys before. Of course, Paper X, The Guard, Loud, and also G2 Esports, they got a bye. They didn't have to play group stage. And Kakuka, I'm a Paper girl. I love Paper X, and I know you're also a really big fan of this team. And of course, this is the first seed out of APAC. After what Xerxia were meant to do, I'm looking forward to see what they can do.
It's very surprising because, last year we saw Paper X that I think only managed to get 1 map in the entire, chances that they had in international events. And they weren't even on the top of their region. It was sloppy. Full Sense was always there. And, I feel like this year it might be different. Not only because they still have to lose, but also because, they're bringing something new. We're seeing Forsaken playing that, Euro playing that Neon. So I'm really looking forward to see what they have prepared for the server. Nolsu Jing coming in for Shiva. I think it's a great addition.
Yeah, I absolutely love this team coming into the tournament. When I was watching
You're a
their
Paper
VODs,
boy?
Yes, absolutely. Dude, this squad is so sick. They have so many set plays, like you were saying, with the Euro and whatnot, the trap plays that really cemented the minor region teams at Champs and got them those upset wins. They've just carried that and took it to another level.
Yeah, and one other team we have to mention, since you're kind of our only pseudo-NA representative here. Talk us through The Guard and why everyone is so hyped to see them.
Yeah, I mean, another rookie squad that's just come in, honestly, and they have upset all expectations, I think, for a new roster in the scene. These guys are so young, by the way. In terms of the average age, they are one of the youngest teams in the tournament, and they are on fire right now. In terms of the individuality that you see from the players, of course, everybody knows a Trent, but the teamwork, the strategy, it all comes together, and they have an incredibly deep map pool, and also this uncanny ability to lose a map and immediately, if they're in a double elim system where they have a chance as well to just learn and correct their mistakes, they lose a map, they're going to bounce back, they're going to adopt and take what was good against them and use it against you again if they ever rematch. So The Guard are such an exciting team moving forwards into this tournament.
Yeah, but we still have to see them here on an international event. So I want to see all that adaptation that happened on an A scene happen in here, because they're going to face against, teams that definitely see the game differently from what they do. So
Sure.
I'm really looking forward to what they can put on.
I will say that when me and Kukuku were getting our hair done earlier backstage, we saw Trent,
Trent.
and he looked so happy, and I'm scared.
He was having the time of his life.
Yeah, yeah,
Trent's
I'm
happy.
scared. I think he's gonna be a
I actually
animal.
spoke
He was
to him.
so chill. He was so chill. He was like, hey, hello. And I was like, oh, you're so
I
nice.
spoke to him about his experience in Iceland, and he said he hates with the ranked experience in the EU.
Oh yeah,
He was saying he
I mean,
hated
with
it.
so many players
He
coming
hated
in, we have us, we have all the Brazilian players. It has to be awful for any of that's playing ranked right now.
Yeah, well, the Guard and Paper Regs, they're going to be playing tomorrow. G2 and Loud will be playing today, so we're going to talk about those two teams a little bit later in the show. But I don't want to just hear from these two. I want to hear from you guys at home as well. What you have to say, which team you support, any memes, gifs, anything you want to send us. Make sure you do and join the conversation by using the hashtag Valorant Masters and VCT on Twitter. Of course, we'll feature all of the best tweets throughout today's broadcast. And also, you guys heard from us. There are 4 teams here, 4 newer teams in the playoffs bracket, and I want to see which one you guys are most looking forward to seeing. G2, Loud, Paper X, and the Guard in the poll. Just scan the QR code. You guys know how this works by now, and go and vote for which one that you're most looking forward to. I assume you're going to say the Guard.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, there is so much hype around Loud as a team.
Okay.
That,
Yes.
and also the fan base is actually rabid for Loud right now. So, I mean, they might just win the poll.
I
by
think they
default.
will win the poll.
Maybe,
Yeah.
Yeah, Loud is so strong. We still have to see them, as you were mentioned. So I think it's between the Guard and Loud. I would definitely go for Loud.
Wow, speaking of those teams, we're going to be taking a quick break here, but don't worry, we're going to be giving you a breakdown of Loud and G2 even right after this break.
Look, it's clearing out. Girl, it's getting late. You went too slow, you stumbling drunk. Time to call it a day. You don't want to go far. This city's a maze. Go in and out. There ain't no doubt you're gonna find your way. Girl, you're looking for your rock, 'cause now you're leaving. Should be acting calm, but in the inside, girl, you're screaming. Pulling out your phone to try and get into my mindset. I was thinking of you, then I feel my pocket vibrate. Wonder if I'm gonna answer. I don't want to get you back to sorry, girl, just mind my manners. Sometimes I'm just feeling it. Talk. Just know I'll answer your call.
Oh baby, I'm always on. Oh baby, I'm always on. Oh baby, I'm always on. I'm always on. I'm always on.
Look, it's getting tight. They can't get in. They out the door. They wanting more. Now you can see my grin. You don't want to get out. This place is an escape. Light up the sign in perfect time, and I just call it fate. What are we losing? Setting, moving right to the break of dawn. Something you crave, just ride the wave. Knew it would last this long. Words are healing and stealing this sea. I'm building a higher. I need to hear you now. Can't waste no time to die. Feeling so potent, you know it. Aura can never be stolen. Flowers unspoken emotion. If you on the edge, baby, don't fall. 'Cause oh, baby.
Let's talk about Zeta Division. After performing poorly on the global stage in 2021, Zeta Mania has taken Masters Reykjavík by storm. It's been an emotional roller coaster that you can feel from the Japanese casters. Take a look at this clip.
2対3ラズ落ち着いた時間使って実力を見せろ
ラズがいる大丈夫だ
スオン2当たってる黒
頼んだ
ラスを確定した位置をフラッシュどうだ降りてきたかも日本代表快挙です
みんなありがとう
快挙です
選手もお疲れ
プレーオフ
こっからだ
プレーオフ進出
まだまだある
オーバータイムを制しました日本代表の勝利です
ありがとうみんな
まだ終わりじゃないまだまだ日本は這い上がりますまだ上がる
もっと見れるよみんな
ローアーからのリベンジ劇いやー素晴らしい試合でしたよく逆転してくれた本当に苦しい参戦でした
いや嬉しいね
よく取ったいや嬉しいですね本当
It's the first time I saw that clip with translations, with subtitles, and I think I need a moment, Brent. I feel really emotional.
Dude, I mean, I absolutely love that as well, because for so long as well, with the Japanese region as well, they've just been, you know, hoping for this team to make it so deep, and finally, I mean, I don't know, I love to see it, you know, because it's the minor regions, it's what esports is all about, with the teams from different regions coming together and competing, and finally, you know, actually having a presence on the global stage deeper and deeper, and getting the respect, you know, the respect, that's what it's all about, and yeah, I mean, they definitely deserve to be in the playoffs, that's for sure.
This is what we live for, right? You know, the emotion, the feeling that you connect to something, and then being like, we have just started. This is just the beginning of the year for us. It's just something crazy. I'm really looking forward to see the rest of Zeta.
I think it sums up the region, like how much it means to
It's
them.
so
you
passionate.
know? Yeah,
So
yeah, I
passionate.
love it. And if you guys thought that was a tearjerker, we've got another one for you.
No.
This is Laz in the post-match interview yesterday.
インタビュー
いけるいけるいける
ラズさん
ラズさん
お疲れ様
おめでとう
ありがとう
今の気持ち聞かせてください
いやもうやばいですもう今まで感じたことがないぐらい嬉しいです
9対12かなラズさんがいや絶対勝てるからっていうのを抜かれてたんですよ
入ってた
はいもう僕らずっと信じててでオーバータイムからもずっとみんなを信じててどうですか今の気持ち改めて
いやもうコメント出ないですね
本当にありがと
う嬉しいよなそりゃ嬉しいよねいや本当にみんなのおかげだわ
How could you not love Laz? How could you not? You know, the way that I think that demonstrates from what the casters are saying, the impact he also had out of the game, right? You need someone that believes. And if they keep believing, Brent, they might just make it all the way.
Might just make it all the way, yeah. I mean, they have been leveling up over the course of this tournament as well, game in, game out. And I mean, I don't know. I love the human element as well for esports because so often we forget that these players commit their entire livelihoods to this, and sometimes it is a fleeting dream. And for players like moments like that are just amazing. Being able to actually witness and realize it, you can see how much it means to all of them, not only the casters and Laz as an individual, and I'm sure the whole team as well.
And it's such an important moment because, you know, they've been with all the pressure, just focusing on the game and being like, we can do this, guys, we can do this. And then you get to hear the casters and you're like, congratulations, we're so proud of you. And it's like your parents telling you, my God, everybody was there with you, supporting you, and you made it. So don't cry because then I will cry. And then...
Yeah, I mean, we have to remember how much these players have been through.
Yes.
This is the team that chose to give up LCQ. They believed so much in this rebuild, and Kakuka, to see it paying dividends in this tournament is amazing.
It's insane. Also, in the way that they started, we saw them on day one, and DRX just literally destroyed them. They had such bad results that we did not want to expect. But then in the further encounters, the way that Laz was performing 0-0 with the Astra being astounding, the impact that he could have in the game and everybody trusting, everybody performing, it's just insane.
I absolutely love the storyline that's approaching, and also the fact that a lot of these players are absolutely heating up at LAN.
Yes.
You've got players like Laz and Sugar Zero putting up way better numbers compared to their online performances as well. Sometimes like up to like, I mean, I was going to say 10%, which is the number that it doesn't sound like much, but I guarantee you in the grand scheme of things, this overperformance, I don't even want to call it an overperformance, because this is where the competition really lies, at the LAN environment, and if they are turning up here and now, that's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, and it's an uphill battle from now on, right? Groups, in theory, should have been slightly easier in terms of competition, but today they face G2. And Bren, is G2, do you feel like this is the roster that can stop Zeta?
I am a really big fan of G2. I think this squad, at the beginning as well, before the tournament, I had them as one of my favorites to win. And since speaking to a lot of the teams, like obviously, I mean, there's a lot more teams that are obviously contending for that top spot. But these guys have come into this, and I don't know what it feels like, almost a honeymoon period before Masters Billion of last year, where G2, I was like, they were heating up. But this time around, I don't know, something about the fact that they finally settled on the core roster, and they've settled and they have that stability, and how fluid they play compared to a lot of other EMEA teams just really gets me excited to watch these guys compete now from this point on. I want to know what they've got in store. They're going to be a really difficult challenge, I think, for Zeta Division. But yeah, we'll see how it ends up turning out, I suppose.
Yeah, now it's a full squad. You talk about stability, but for G2, we need to give them at least another month to actually believe that this is going to sink in. But yeah, I completely agree with you, and we saw it in our own region, the way that they adapted to the game and they adapted their game. Be like, maybe this is not the way that we are supposed to play. Maybe we can do better if we look at it and from any other perspective. And the performance was great. And even though they didn't get that top seed against FPX, they got it because they couldn't make it. So let's see if actually they can take advantage of all the space that they've been given.
Yeah, and speaking of G2, I know, Bren, you and Sideshow actually had an opportunity to sit down with Mixwell and Nuki for a quick interview. Let's take a look at that now.
Thank you very much, Desk Crew. Yes, another interview. Me and Josh here, joined by two lovely gentlemen here from the G2 roster. Of course, we've got Mixwell and Nuki. Thank you very much for joining us, guys, as well. And I want to jump straight into this with a question that is, I don't know if this is going to come across as awkward or what, but I want to dive into this kind of chaos that your roster and your team has been under like these past few weeks and stuff, right? Because obviously the kind of the default roster is chopped and changed around. You're now on the roster full-time, Mixwell, as like this stationary player. And I just wanna know, what's it been like? Obviously now you've got that stability in your roster, but how did you fix that kind of stability coming into this event, or just into the lead-up into VCT Stage 1?
I think Nuki should answer this first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go and share my experience.
How did we fix that? I guess by just playing and grinding. That was the biggest one. We did so many changes, it's like you need to get used to a different player every single time. It's like a different person brings different values to the team. So it was just constantly getting used to there's different values in the team. Like what can you bring? Can you firepower, communication, and you have to move them around in the game. Just find like the sweet spot for them, and then you have to play around them, and everybody else has to adapt in a way. So that was like the first one, and then we brought him back. So we already knew his value, so it was a lot easier for us. We just knew it. Okay, we have to do this, and everything was fine. So I guess just working a bit more than usual.
Sure. Yeah, it's interesting. And I mean, you guys have got a deeper placement as well. You've had some time to watch the group stage unfold as well. So are you guys just itching to play at this point as well? You've been watching all the teams compete on the stage up to this point, and now it's, you know, with the deeper placement, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because you guys obviously you want to play on stage, right, as soon as possible. Is that the kind of feeling you've got right now coming into this?
I mean, I tested today the computers and the new setup, and it's much better than last year. So I'm really happy.
Not going to take to Twitter complaining.
No,
like the rest of the pros.
This time, no.
Thanks for praising a little bit.
Yeah,
for the first time.
Sure.
Good job, Riot. No, but for real, I feel like finally you can play and do really good plays. Because last year I felt like operator players and jet players had a lot of an advantage because the PCs were really bad, but this year got here.
You can track a person. It's like a dashing and your FPS just drops.
Yeah.
You're like
now I'm gonna enjoy it much more.
Yeah, and you're also not playing Jet as much, so.
I mean, I'm playing it, but Chamber is also like a.
Oh yeah, sure. I meant because of the Chamber play.
Nuki, you've also picked up the IGL role for the team, right?
Yeah.
And that, listen, I've seen that story happen many times where a star player on the team, they're like, okay, the team's in chaos. I know that I'm good.
That was my decision. That was not my decision.
Okay, so talk me through some of the thought process behind it, because a lot of the time it ends up failing. There's teams where star players take on the IGLing and it doesn't work, but it has done for G2. You've figured out a system. I mean, whether it came from you or whether it came from somebody else, you guys have got something that's currently working. So how did you come to that system, and what's currently going on?
I mean, it was more like Pipson's decision to do it. He was like, I believe that it does not affect you when you play, and it doesn't always affect me. It affects sometimes when people don't listen, you know. It's like you have a read, you have a call, and then people are, yeah, let's do this. I'm like, okay, yeah, we're free flow state, you know, I trust you, let's do that. And then that's the only thing that kind of annoys me sometimes. But in reality, it was, sort of say, a lot of help from Pipson, a lot of help from the team. We said like a lot of things said, people understand what they need to do. So it saves me like the freeze time to explain what you have to do. I just say this round, this is like this default. You guys have to take this zone. You already know because we did it before. So I see the name and they do that.
Right.
And then from that state, when they go to step 2, it's a call from them. They have to call what they see, because I'm standing behind. For example, I play Sova, I have to stay behind. I don't see what they see in front. There's a sage wall, is there a nano swarm on the floor, is there a smoke in front of them, and they have to make a decision. And I either say yes or no. And that's a lot easier for me to work like that. I just can react, I can play my own game. At the same time, I can, once I'm dead, I do a lot of micromanagement. I try to at least go fight left, you're holding good, you're doing this good, you're doing that good. I have a very good minimap awareness. I can play and look at the minimap the entire time and just, I guess the role for me for now, it's very good and I'm still learning, and I cannot say I'm perfect in it, but I think maybe this year I'll perfect it a bit more.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that about your team style. I think you guys are very fluid in terms of your decision making.
Yeah.
So I can see that.
There's been some changes on the team, but you two have been there for a long time. You made top 4 at Berlin. You're now the #1 seed in EMEA, which unfortunate situation for FBX, but you guys are the #1 seed coming out of EMEA. What makes this G2 the one to lift the trophy here?
I would say adaptability and having 5 players with a lot of firepower. We have more firepower than the previous roster with this one. There's like no really like someone that will have a really bad game, I feel. And all 5 players can do a call in mid round, which is really important. We talk about how the enemy team is playing, and we're not as super tactical orientated. It's more
structured.
It's more, we have structure, but it's much more of adapting to what the enemy team is doing than which is always scary for the enemy team, because they watch our games. I talk to other teams, and they say that they don't really know what our tendencies are sometimes.
A nightmare to prep for.
Yeah, and the analyst comes and is like, before the game, we talk to the enemy team, the analyst comes like, guys, we have nothing on these guys.
Well, that seems like it's going to make you a very scary team to prep for when it comes to the playoffs.
Being unpredictable.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the interview. Thanks for sitting down and talking to us both. Good luck on your playoffs run too. Go and make EMEA proud.
Thank you so much.
And we'll throw things back to the desk and see what they have to say about this.
Thank you very much. Saisha, that Bren guy's quite good, isn't he, Kakuko?
Yeah, he's
very soft-spoken during
He's not bad, he's not bad.
You could make some improvements with speaking up, I think, during the questions. That would be quite good.
I like his jumper.
Yeah, the jumper's quite nice, actually.
But Nookie there, talking about being an IGL, I think for people that don't know Nookie, they might be like, oh, a star player being an in-game leader. But Bren, we have a clip here that's going to illustrate the exact kind of player you get with Nookie, which is far more than just leadership.
I love this guy. I mean, he's a complete package in terms of being a star player for the team, willing to also, create the big plays, whatever. But the fact that he's IGLing on top of it, I mean, we just watched the interview. We know this guy's impact, but I think he's able to still have that impact as a star player because of the fact that, he was saying he has trust in Pipson as well, who's providing necessary information or the defaults, whatever, makes his life easy. This play, by the way, when this, I mean, this is the sickest, I was about to swear, sickest stuff I've ever seen in quite some time. But the guy is an absolute freak of nature, and he has a really good system, I think, right now with the calling structure of G2 that make them scary to prep for, like Mixwell was saying.
These are the kind of plays that we have in EMEA, by the way, so get ready for that.
Tune in every weekend. Accidentally in North America.
No. With Nuki, it's 100% intended. That I can tell you. And another player that we had in the interview and that I actually wanted to talk about is Mixwell. And it's not only because we have seen him for a long time. I think it's his performance that's been changing. And this that we see here on the left is versus Team Liquid, the first time that they played against each other. And this is the difference against the second time. And it's not only about the stats, it's about Mixwell learning how to play the chamber, picking up a lot on what Nivero was doing, and not being so scared to be like, oh no, because I have to hold my position. And, you know, he has to trust his DNA of being like, I know that I can be aggressive, I know that I can go for the duel. This is what he's going to be needing today, because we know that on the other side, there's going to be a very special chamber on the form of Laz. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and Laz as an individual has been, I mentioned it earlier, the guy has been popping off on the LAN performance. So Chamber, it's a role that, honestly, it felt like we hadn't seen it in a while until most recently in the tournament. But Mixwell on it, the guy has definitely stepped up in recent times in terms of the recent games. But Laz has been putting up some unreal numbers. I mean, statistically, just look at the difference. Obviously, the games that they're playing, G2 haven't played yet. They're playing against sometimes harder opponents, I would argue, as well, in the later stages of the EMEA tournament. But this is going to be a huge battle in terms of the head-to-head between both of these teams and how much impact Mixwell can have on that chamber in comparison to Laz. And Laz, the question is obviously, can he shut down Mixwell?
Exactly, because, you know, Zeta's going to rely on Laz a lot. What we can hear from that interview, we could have seen from G2, is that they don't need Mixwell that much. And that adaptability comes to, yeah, we want you to go forward. But if you don't go forward, everything is fine, because we have more other plans than they're not going to expect.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty highly anticipated head-to-head, but we're going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the map vetoes. Is having her nightmare. I'm not gonna lie, this is how my life feels like, Akuka, when I play against the Neon in solo queue.
I mean, it feels like she's losing, you know, control over her power. Maybe it's taken over her, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like it's a reflection of when I'm playing with Josh on Neon. He's not doing anything most of the time. And it's always, he always locks it. He always locks it and he thinks he's doing stuff. No, it's just it's a faster way for him to feed into the enemy.
I've been on the receiving end of that, to be fair. We did play a custom.
That's true.
You did lose. But speaking of losing, we put out a poll earlier a little bit to ask you guys at home which team you're most excited to see here at the playoff stage. And yeah, wouldn't you know, Loud, they won.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised,
No
to be
surprises.
honest. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Brazilian fans out there, a lot of Loud fans, and actually, I can see the expectation because, you know, the guard, even though they're coming from an A, we kind of expect what can come out of them. But from Loud is
well, if you saw group stage, was exciting things about to ramp up to the next level. Without further ado, let's kick off the playoff stage of Masters Reykjavík.
What are you afraid of? The reputation? The unknown? there.
Dulu, aku takut hantu. Tapi sekarang, aku jadi hantu.
We came out of nowhere, and now we're coming for you.
Do not underestimate me. My team. We are your nightmare.
Every day, I will become stronger as you become weaker.
Hoy me tendrás miedo. Y pronto el mundo nos tendrá miedo. My greatest fear is to come this far and lose it all.
I'm ready for anything.
I feel like we should give like a moment of silence to the people that, you know, got knocked out so far. But then you look at who's waiting on the other side. There's some big hitters in there.
Absolutely. I'm like, I want to get the tournament started. I mean, listen, this is what it's all about. The competition. We're getting deeper and deeper into it. The playoffs finally starting here today.
I love how the theme is going, you know, that everything is in the same basket. I love it. I love the videos that we're pulling out, actually.
I'm a really big fan of Giant Brimstone. I want to know the lore. I want to know the lore behind Giant Brimstone. Yeah, maybe it's like another...
Why is it always
in the champion skin when you look up and it's just a giant brim holding the globe or something?
Yeah. Let's talk about maps now for these two teams.
Yes.
We know what Zeta like and don't like to play, but Kukuka, what about G2? We haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, exactly. So we know that they're not a big fans of Fracture, but still, we know that they are the ones having the most time to prep for this one, to actually, you know, pull out something new. No surprises here if Zeta's going to ban Ascend, is what they've been banning since the beginning of the year, and probably is going to be a little bit, you know, hard working onto G2 now. Of course, the next one is Fracture. Now, I'm really surprised. I'm really eager to see what Zeta's going to pick as their first map.
Yeah, they've got a couple of options, but okay, they're going to go for Split, which is, I mean, I think in their heads, their Split is one of their best maps for them.
Yeah, but yesterday...
I want Icebox.
It's always scrappy. They actually have really bad...
Icebox too.
They have bad win rates when they're on the defensive side, and I think some of it comes down to the defensive setups. And I'm curious, are they going to be making adjustments moving forwards? Bind select for G2, that makes complete sense as well. Yeah, and there were a couple of options they could go to, I suppose. They could have pulled out something cheeky, maybe to Haven initially, but...
Yes,
surely the decider is Icebox. Like, I would be really mad if we don't see these
should ban Haven now. Zeta's going to ban Breeze, and I would be extremely surprised if G2 wants to go to Haven as the last one. It should be Icebox. We deserve an Icebox, just because we love a good G2 Icebox with 12 attacks onto A, straightforward.
It is one of their best maps as well for G2. So when I'm watching them play Icebox, they look very good at it in terms of just how they don't really get locked into things. Their mid-round calling is fantastic on it as well, I think. And I'm looking at the overall map pool and I'm thinking, I don't know, it's a hard one for Zeta Division, but I would have said that for a lot of the other previous Zeta Division matches as well, and I was completely proven wrong. So I'm happy to be proven again here today.
I think it all goes through the first map, because as I said yesterday against NIP, it was sloppy to say the best. And if G2 was looking onto that and was able to spot the weaknesses on the map, it's going to be an easy one. And on Bind, honestly, since G2 won against Ascend, that was literally the team to beat on Bind, they've been unstoppable, and teams have started banning it against them. So it's a comfort pick.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to say.
I'm hoping it's a bait. I'm hoping Zeta know that they're going to be playing.
Sure.
Yeah, I hope they know they're going to be playing this map regardless. But I believe the players are ready right now, and we're going to see G2 take the stage for the first time in this tournament. Now, will this be the next chapter of the Zeta Cinderella story, or are G2 about to make EMEA fans proud? Whatever happens, guys, here, I just want to see 3 maps. I feel like we deserve
an icebox.
Yeah.
We don't only deserve 3 maps. I want to see that icebox between these 2 teams. I want everybody on top of their game today. I want to see changes maybe in the side of G2, not making things that obvious. And I really want to see how they play against the Astra that for sure Sugar Zero is going to bring them.
Yeah, I'm super curious as to how it's going to ladder. I mean, obviously, we all want to see the 3rd maps as well, especially with Zeta Division. They've been making adjustments when they got clapped by DRX. They came back and incorporated a lot of the stuff that DRX was using against them in their own Icebox gameplay. I'm a little bit worried for them, honestly, with the kind of the way the early map pool shakes out. But this is a team that's been constantly improving. We are heading to Split. It's a map that, you know, they haven't had a lot of time to be able to work on some of the stuff that was going wrong for them, but still they have had an evening, I guess.
I mean, on the other side, as we head into the Prime Gaming agents select Zeta, they haven't had much time to prep for G2.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be changing anything here.
Let's say it like that. They were playing just yesterday. So let's see if we have any surprises. I would be surprised if Abuba decides to keep going for that Brimstone. I think that especially we saw it on Optic when Marv decided to go for the Omen. And I just think Abuba is such a great Omen that it would be, you know, something that I want to see here on Split.
We also get treated right off the bat to the Nookie raise. I think this is what every fan wants to see. And yeah, Abuba's back to the agent that actually made him famous in EMEA.
Yeah, exactly.
I really love this on Split as well, because there are so many cool one-ways you can do. It gives you massive control over like some of the extremities and Split. I think it's a really good adjustment.
Yeah, I want to see Meadow also on Bridge, you know, expanding his hero pool, agent pool to the max. I think this is a very good one. I think that Abuba has always been, and we know that the one-ways on this map are crucial. I want to see if they remember how it was playing against that double controller.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if we see any new one-ways as well, because Abuba always loves bringing those. And for now, I'm going to pass this over to your casters for the first series. It's Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you so much, and honestly, what a series in front of us. Now there's prospects galore that we can explore with Zeta, right? Like the fairy tale story is something we can't ignore, but it's the first time we're seeing G2, so let's kind of roll it into that to start with. Let's kind of feet on the ground and let's, you know, see where we go. But your expectations, because obviously we've seen a great deal of EMEA broadcasts. We've seen them firsthand find this new form that's really caught our eye.
Well, you say new form. I feel like this is like the 4th time we've been there. I'm glad actually Bren brought it up. It's sort of that kind of honeymoon period, and we've been scorned before.
We have been heard in the past.
But the question is, does it translate, right? They've had a fantastic run to get here. I don't think really anybody can take anything away. I mean, I was saying a couple of weeks ago, Mixwell's been on one of the best redemption arcs in terms of returning to this roster. This is the next step. This has to be the next achievement for them.
And I do want to eventually lean on that Amoba choice coming in, but I do like seeing Mixwell, you know, leaning in towards Chamber, something that really looks to suit him. However, we dive into the map and we look towards Zeta, who are on the attacking side to kick things off on the Split, and of course that means that G2 will be on the defense. And the first blood is drawn straight away. Already Nookie's gone down, and the site's already under contest. Now there's one left there. It's going to be a Vova song that we do want to talk about, especially on this Omen. And he's managed to stand his ground. Now outnumbered, but not quite outgunned just yet. There we go. Finally overwhelmed with a double swing on the pillar. And it looks like this should be under wraps. It's still heavily contested though.
Crow very low. Dep's trying to contest some of this pressure coming through from Heaven.
Spike planted.
Moody not actually able to catch Dep. Foam says it's a 2v3 though, but they can find this freebie on the way in. It might be doable here for G2.
They're so close to pillar though, they could potentially swing off contact. But again, it's looking hard to try and break through. Do they isolate one? They do. Okay, there's the flash. No swing, no punish. There's still a chance in this 2v2, but time still click. Oh, right click galore. The swing out from Laz. The main man himself going to kick things off well for Zeta, who's been a highlight player from start to finish. Now let's kind of roll back to what we were saying at the start here about G2 as well. Good first beginnings for Zeta there in that, you know,
Well, we've got a little bit of time to talk about it, I guess.
Fantastic, good news. Nice to know we're back. All right, we got teased by the perfect start, however, it's fine. Talk to me about over here, because there's something about him on the Omen that instantly catches your eye.
Yeah, it is. And again, this adjustment kind of incorporating Brimstone previously into this comp. I don't want to say it looked awful for them, but just in terms of kind of the stylistic approach that Avova has to the game, and particularly G2, how much variety there is to kind of defensive protocols. One of the big things, and I know Kuku just touched on this on the desk, is kind of allowing G2 to lean on kind of playing reactively, right? These one-ways really cut off either lane, and unfortunately, more often than not, results in being punished if you do challenge it. But that's where Avova has really, really shone for G2. So I actually like this adjustment back. It also kind of leans on the attack being a bit more all-in, which is something that's interesting.
Okay, your endpoint there, and even just the wording reactive. Now, how does this play towards Zeta? Because these guys, I mean, you can't help but love their journey so far, right? You can't help but be enamored by the firepower they have, that raw capability that has been so apparent in their early games. How does this now match up with someone like G2? Let's say hypothetically how their style works. How does that kind of, I guess, go head to head?
I mean, the unfortunate thing for Zeta is that I think G2 have looked best, but they play with bravado. They're bullies, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
they've been mean mugging on the way out.
If you poke the beast in the server, that's when G2 kind of just take things back to being chaotic and unorthodox, and unfortunately G2 actually do thrive in those sorts of scenarios. So that's a real concern. I mean, just coming back to the veto as well, I know that this was discussed on the desk, but this for me needs to be Zeta and 2.
Really?
For me.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you're right. Considering what Icebox lost.
Yeah, because that is literally just bully gameplay from G2.
Give people context, right? Let's say they don't watch EMEA. Let's talk about some of the victims that have fallen foul to that G2 approach on Icebox, right? Like, how many teams... Like, I don't think there's many that have actually stopped that almost belligerent approach, right? It's so almost ignorant to anything that people are willing to do. It's just headstrong play the whole way.
There is absolutely no flair to how G2 play Icebox.
Nothing pretty.
It's just vanilla. They literally just brute force their way onto a site, and they make no secrets about it. No. And the problem being actually was, I guess, the lack of adjustment in terms of their opponents, but whether or not Zeta Division are going to be the direct, you know, I guess counterpart to that, the opposite side to that, I'm not entirely sure.
So okay, on paper, right? Let's tech pauses take some time. So we're gonna just waffle. So chill out, guys. When we're back in game, you can unmute us. I take no offense. However, let's kind of then talk about on paper where we see this. So if it goes all three, you'd say G2 because of Icebox. Now, do you see a reality? Because I do. And normally I'm, the boring one who's going to sit there and be like, I don't really care about Cinderella stories, but I do see a world where Zeta could win this. Like, in 2.
I hope Bren is smiling when he hears this, because I've literally been the only one in the green room that's just like backing these guys, even blindly. I just don't. They have to take split, which I think is going to be really difficult. If they don't, they then have to take bind, which also the Des touched on has been another stomping ground for G2.
Yeah, it has been.
And then you just look at it and it's like Icebox. And again, it's taking into consideration yesterday, there's an argument to be made, but I still don't necessarily feel confident about that.
They're still the underdog.
Yes.
Right, that's a simple fact of the matter. An incredible run, though, and it's something you have to pay to mind. And we've already seen how far that can go. Crew, right, have already proven in droves how far one of those performances can get you. So again, it is possible, and G2 are coming in cold, right? Like, this is the first time they're on the stage. Yeah. This is it. It's, hey, welcome to the big leagues. I hope you don't mess it up.
Zeta have already run the gauntlet to get here, right? So they're almost kind of, they're fired up. So that's a definite positive for them. And also, actually, comes back to almost questioning whether or not G2's performance will translate to land, right? This is the first stage environment, and it's the first big test for them.
Deep breaths, we go back in. First round was picked up by Zeta if you missed it. Obviously you can't see it there, don't worry. Don't have to explain the UI to you. This time we haven't. Unlucky Doug. However, not quite a Shiko, A little bit of an upgrade on Hoodie, but that's about all she wrote. And we look towards Zeta in this round too. Again, keep it simple, keep it clean, keep as much up for them. But they are walking into a stack. 4 players here. Caught one. Beautiful work. Quick work.
10.
Straight through them. That's enough. You don't have to go too far. Wait for the rest of your team to come in and help you out. Nice. Reserve there. Hold for a second. Don't over push. Keep 5 standing. That's the money. There's now Meadow. Well, the team's just been slaughtered, haven't they? So Meadow now just having to face the music. If you can take one with him, not too bad. Do the best you can. But Zeta are being smart about this. Do lose depth. Sugar Zero next. And there we go. Swing together. 4 stand. Lovely work.
I mean, not even that big a deal. I think Depp was the only one that actually brought a pistol into that round.
Yep.
So, look, to be a massive win for G2 there. And pretty clean on the way in. I mean, it's Sten just leading the charge for Zeta. The clearance with the Trailblazer onto Ravova, just trying to play back of that paranoia, but no real resistance on the way in, so you've got to credit Zeta for that.
Beautiful.
We've seen him again actually lean pretty heavily towards A. Previous round was a 4-man stack for G2. Oh, Zeta actually going to try and make use once again with the element of surprise, I guess. Mixwell's here to challenge it with the TP, though. The fault line will slow the Trailblazer.
That works. Flash and space taken, though. Zeta aren't waiting around, and that's sloppy from Mixwell. It's not pretty, but it's got the job done.
They also didn't shoot his TP. They could have just kind of boxed him into hell there, and a little strange on the way in.
Yeah, not ideal. Still got a little bit of ramp pressure to build from, but again, rotations have come in. There's already 4 players here. Mixwell's fallen back, taking a heal. He'll be fine. Recovery en route. So some chip damage comes off this nade. Nothing there. And Zeta don't have much to work with on this approach now. They're looking towards middle in my mind as well, as how much can they get from this. The wall's still in place, so that's really not going to allow too much wiggle room here. But they have to hit the brakes, and again, punishment. Mixwell's going to find another. And that mid presence, well, not really coming to much either.
Sugar's found space, though. I mean, there's a trap for him to deal with. Still 3 players committed towards 8. Actually will get dealt with 10. That will allow Sugar Zero to come through. Actually will find the kill on Nookie.
There's that crunch I was waiting for, that pause. I really like this from Zeta. They're not just kind of like, okay, it's only a bonus, we'll see what we can do. But this is really with build intent and aggression. Pushing deep towards CT, going to take down Mixwell, but there's still Meadow on the site. He's got 2 players to handle. He chooses the wrong target. It's game back on 2v2. Spike in hand and Plant going down.
They still got a
we
wall.
Now have... Oh my god, they do. Yeah, they absolutely do. Okay, wall goes up. You just build the defenses and they wait. We've got Avova and Hoodie on the other side, waiting to come back through on this. Still utility into play for Avova if he feels like he can, and this looks good. Should have at least caught minimum 1, potentially 2. Gets him off that first angle, forcing them back towards the site. Hoodie now spotted as well. Avova leans in. Hoodie with the punish on 1. It's all down to 10. He's got to find 2. 1 to the left, 1 to the right. He's got 1. 7 HP and enough for it. Avova holds on, but that's a bonus round.
4
and that
kills
ain't a great one for G2.
And I'm going to be honest, they had absolutely no right finding that plant, to be honest with you. Perfect play. The awareness again from 10 to throw that blast back out, deals with the trap. It pulls actually Nookie into the window to be forced to face Sugar when he comes up from ropes. This is actually really, really well played. I love, again, the use of the wall to just create a second choke point here on site. It's unfortunate Avova finds this wall bang. A little bit of damage comes through onto 10 initially, so really difficult. But that, for me, is a big, big win for Zeta. I mean, you can see what's happened to the purchase here. Mixwell will have the tour de force to throw into this round, but Zeta come out of that on top, to be honest. And look at the ultimate progress as well.
And we've only really seen the A pieces coming out so far from Zeta, so we haven't seen the full kit and caboodle of what they can bring, so we'll wait to see the rest of this now.
First example we're seeing of some of these early round protocols I was talking about. It's one way outside B main, at least to get deep B main control here. See how much Zeta respect the setup of Avova, whether or not he's even tested in this scenario.
It looks like for now Zeta are prioritizing that mid-control time to build. They've invested a great deal of utility to get this far. Dog goes in and actually go with a little bit of pace as well, and G2 seeming to respect that. They seem to have to. Oh, the shot! The control! But Mixwell there to fill the void. Eats the flash, has to back off the angle. Zeta are brawling on this.
Mixwell will come back across the B, but drifting away now. Zeta look as if they want to try and make their way through ropes once again. Meadow on the other side of this. He's actually holding an active angle as well. Nookie has come across. Let's see if Zeta can actually isolate the kill here. Mixwell's the one, if anything, but it looks like A is the end goal here.
Yeah, the pinch is coming in. You can see them All the way back. And it's not good enough. Meadows down, Depp, quick. And Nuki, though, behind enemy lines. He's going to find one spot out the barrel. Can't get the spray adjusted in time as Laz picks up the frag here, looking towards Avova and Mixwell. Mixwell not quite there yet, but Avova still holding his own. Support not coming anytime soon. Avova still needs to play his life here. 15 seconds. The clock's the biggest enemy right now for Zeta as Avova punishes from the site.
Goes huge for them there. And 2 crucial kills. Again, after Zeta, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if that was just a split second where Meadows looking at his minimap, but completely caught off guard from Roach Peak. Fortunate there for Zeta not to find it. Again, a couple of them were tagged up. They're already damaged early on in the round, so Avova cleans that up nicely. Nearly caught off guard with the paranoia, to be honest with you, as a second. Well, I thought he was going to throw that out and get swung anyway.
Now, to me, though, seeing Avova playing like this so far is a good indicator for G2. Because I still think, to me, on Omen specifically, Avova is one of the most clutch players you can see, right? He can get them out of dodge. He can get them out of danger. I'd still say, you know, you got your Nukia there who's mad, right? The guy's got ridiculous talent, like firepower. Like,
yeah.
But if you have like a 1vx, I want Avova in it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, he's actually been quiet along G2's run to get here. It's I was always going to say, you know, once every blue moon he'll have that round that he just has absolutely. It's almost like a formula. It's like the big bad wolf for G2.
Yes.
But that's the thing. I mean, if you put him in that clutch scenario, and there's quite often you say, yeah, this is an Avova round almost to say.
On the other side, though, early timeout for Zeta here. Now, their money has been depleted. They'll be down to Sheriffs and maybe light armor or 2, but that's about it. Ult cycle coming through quite nicely, though. They're, what, 1 round off, essentially, from having the full deck if they want to run it. On the other side, not too dissimilar, honestly. Mixwell just obviously invested his, so similar scenes across the board.
Yeah, and Zeta come into this over the showstopper to work with. Something that could be pivotal in this round with not an awful lot of equipment to throw at it. Let's see here if we see any variety here. Actually, a completely different setup on the defense from G2. It's Avova and Nuki over here, expecting this one way. That's exactly what's going to come out. Well, we should just tuck up here. Oh, Nuki to take first contact. The wall invested actually immediately here on the back of no contact towards bottom mid. Now, weird thing being, I mean, Zeta haven't poked towards either side just yet. Straight away they set up in this default, they don't really show anything. And then we'll drift towards B main.
Yeah, it'll be Mixwell and Meadow. And of course then Hoodie up towards Heaven. And, well, no subtlety to this, and no check to the left. Good trade though, Crow still going to get the job done. Finds Mixwell, Meadow. Going to disrupt at least a little bit of their plan, but you can see the Rares actually coming through here. They are not going into this by any half measures, but there's still problems. G2 are on the site, and this could be another issue if that just gets posted. None the wiser, still gets it, Meadow down. But look at Hoodie waiting. Spike's already on the site though, Seeker's going to come down, and Depp on the other side of this. What does Hoodie do? Too many targets, too little time. He needs to do something about it. That's Seeker, just a second away, the wall breaks. And now they all know where he's at. Sugar Zero going to find Avova, and you're going to be looking at what's remaining, and it ain't much. Nuki and Hoodie. This is ridiculous, the divide as well.
Sugar slipped through spawn as well. Again, they've completely mitigated the risk from this judge.
It was there for so long. Yeah, Nuki's found one, and there's still a chance this could all fall, but they have so many bodies on the site, and look at that Crow playing the wall perfectly. There's no chance, there's no shot at it. And the one thing I'll say about Zeta right now is they are playing every round like they have 100% chance in it. I love watching this side play so far. We've seen a really nice bonus round from them, and we've now seen pretty much a very small upgraded amount with a lot of ults behind it coming into play and converting the round.
Absolutely. I mean, the showstopper's available. You could argue Mixwell's a little greedy there. Finds the first opportunity to TP out, and he actually double dips. That's just, you know, feeling that it is a thrifty round. There's not an awful lot of equipment to work with, but Zeta absolutely make that work when they had absolutely no right even getting through B main. The setup with theirs, G2 were ready to greet that very push.
And look at the money on the back of it. Look at that. Shatters the money for G2 so quickly. The way that Zeta are playing this, I can't help but love, because so many teams we see time and time again just kind of not necessarily throwing away thrifties, or, you know, the bonus rounds are just not quite high on the priority list, but watching them play this, they have such intent to it, and you can't help but respect that. And Nuki cares not. He's gone for a walkabout in middle, and the timing Unfortunate for Crow. Does get confirmation, but does he know how close that they've crept?
At least they're going to respect it. I mean, G2 just as deadly in terms of converting thrifty rounds. We know that from EME8. Again, Zeta with his very slow creep. Similar sort of time, and actually G2 going to put the wall up. This is the sort of protocols that, yeah, we've been talking about. They're actually going to be walking into a 4-man stack here. Zeta, actually, I mean, his window of opportunity closed now.
Yeah. 10's getting punished. Good timing from Hoodie to take that swing on the slow. Looking up above. Ult to hand has to deliver it eventually. Nothing on the other side, and Zeta maybe feeling like, well, we've walked into a bit of a trap here, boys. This could be pretty problematic.
Depth now going to follow through on this, but Nuki again just has to play deep. Mixwell actually, you know, really interesting spot here. He's actually going to backstab onto Laz. He finds a second as well. Depth will fall. G2. I mean, I called it just as deadly in a thrifty round. They managed to flip this one back, and somehow, some way, Zeta stumbled. Like I said, that window of opportunity was there for a couple of seconds, but it just passed. I mean, the showstopper gets popped here. There's a slow orb. One of Mixwell's trap goes off. There's no way they can progress through main. So close.
Nice. This
G2 are so good for those crunches, though. Like you said, they post up, they feel nothing in mid, the wall goes up, it doesn't get challenged, nobody's shooting at the wall. They know that they can just gamble stack either way. Unfortunately, G2, they're good gamblers.
They certainly are.
Spike down mid.
And already going to get the first pick here, 10 gone. This mid control that they have been prioritizing is now being battled for. Nuki is not backing down. And you do not want to get this man started. Nuki is one of the most dangerous players out there. Depth though, looking sharp. But the timing too good for Nuki, not going to give it up. And now just Laz, superstar in the making himself. There's an isolated fight against Avova. And you can see the aim still good. But the spike a mile away. And 3 more enemies for him to locate.
I mean, G2 have a little bit of a buffer converting their previous thrifty, so damage not so important here. And Laz already got his ultimate online, so whether or not he's just going to try and hold on to this or force a couple of repurchases.
Oh.
He's walking into Meadow, and Nuki, though, they're already posted up waiting for this. Last round, Nuki popped his ult in the last round. He's already 3 away from another. That's the sort of thing, you tilt G2 in a couple of rounds, they bite back immediately. Immediately.
And I think this is what you said at the very start of the game, though, is that they have this capability. And we saw the fact that Zeta have pushed them to that very early on. I think the conversion and the danger in a couple of these rounds that they maybe didn't expect there to be so much danger in has awoken them a little bit. G2 now need to bring a little bit of a higher game plan maybe than, not necessarily they'd expect, but they are being forced into doing it right back to them. Convert those thrifties, be dangerous in every single round.
Could be a turning point as well, because Mixwell now has the operator online. Be him and Avova to hold down a site, and actually looking as if he's going to swing on. He didn't actually spot the cross from 10. We'll respect it. Well, he's a little scarred from that previous thrifty round where he was a little greedy. Doesn't want to give up the operator now.
Ooh, that was a pixel shown. Laz is closing in. Now there is
looking
up towards heaven as well, though.
Meadow just hesitated with that U-tilt.
How much of a problem can he be from this position?
Laz has timed this to perfection, by the way, on his Toxin.
Like, Meadow, I feel like he knows something's up. He knows there's a chance, right? There's that percentage chance this could happen. I'm seeing the rotation coming in. They're slowly leaning back around towards middle. You can see the spike coming over back towards B.
Well,
Meadow's not liking it.
They have to be paranoid because this is the first alteration of the Viper setup, right? So they're up to something, surely. Do they clear out backside though? That's the question.
I feel like you need contact to look at Meadow though, going for a different angle. He really wants to clear backside, but he's so paranoid about someone waiting, which they are. You can see the Laz is just being a nuisance, being a problem to clear. And if you can facilitate more players coming in like this, game on. And okay, there's the first creep coming through. The ult gets popped. He's waited for this, and there it is. Safe passage towards the site. Meadow no longer has vision, but Hoodie doesn't need it. Spike going down. Mixwell's found depth, and we have 3 standing on the other side for Zeta. What can they do from this position, though? They have the cover, but Hoodie's got the read. Straight through the Viper's ult. The ult comes in as well. Going to disrupt further. Make problems for Hoodie, but he's vulnerable. He's looking damage.
Wait, what?
Laz and Crow have just found 2. Crow's still standing, doing the damage, doing the dodge. He couldn't make it out of the way of Nookie. Is now Laz in a 1v3. Surely not gonna happen. One, no. No more. No more. This is terrifying, Mike. This is terrifying. What
It's
the
another
hell is
round where
going
Zeta
on?
have nothing to work. Not even that time, the showstopper. They have nothing but the Viper Spit. And Laz, like I said, he timed that to perfection. It was literally down to the last tick of the Toxin Orb. Gets into backside. You can see how paranoid Meadow is of exactly that. And Zeta still made G2 work for it. Even with the awareness, the possibility that somebody's done exactly what Laz has done.
This game is going to be a good one. I hope we go all three now.
I mean,
I really hope we go all three.
I was talking about bravado from G2. They actually showed a lot of respect to Zeta there, which is something that's very rare with anybody that G2 plays. Again, looking to contest some of this early mid control. Let's see what the next step is here. Hoodie already drifting away towards A site. Again, this default is so deep. It's almost this. Yes, they're not giving anything away, but they're not really creating any pressure towards G2, so they can just run through the motions.
Generally, those motions are allowing them to get those early rotations to the correct places as well. This mid pressure coming out from Nookie's been great for those early reads. You've seen him lingering around in sewers early, kind of hitting it wherever he needs to. But Mixwell's still on this one. Substantially deeper angle. Last time, of course, posted up towards ramp. Looks like he's looking for a new spot as well here. 48 seconds now.
Your trail.
The Seeker's come through. So another point to deal with. They have taken ramp in the meantime. Forces TP out. Mixwell actually tucked towards the site. This could be dangerous. Nookie, though, reads this perfectly. Still gets one. Still good for one, but look at this misdirection and the adjustment back. Meadow, he's on the other side. Meadow, I think he's on the other side of this wall. He could still walk through this.
Is the wall broken? The wall's at a bad angle.
Laz might have just saved that. Laz might have just saved Zeta this round just with that one pick because that was so potentially deadly. Spike going down, uncontested, nothing to be seen with that. It's Avova and Mixwell on the way back in, and Avova's first fight is up towards heaven. He succeeds. Laz is now removed, but look at the damage coming through as well. Has to take a second. 65 HP to work back in with. One tuck towards backside, still one up on the rafters. Two Avova has to clear this. The timing's gorgeous. Takes down another 2v2 now. Mixwell's still got the operator. It's gonna be tough to handle. A quick pop flash, but it's a trade out. And now it's just on Mixwell. How does he try and remove this player? He has to be so quick with it. And the peak, they're not falling for this. And the time gets bought here. The utility coming through so nicely. Mixwell again just being toyed with. As the time is dwindling, the shot goes astray, and the round is Zeta's.
What a round. What a crazy... Again, Avova winning a duel that he absolutely shouldn't have. Laz already saved the round in terms of allowing safe passage to site. And again, I think there's actually a little bait and switch there from Mixwell, even just throwing down a couple of footsteps to allow that kill to come in onto depth on rafters.
Yeah.
This is great. Meadow. This is the smallest pocket created by that wall. Really well played by Zeta. Again, they're showing a lot of, I'll be honest, versatility in terms of making use of this. I'm going to keep calling it a default. It's kind of weird because they're kind of just holding, anticipating this aggression. I mean, I'm not seeing the exact intention with it, and whether or not G2 are just not digging as deep as they usually do, but with this switch back onto Avova onto Omen, I don't think that's the game plan. They're looking for this kind of control and slowing things down early on. So the important thing to note is as well, Laz's Viper setup towards A actually denies one of these one-ways. So they can't punish that cross from the orb towards ramp, which makes it really difficult, right? Whether or not G2 actively look to address that, have to wait and see. Or whether or not actually the adjustment comes through, they start pressuring towards ramps and put the deeper one-way and just hold it initially from that spawn cross towards steps. But that's something that's, I don't want to say it's testing G2 just yet until I see a massive switch up in terms of the setup on defense. But yeah, Zeta have found a couple of rounds now where, I'll be honest, they're not really giving too much away in terms of G2 runners through looking for contact in mid and whatnot, and they're still succeeding. G2 usually right place, right time for them on split.
Yep, absolutely. This It's quite hard to characterize this game, I think, because G2 have looked okay in most of the rifle rounds. I just look at Zeta as being just constantly deadly. And it scares the life out of me because part of you sits back and you can't cruise against them. You just simply cannot sit into anything other than 100% at all times. But look who's going for a walkabout. Mixwell.
Now this is a little deeper.
Yeah, this is different. Now he did this before, not with the operator. Yeah,
Sugar spotted him as well.
Seen.
What?
He's been seen. Mixwell has to back away. Gonna get his ult for it. He has to slip off this now.
And this is what I'm talking about. I keep talking about his default. Look how deep he's actually spotting out Mixwell.
Yeah.
And again, it's almost baiting G2. It's like, yeah, we know you want to push. We know you want to push us.
Yeah, and they've been running these late game rounds at like 40 seconds, 30 seconds, and they look quite comfortable. It's not like it looks like they're running out of time. They're going through a very valid protocol list, and they've now taken away B main back from what was G2 control back into their hands, but they haven't fully given away what the game plan is. But this does allow for potential things to go wrong, right? Let's say you go for that late lean towards A, how do you clear it over cleanly, right? Let's say you don't do that, okay, we're going potentially blind into a 3-play stack now. So there's a couple of things that could still go wrong. We're down to about 30 seconds, and it could be this A piece now.
There's no trap for ropes here. Nuki and Avova are stacked towards the orb.
Left. I do want to see how well this gets handled, though, because it's a problem if... there's no problems, apparently, but they didn't expect Avova being the second string to this, but he's the only one here. 20 seconds, though. They need to start dealing with getting towards that spike on site. I said there weren't many problems, but Avova can be a problem. Laz gets found, and we're down to 13 seconds. They've got to make the move and make it fast. 10 seconds now. TP!
No way!
He gets caught! Sugar Zero pushes forward. 6 seconds now. The spike's on the side, and they've got to get the plant. Rez comes in. They are back on their feet. It's a 3v3. Meadow a little further ahead of the others, so he's got to be careful to not go out on his own. The punishment. Crow's got him dead to rights. And now Mixwell and Hoodie presented the unthinkable. Depp, what are you going to do with this? It's Sugar Zero again. The guy has just got the golden gun right now as Mixwell. I think it's... this is cooked.
I am actually blown away by that round because it's the perfect response, right? The change up of the Viper util towards mid. G2 want to dig a little deeper, and what I say, the timing is perfect for Nuki to start exploring that. You could criticize maybe it's a solo swing. They double swing that, maybe it come out favorably, but Zeta just punished them for it. Sugar, I actually can't believe it's just how quick he is to react to the fact that Avova's going to TP away. Again, you can't fault Avova.
It was instant. No, Avova, I don't think Avova did the wrong thing at all.
He knows that pinch is coming from heaven.
Yeah.
You have to read that. What a round from Zeta. I am...
Show me this again. Okay. Again, just imagine this from Sugar Zero's perspective here. Instantly chases it. Instantly on that. He knew exactly what was up. In the meantime, look at the punish on the rotation. Oh, we've got the game.
Fantastic round from Zeta.
And this is down in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Under the most severe pressure possible. Let's go. These guys, man. How can you not love watching this? Oh, what a game already. 5-5. This is only the first half. Brilliant series here. And again, Mixwell, can you pick yourself back up after a couple of times now? You've been challenged over and over again here.
This is interesting. Whether or not on the back of Mixwell showing a little bit of presence deeper in Garage, if that's the reason we see this adjustment of Laz's utility, whether or not they even want to fight for this. I mean, Meadows immediately drifted away. Mixwell posted up pretty close with the tour de force. Nuki actually got the operator hit.
This patience that they're showing.
But this is what I'm talking about. Now they can successfully hold aim with these one-ways. The wall comes up in mid. Now G2, I mean, they're going to be feeling like the next 30 seconds or so, they have an absolute stranglehold in terms of the entire map.
I want to see what the plan from Zeta is. If they've got any level of awareness of this, even just noting that, yes, okay, so the one-way can be here, we've got the wall here. We know what's presented to us within this time frame. Now,
problem being, late round hit versus tour de force. Mixwell finds one kill. He can literally stop this entire push, but they're going to counter wall mid.
Oh, this. Show us mid, please. The divide comes up. There's the wall, and away we go. Zeta! These guys are just... I'm loving it. It's got to, though, it's still got to convert into a round. It's a great idea, but there's still 2 players on the site, but they're isolated, and Mixwell still stands. He holds firm on one, but a quick trade out. It's not going to be so clean this time. Meadow outdone. Zeta, these guys are unreal. And Hoodie tries to take his time. It ain't clean enough to be able to maybe capitalize on another off the back, but there's 2 players towards heaven. Spike now down, make it 3. And Depp has to be so careful. Quick pickups for G2 now. Leaving it all to Laz. Surely he gets checked here. Surely it's just par for the course. Nuki is not going to...
No way!
No way!
Oh my god.
Nuki! Heartbreaker. But G2 do get the round, but Mike, just explain the round back to me. Just again.
The awareness wants to get, and now I think Zeta are reading into it. This wall goes up, they know that G2 are going to lean away from it. There's nobody policing that, because they're prioritizing both extremities. It's actually beautiful to watch. Zeta's awareness of exactly where G2 are moving around on the back of no information. So I said this default's so deep.
Early rounds, right? You had Nookie patrolling on that wall, right, in middle. Early couple of rounds, but now we've seen him leaning over towards that A site. Noted that a couple of rounds now. They've seen that Nookie's been supporting over towards that A site, so they've already identified opportunity, but that's a Nookie special, isn't it?
Laz is just there with everything crossed in the corner. It's like, please don't clear it again.
You've done it once, it's fine. 6-5, we go again. And we now see that one-way.
This is exactly what I was talking about here. Laz's utility makes it so difficult to hold. The showstopper's coming through, Lauren.
Oh, can he get out in time? Doesn't quite find the target it wanted, and 10 now just has to push forward, has to try and take that space, but Hoodie's already got depth. Outdone. Ramp is Zeta's, but there's so many players here now. G2 have hit that full rotation, and 10 gets out of there. Too many targets, too much danger, but they left B completely open. And look at them instantly evacuating back towards B.
I'm not sure if they feel as if G2 are just going to kind of sit tight for the time being, or whether or not I'm looking. I mean, Laz is 2 off his ult. Potential here to retrieve the orb, maybe, but there's a deep trap from Mixwell, and he's posted with the operator. They're going to be shift walking this. He's rewarded with on.
Has to be his moment to lock this down, though. How much more can they do with 3? And the right call from G2 there to hit that rotation when they did. Because the temptation maybe to linger around longer if they just hit the brakes. But no, that was a really nice mid-round call coming out. Looking for another adjustment.
He blinded him off shooting the trap. That's unlucky.
Very unlucky. Up through ropes seems the next option, but look at this. Hoodie is patrolling it. He hears so many players. 1, 2, make it 3. No, not today. And it is going to be closed out in the end by Mello, but 7-5. Mike, what a half.
That's one of the most excruciating defensive half victories I've seen on Split in a while. I mean, Zeta just demonstrated a fantastic grasp of the macro on this map, and what G2 were going to be doing, and when.
I'm in love with this game. If this keeps to this caliber, I can't get enough of it. This first half has given me everything, every reason why people love watching Zeta. The first glimpses at G2. This is only the first half. I mean, I need to catch my breath. Let's hand it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. What an exciting start to that game. I know we hecking love 10s here, but I just got to say, Brett, I hecking love 10.
I hecking love 10 too.
Yes.
I mean, this guy is... He is the impetus for a lot of their strategies, right? This guy, he's the one who's supposed to be going first in a lot of their attack rounds over and over again, and it's important that he gets information on the setups and whatnot. And often he's just getting value when he really shouldn't be. I mean, it doesn't look like an impressive stat line in terms of his KD, like 9 kills, 11 deaths. But you got to understand, this guy is the reason as to why they're able to actually hard clear a lot of these sites when they're going in.
He's the one creating the space on the first rounds. I think it was all about him. Double satchel lane just is spotting exactly where Avoba was going to be waiting, but also the adaptation from G2, placing those trademarks exactly what they expected them to check to actually have that double effect. And the way that they both were, adapting onto it. Here's exactly what I was talking about. You know that Avoba is going to be there.
I mean, these are entries that he's getting, and he's winning a lot of these duels, Brent, against Nookie, one of the best race players in the world.
But it's super important as well now that they carry this momentum forwards into the next half as well, because statistically speaking, Zeta Division, they don't have great defense sides across their maps, including their defensive setups. Sometimes they're a bit hit or miss. So whilst their attack rounds, like 10's popping off, of course, but you got to have more now as we're coming into this defense side, because it's not like you can just rely on 10 to just double satchel what into their spawn. It's just not going to be the case.
Yeah, exactly. And they decided to go for that adaptation onto literally saying, we don't care about that first minute. We want you to use the utility, and then we make that decision, and it's going to be explosive. On the side of G2, they decided even to go for the double operator, being like, okay, yeah, I'll just give it to Mixo for the next one, but we need to stop the executes if they only going to do it with 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a really entertaining half so far. I can't wait to see the second one. Over to you, Pansy and Hypog.
Second half now. Beckoning, we are at 7-5, and I think the point coming up on the desk was actually quite valid that, yes, we've seen a good half from Zeta here, but now it has to translate into this side, which can be an issue.
For sure. I mean, I think it's fair to say as well, though, G2 have had flaky performances in terms of their attacking halves on split as well.
Yes.
So that's definitely a consideration to make. Mixwell, as he does go for a little poke into Mail. Not rewarded for it just yet. Ball coming up pretty late in mid as well. I think Mixwell's going to try and deal with that, or at least plant the seed that are still stacked behind us. G2 are actually leading toward the 4-man piece in towards B site, though.
Okay, let's see what Sugar Zero can do. Any potential damage? I assume he gets checked quickly. Oh, he's done well enough to get one, at least with the Frenzy unleashing. But a quick, good trade for G2. This could be even a third here. Pro does at least do a little bit of damage in the meantime, but it's all essentially favourable trades for G2, leaving 3 standing. The spike to be picked back up. And 10 did manage to drop down unnoted so far. So a little bit of wiggle room. That's clear close. Boombot goes in. G2 in good enough post plants here. Oh, the moment's just been destroyed, apparently. Mixwell. Better keep those hands feeling safe here. Crow's been given a chance!
Oh, he ran out of bullets. He actually ran out of bullets.
What is this game? How did it come to that?
Was everybody just watching the Boombot drift towards the Vova? Just
Big chillin'.
By the way, it's coming. Yeah, I've got my headhunter out. I'm not shooting it. Again, Sugar Zero with the frenzy here. There's a real chance he actually gets the second.
I thought he could have maybe got another nice spacing there from G2 to at least make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, we even called this stat. Yeah.
Mixwell didn't even look at him.
Mixwell was not
If he
in
dies,
the
he
slightest
dies.
bit concerned.
Look, as long as you get the round,
Hey,
it's cool.
Yeah.
It's fine. No panic at all in a 1v1.
They found my trap.
And back towards middle. G2 instantly going to try and go for control, and again, any damage would be a bonus here, but Zeta bring almost nothing into this round.
Mixwell again, the front line for G2 in terms of this mid push early on. Zeta just kind of doing laps right now. They've headed over towards A. They're headed back as 5 towards B. And just classics to work with. The same pretty much cut and paste, execute onto B site here for G2.
Okay, sights theirs. There's the pop flash and the TP away, and actually they're being a nuisance. Nuki quick to react though, and Avova quick to try and farm it up. Gets punished, good trades again. Zeta, any damage is golden here. Now Laz can't get any more done. Kept safe in the end, 3 stand, they get across the line. It felt dicey though.
Where was the... There was a Phantom in play. Oh, Nuki's got it. I was going to say, I was just waiting for the UI to update. I was like, I hope they can get behind the wall and get that Phantom, but do manage to retrieve it. This Mixwell, I mean, 3 away from the tool, of course, but it's one you maybe look towards here when G2 did suffer a few casualties. I mean, with what he's been doing in the early round, he can literally do the same with the Headhunter, so not too concerned about that. But leading the pack for G2, 14 and 8. You can find some more success here on attack. G2 knocking on the door of double digits already.
Absolutely.
An opportunity here to, again, completely reset Zeta's economy. Mixwell again poking for this first blood.
I really like it. I guess another great use for Chamber, the capability to get away quickly. You can go for that almost overzealous attempt and then get away scot-free. However, Zeta do have the substantially stronger purchase here. Again, Boombot, once again. Laz this time, he's okay though. And on the other side, there is still looking with the rifle. So keep that in mind. This isn't a completely toothless purchase, but it is a little weaker. All trying to be handled. And Zeta being patient. And they have to be here. G2 trying to test the waters in middle.
So the next step is here, getting another trap burnt to just confirm Laz's presence at least.
But look, on an island on the other side is 10 though.
Well, he's primed with the paint shell, but actually spammed off the corner. I mean, he's not going to be able to put it in towards the orb.
He's so close up ramp as well. This is such a dangerous way Zeta are playing. G2 were a second away from having such an advantage, but the guillotine comes down! Deb!
And they know exactly where Mixwell is.
Gorgeous! Gorgeous work! He went for it all himself, gets punished in the end. Mixwell, yes, he's recovered a rifle. Maybe there's some hope for him to do a bit of damage, but with only 12 seconds, that's about all he can achieve. Is now surrounded, shut down. Zeta, lovely round as Deb. What a performance.
They only lose 1. A massive tick in the box here in terms of
Anyone have any splits?
boost the economy. See how G2 sit. Shouldn't be looking too rough, that's for sure. But what a round from Depp. The first 2 line up for him, but Over and Meadow as well. Meadow going for a cheeky run and gun with a Spectre. Again, just, it's the reaction from Zeta. The flash coming through just to make sure that Depp can at least find the third and fourth kill. Really good stuff from them. Mixwell actually won off the tour de force. I didn't spot that in the previous, but a Guardian coming through for Hoodie, and not an awful lot left behind this purchase. An opportunity here for Zeta to close the gap.
That's the essential part of this round now. Laz was noted several times in the previous round, and you can see the priority list of him is now so much higher, but Avova's gone for the just mark your man sort of play here, pushed himself up towards ropes, and Laz is just on the other side of this.
I was going to say that smoke's about to drop. I didn't. Yeah, interesting. I'm sure if Laz thought he was going to have a favourable peak there. All will be dealt with pretty quickly. If Depp finds a kill, he's got the res, but it's on the other side of rope, so...
He's got an army in front of you, but maybe he can take the ball down again! This guy is unreal! The pinch is coming in, he seems all too aware of that. Backs away slightly, Avova now left to his own devices, all isolated, looking lonely. And he can't quite get to his teammates, but he can cause a problem. A 3v4, numbers still favourable towards Zeta, but the timing not quite there. TP time, trying to get out of danger, get over towards the other side. And the right choice to be made, safe point to be had.
This is rough now, but Depp can use the res. He has to come back through ropes. He can get Les back up, and they'll have the Viper util. I mean, if they can get ahead of the curve here, cut Meadow off, I mean, Avova's already going hunting.
And Avova has to, though. He has to buy time to allow for Meadow to get a little bit close. That's it! That's the money from Avova! I told you this guy has clutch potential every single day of the week, and now a 2v2. He's made this so much more feasible. This was a tragedy in the making. And Laz gets the timing right. Meadow trying to find one on the way through, but Depp, he just stays alive. Just about keeps his health up. And now with the clock ticking, it's all about timing. Meadow says, screw it, I'm going to try and get through towards that player who's trying to defuse. Gets off the fight. Gorgeous work, Meadow! The timing! I think Meadow might just have done enough here, buying the time, playing them at their own game. And yeah, sure, the kill comes in, but what a round.
It's so back and forth between these two teams right now. I mean, Zeta do everything right to hold on to B Heaven, but G2 flip a 2v4.
Avova, him pushing deeper in CT is huge for them. Like, even this. Like, it was like an army in between him and that potential res, and they just,
I mean,
that's cool.
The bait is perfect off this boom bomb, by the way.
Unreal.
Again, Crow and 10 almost seemingly aware of the possibility still, but Avova punishes them. Ice cold as well. Not even breaking a sweat. I was.
Yeah. I've just been pacing.
I mean, like I said, the wall was actually perfect to cut Meadow off in main there, but he caused so many problems.
G2, man, scrappy as ever. Things you love to see between these two teams. 10-6. If you're just tuning in, you have missed a belting couple of rounds coming into this. One worth to watch again, catch up on. But it's only getting started.
Is it a response now? Is give Laz a second player because G2 are pressuring so hard towards mid, not necessarily following through on it, but initially here.
Well, Mixwell, right? Like, how many times have we seen him go for this? And he's 2 with the ult this time.
Now three people just staring. The Rolling Thunder actually going to get posted towards Sugar on B
But
site.
you can punish rotations.
I mean, they've closed the gap already. They're going to stun up Mixwell at bottom mid, but it's a 2-for-1 elsewhere.
Yeah, they're just desperate to try and get players across. Mixwell was almost posted into this position, try to hold them on the way through, but they've done well enough to get to this point. But you're right, they still have so much to handle on the site itself. 3 players well set up, and there's a time limit. Meadow, yeah, just caught out straight away. No sweat on that one. You see Mixwell going back around, needs to rejoin the forces. 10!
No way!
Oh, it's surely 2! Only gets 1
6 HP!
How's Hoodie alive? A slither of health for Crow. Crow's closed the gap already. Mixwell now with a 1v1. He has to push him. Crow! He falls!
My God!
Mixwell holds his ground and gets the round.
If you are not doing well, keep trying.
I need to check the damage on the showstopper.
It had to be, it was 6 HP!
That looked like it was 2 every day of the week. The problem was I was looking at it hit. Oh my God.
Ow!
Oh my God.
Rito, please. Have you done this to them?
I'm looking at this, I'm thinking the wall's up. If they find both kills on site, Mixwell's blocked off. He's got the quarter force, but he's cut away from sight.
Sick, Oscar.
11-6.
And the purchase gets scrappier for Zeta. Look at it. A dirty Bucky in the midst.
You never want a dirty Bucky.
No, you never want a dirty Bucky.
Oh, it's the worst kind. Laz on the other side this time tries to just get out of ropes. Doesn't like it in there anymore.
Needs some breathing space.
Oh, quick trade. I thought he could have maybe got the rifle away, maybe just scurried it through, but you're not fighting alone. Dep's still there. Crow's still there.
I mean, Rez Online, 10 still has his paint shell here, so if you can go for this Rez, they're actually going to try and get trying to go for the weapon. Punished by that, Dep will fall, and the wall broken as well. Sugar Zero. Pushing through with the Bucky. Zeke's invested as well. This is interesting here from Zeta. They, again, no round is lost in their eyes.
There is never a round there's not a chance in. The timing on this could be everything.
You will not kill my ally.
It looks like they've managed to at least evade a lot of those dangerous angles, but there is still a threat, at least of 10. I wonder how much he can get done from this though. Crow tries to get a little bit of attention on the cross, gives a couple more seconds into the pocket of 10. Cross comes in, spots one, sees him in CT, looks to pull the trigger, gets punished. Not clean enough, and Nookie on clean-up duty. This is 12, could be beckoning here. Spamming the smoke, but we know where Sugar Zero is.
10 seconds left.
Great pick up on the first, but the rest is very, very hard to achieve.
Gun here.
Get a little upgrade here, but yeah, Meadow already split away from the rest of G2. Should be able to either catch this cross or be last piece of the puzzle. There you go. We'll find Sugar. Again, I actually thought 10 was going to drift across towards mid to potentially punish that Rez.
Match point.
But G2 now find themselves on map point. Zeta, opportunity to buy back in here. I mean, Dep's actually only going to have a Guardian to work with. Who else? No real gaps in utility. No boombot on 10, actually. G2 looking pretty comfortable now. Yep. Showstopper online as well. And actually an opportunity here to dial up the pressure.
Oh, yes, they should. See how they come into this one again. Mid-control, high on the priority, and Nookie unleashing. Gets shot in the back and gets put to bed as Sugar Zero is still going to be standing and trying to actually push a little further forward. I quite like that. Now, yes, we did see a player kind of filling that void before, but not going to expect it, and actually going to hold a lot of space towards middle. Alt over towards the B site. Thank you, observers. Always quicker than me on it. And now 5 still standing for Zeta here. Oh, they're really trying to prioritize middle this time. They want to fight on it.
Well, I mean, this is G2 time and time again. Zeta are actually trying to challenge these early round protocols. Yes. I mean, trading back and forth, sure, but I don't want to see Zeta give away too much here. I mean, they can potentially lean a little heavier elsewhere on the map with that Viper's Pit towards B main, so Mixwell going to catch some crucial information on the back of this wall, and actually should have good timing to get behind it. Over though, straight up into the smoke, we'll find Dep.
He's trying to just peel away into a nasty position to clear as well. Flash comes in, Crow gets punished off the back of it. Meadow now going to take that space, but Sugar Zero's waiting! Sugar! Looking real sweet with it. Backs away, going to outdo Mixwell as well. The guy is just feeling that timing just right. Unfathomable presence from him. And there's still life. There's still rounds to be played out.
Wow. What a clutch from Sugar. Just absolutely stops G2 in their tracks. And the hit looked really good from G2, honestly. Yep. This is initially where we saw Nookie a little ahead of the curve. We were saying they could opt for a little bit of a pace change here, but Sugar absolutely puts them down. A big sigh of relief.
Beautiful.
They cling to life just yet on split. Actually going to force the timeout, yep.
That's another tick in the box, right? Because you've got G2 now going, all right, let's not get complacent. Let's not kind of forget the amount of danger this team can create. Now, of course, G2 have been in the driving seat this half, though. I think that's quite clear to see, sitting at 12. And they've looked quite solid in how they've been approaching it. But there has been danger. This is the first time we've seen that mid-fight now being challenged.
Stark contrast there between the coaches.
Love the music.
Yeah, lighten the mood a little bit. Yeah. We're on map point. This this one's making it in the highlights, isn't it?
Beautiful moves, mate.
But whether or not, I'd say that pace change, again, now that Zeta are so conditioned to want to stop G2's kind of freedom of movement almost, at least towards mid, and at least relieve some of that pressure towards Laz.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not G2's answer is to then dig a little deeper, stack a couple more bodies behind it. There was just a paranoia with Nuki Gunner, whether or not the showstopper was the end result there, but he's not able to close the gap quick enough. Be a rifle thrown in the mix here for Nuki. I mean, he's got the credits anyway to back this up.
Yeah, why not? You're buying down to the same amount as everyone else. Keep the economy even. And the hero rifle in his hands can do a lot. And we see what the adjustments are across the board. May not see it in full effect, this round at least, but when we get that full purchase coming in.
Well, Laz still has no fear whatsoever. He hears the TP, he's like, I'm swinging it.
He's been given the hardest role in this half at least. Right now is just dealing with this constantly. And yeah, Depp's been doing somewhat of a similar thing, but you can see the amount of attention and the amount of priority they put towards clearing that position. But this is different from G2, but again, they are working with sheriffs. Just that one rifle, of course. Looking for maybe a little burst. Gorgeous flash. Timing's great.
Yeah.
That's an instant information finder. You can maybe consider moving Laz over now if you want to draw the attention in. TP coming through.
They're giving this up. Again, they're respecting the showstopper. They know that ultimately they have the inventory advantage coming back in, especially after the showstopper's burnt up.
Good read. And Nuki's still your danger man. So he leans towards CT to try and make the difference. He's got support though. He's not alone. He will not stand alone, but Mixwell falls. So Nuki has to back away, but he takes one with him at least. That's Sugar Zero gone, who's been impactful to say the very least.
Good Meadow as well. This late mid lurk as well. Nuki would deal with the Trailblazer.
Look, Nuki's just taken all of that space. Yeah. He wants to be the one to challenge everyone. And I said it, this man with a hero rifle can do hero-like things. And Nuki might be doing it all for G2. Unreal way to close it down in map 1.
Literally, the hero rifle closes things out for G2, but I'm actually blown away by that. That scoreline doesn't do Zeta's performance justice, I don't feel. That was such a close game between these two teams. But G2 able to win out in this war of attrition, it felt like.
What a great game.
Exhausting for the players, honestly. That is one of the most mentally taxing games you can watch.
Lovely performance from both teams. I think G2 have presented several problems and came up with answers.
Absolutely,
we saw that explosive nature and similar scenes from Zeta, unable to quite find those answers fast enough, I feel, in the second half. Though.
No, for sure. You can't really take anything away from the troubleshooting of either of these teams. I mean, Zeta made all the right moves on defense in terms of adjustments, in terms of addressing where G2 were looking to prioritize in the early round, but G2 able to ultimately run away with this one. I mean, it's only 2 rounds on the defense for Zeta, and that was a concern presented by Bren on the analyst desk, and I think that really showed.
It did, it echoed through, but the one beauty of this is it's not just one map, we've got plenty more to come. And I think, as much as yes, the scoreline does look quite stark to an extent, the way you highlighted it, it doesn't represent what we necessarily saw within the rounds. So I think there is still a very real possibility this could be a 3-mapper, and that really brings me right back into it.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see Bind. That for me is one that is probably a little more concerning than Split, given Zeta's previous performances.
Sure.
Just with how damn good G2 have looked on Bind recently.
Sure.
That's really, really concerning to me. Like I said, for me, it came down to taking Split. If you're a Zeta fan, I wanted to see them close this one out.
Yep.
But again, anything's possible. Whether or not Zeta have anything now to, the ace up the sleeve, so to say, and we see something really geeky on Bind. That's the question for me.
It could be a possibility. There's a real chance of it, and I want to get there, right? I want to get to that map too, so let's not waste any time. You love this phrase, guys. At home, you've heard it so many times. A short break. It's coming up. Do stick around. We'll be back with the desk and map 2 in a moment.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Not so used to being on my own. 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 I'm so in my
It's the first time we've seen G2 Esports and Masters Reykjavík, and boy, did they not disappoint there to go one map up against Zeta Division. But if we ignore the scoreline, the game was much, much closer than it actually was, Brent. It was not easy for G2 whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be some amazing individual moments, I think, from a lot of G2 members as well to clutch up some moments as well. I mean, the first half as well was incredibly close between them. You can see the potential there with Zeta Division, but G2 as a team, they are just so clean with the fundamentals.
Yeah, exactly. And talking a little bit onto that attack coming in from G2, the presence that Mixwell was having onto mid, forcing them and actually made them compelling to just use the utility and keep an eye always on what's happening on that part of the map, actually gave them so much control over what was going on in the rest of the round that just, I'm not saying it made it easy for G2 because as we said, the rounds were extremely close, but we had a great show.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the bread and butter of what makes G2 such a formidable team, is this round here is a fantastic example. I mean, Mixwell is such a threat in mid. They commit the dog to him. I think they commit the nade afterwards as well to try and clear him out. A flash, using everything because they know he's holding this crossfire. And G2, they don't just do this with this isn't like some planned strategy. This is something that's off the cuff. They know that Mixwell is, you know, he's got the tour de force in hand. He's able to hold down middle to make it so draining for them. And this was such a close round. I mean, Zeta still almost won this, and it just gets dragged out. The hoodie getting to 4K was absolutely absurd. This flick from Mixwell was nasty as well, just to find that. Overall, this is what makes G2 such a scary roster, and in my eyes, one of the favorites as well, leading into the tournament further and beyond, because they will cook up stuff like that all the time in a round. It's not set. You can't prep for that. They just come up with it on the fly, they cook it up, and it works out most times. Now, Hoodie's not going to be able to get 4K every time, but it does help when he does.
Still, that's what we talk about. Even if Hoodie is the one getting the kills, is the presence of Mixwell onto mid being like, we just cannot cross. We cannot go through to the fours. We need to invest a lot. The wall was also invested, and you just give the time into the rest of your teammates.
Also, it started with the fact that Showstopper only got 1. It didn't get
Hoodie surviving on 6 was insane. That was actual insanity.
And we speak about the way that G2 always seems to be in a round no matter what happens. One man who's always facilitating a lot of that is Nuki. We have him here in the AIM Lab shoot-around. When it comes to G2 Kakuka, if Nuki is still alive, it's not over.
It's never over. And it doesn't matter what agent he's playing. It doesn't matter if he thinks he's IGL, and if he tells us in the interview that he's going to be in the back. Just looking at the minimap, he doesn't even need to look at the rest of the
They're not even playing Ascent.
It's just, it doesn't matter. He needs to play. He was like, oh, they're going to pair him about Ascent. But yeah, still.
I love that. You know, they're not even playing this map, but Bren.
Yeah, Nuki is such a fantastic individual. Honestly, he took control of the second half of that map in a lot of instances where he was leading the charge for his team and calling for the trades to happen. And that's the kind of power that you get when your star player is also your IGL and everyone has to listen to you. Sometimes it backfires, you know, if the egos are clashing. But when it actually works out and the egos aren't clashing, my word, is it effective. I mean, this guy is such a phenomenal aimer.
Yeah, and still, even though he's picking up the IGL role, I feel like we can see in the game that not every decision comes from him. And I think he also said in the interview, it's not only what I see, is what my players tell me. It's like, okay, I'm taking control over B lobby. There's nothing here. Do we have anything prepared for this? And then we react.
Yeah, also, you guys can get Nuki's crosshair as well if you scan the QR code. Definitely one I would recommend. But that was map 1. And it's time for us to talk about map 2, of course. We are heading to Bind. This is a G2's pick. And this is where I feel like Brent, things get a little bit dicey for Zeta.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Zeta Division as well as a team, again, they struggle with the same kind of issues in terms of their defensive side setups or just their round win rates across the board. I mean, if you look at it, it's not ideal for them, and they're running into G2 on Bind. G2 on Bind, these guys are menaces. You do not want to play this map into them. At times, they look like the best Bind team in the world.
I mean, it's not only that, they actually beat Ascend. That was something that nobody expected. And the way that they play the map, I think that they're actually starting on the attack, and that gives me the chills. Because if you have not, for some reason, have not seen G2 playing on attack on Bind, it's literally just hit after hit of Nuki just double satchelating, just nading. They go B 100 times in a row, and it doesn't matter. That there's no way to stop them. So I really want to see, you know, especially since we're probably expecting to see the same composition coming in from Zeta, even though they still haven't played this map in this competition, they might struggle with that.
Yeah, but of course, Laz played the Viper last map, expected to play the Viper here as well.
Yes, if they don't change their compositions. And I've pulled up this head-to-head as well just to show the statistical difference. Laz's Viper, Laz's Chamber, and you can see the numbers difference. I don't need to say it out for you. Look at the ACS. It's massive between them. Now, obviously, this is going to be the case. You're not going to be able to have as much impact when you're playing Viper compared to Chamber. They do different things in terms of their kits. But the reason I bring this up is not to say that Laz should now be playing Chamber on Bind. They should completely ruin their compositions. It's more of a statement of how important this guy is to the team, that they need him to have these Chamber level performances to get the really solid wins, I think. And now is a time where I'm looking at Laz as an individual. He's on a less impactful role compared to the Chamber. They're probably going to stick to the default compositions, the same one that they ran on Split. It's up to him, I think, as well, to have the same, I'm not going to say the same level of performance as he gets on Chamber. That's not fair to him because it's impossible. But definitely that step of performance is what I'm expecting if they're to take a win and a map away.
And it's complicated, right? Because that composition with double controller, if you want to change it, you also need to say goodbye to the Astra, at least in my eyes, if you want to make it work. But we see, because we have the agent select here.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select now. And of course, we're not expecting any changes on the side of G2. That is pretty tried and tested at this point.
Well, they do have the Omen being played as well.
Yeah, they do.
Normally they run Brim, I believe.
No. They went back to the Omen. They went back to the That's probably from last game.
Yeah. For the FPX game, I believe they went back to the Omen on this map. I think it was. But yeah, Laz on the Viper, as you said, it's going to be a little bit more restricted. But how do you guys see Zeta come out of this hole they dig themselves in?
Their attack side's always going to be better for them. I'm not sure what side they're actually starting on.
I think they're starting on the fence.
Starting on the fence side?
I'm putting my money on the fence.
This is a rough uphill battle. I mean, if they make it even at the half, I would actually have hope for them.
Yeah, and speaking of that, let's jump back into map 2 with Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, no more waiting around. I just want to get in the game here because you're walking into the Lion's Den, right? Like, this is one that G2 has made look very, very comfortable. I don't need to kind of oversell that to most people. If you've seen them play, you know this really suits who G2 are. So Zeta have the work cut out here.
They do, and really I just want to touch on the compositions quickly. Still keeping this Astra, the double controller, which you know the desk just leaned on. I want to see a couple more traps set up. For the way that G2 were playing, and Zeta's ability to address in terms of, I guess, just fighting fire with fire, right? They were looking to challenge some of this early pressure in mid. I want to see them make use of a couple of very, very key traps. I mean, specifically towards Short and Hooker, maybe even Showers, but looking like actually they might look for some very deep short control here. Depth straight down. Fight two.
Let's go. Okay, we're off to a fiery start here. I guess that's one way to do it. Just instantly put G2 on the back foot. Nuki still stands, but not for long. You got 3 players to fight. The pistol round looking heavily likely as those frenzies. What on earth? Hoodie! How did you just get 3? Well, I guess it's fine. They were fine all along.
I just... They line up perfectly. It's heartbreaking to see Zeta lose 3 in that manner, but now Laz and Sugar left to try and recover this, and Meadow decent idea.
The audacity just pushes back in. Okay, well, I thought Zeta had done enough.
That's how you win a 2v5, I guess. Again, the timing is absolutely devastating for them. A nice little set piece down, like I said. Really looks like they just want to take absolute control of this. This is the lineup.
Bad? Oh, it was pretty atrocious.
It was pretty bad.
Okay. Like, from the other POV, I thought they were, like, relatively okay on the swing around, but apparently not. Well.
That's a tilter.
Map 2, yeah.
That's a tilter as well.
That was the start that they dreamed of, right? That would have been perfect. Now, correct stack, but we know the weapons they come in with. So you're hoping for the best. And already the utility just poured in. Good flashes though. Avova's blind, but Mixwell safe in keeping them under control. There's now just Sugar 0. Gonna get 1, but that's about it. Quick round 2. No messing here from G2.
Let's see how many. Yeah, so Mixwell 2 off the tour de force already. Potential for that to be online in this round or the next. Just going to throw through and maybe just run the Headhunter here. And whether or not that's just to build up a little bit of a buffer here and rely on that tour de force, whether or not they make a play for the orbs here. We're really looking for Zeta to close this one out, coming in with a full bite. G2 actually, I mean, really comfortable in terms of the next purchase. And that's with 2 rifles in this round. 3 if you include the Guardian.
Look at the pace again. Nuki just happy to go. Unleashing. There's a lot of players here though. Gonna get caught by 10. It's already Nuki's gonna stay in hand, at least for now for Zeta, but look at what they've lost in the meantime. But he's taking the space over towards Long, but he's caught in between both of them. Barrel's shown. Mitchell knows his players here. Prepared for one, couldn't convert on the second. Trade comes out. The numbers still sit favorably towards Zeta.
Standing.
Just tucked into the corner. That spike revealed. Meadow, last man standing with the Guardian, just spots the rifle. Deal with Crow. I mean, anybody else falls from Zeta here, it's a little concerning.
And concern, because he's on 82 HP. Yes, spammed out a little lower now, but a 1v2, it's not impossible. He's got 50 seconds still to toy around with. Yeah, the spike's position's not great, but he knows where these 2 players reside. A little bit of utility as well, could facilitate the drop. See what he can do with this. They're waiting on the other side, going to hear the drop. They've got to know what's up. Doesn't get the clean fight he wanted, and Depth does well, but you're right. After what was looking quite like a clean round there for Zeta, actually gets brought down to just 2 remaining.
Again, early intention shown from Zeta here in terms of challenging this hooker control as well. You see straight away G2, I mean, they're eager to just find something off on the back of Nuki rolling through, but the awareness there, that kill in particular onto Hoodie after he did drift through Long. Yeah, much calmer in the comms now. Sounding a bit more composed. We'll see what G2. Now, I mean, it's looking like B is the target once again.
Let's play.
Mixwell did actually get the tour de force available, so put that to work here.
Exchange of utility on either side, but you can see already the respect being shown. Pro's going to fall back a little, keep putting utility in, but he knows where they're coming from. They need to hit this rotation and relatively quick. Still have a player towards Suka though, so they've not completely lost control, but they've shown presence. They've hit the brakes for a second.
Still around, it's just Laz to contest Nuki. Towards Suka, the ping's coming through already.
What a
see
fight.
that.
I've got your trail.
Okay. After that pause for thought, they're going to invest the Seekers, but they still yet to rework off the back of it just now. Mixwell going to lead the charge. Nuki still being held away for a moment more. As the first fight happens towards Elbow, and it's a shutdown, it's a shutout. Yeah, Meadow still standing. Oh my word, that snap!
Spike down, B.
Sharp! But it matters not, as now it's just Nuki. And maybe I should never say just Nuki, as we saw what that one rifle could do in the final round of the last map, but this would be a challenge. Tucked just under that balcony ledge. Certainly no Romeo and Juliet at this point, but Nuki desperate to try and get into this. Goes for the first, closes the gap, gets the kill, and now on 1v2, surely not to be, as Crow finds it. And again, it's not clean from Zeta, but it is a round. Tied up now at 2-2.
I mean, that's actually a great hold from Zeta. Again, you can see it's so risky to just leave one person, because there's always the possibility that G2 are going to stack up and just death ball into either Garden or Hooker. Great pacing shown by Nuki, but I think just misses the timing in terms of when this contact comes towards Long. He's not really forced Laz any further back. G2 will be reset a little bit. Actually, this is almost the one where you'd hope Mixwell would have had the tour de force. We'll throw a rifle in the mix. Full armor as well, actually, so probably going to be the front man. Take a massive adjustment here, because it's an A stack with 4. I feel like they just spin the wheel here at this point. Laz is the only one towards B site. No pressure coming through towards Hooker. Meadow going to show a little bit of presence towards short. But again, still 3 people here to hold it down.
was going to say they're probably going to feel the lack of presence from Crow's utility, but feel the presence of that pistol in the hand. Going to take Crow down, but still favourable to Zeta with those weapons. It looks clear close. Reveals Depth's position. Slow comes in. Laz now turns attention as well. Buying a little bit of time. Smoke goes deep CT. But again, Zeta holding for a couple more seconds. And the grand reveal spots them out, spots out a second. Oh, it's target practice right now! And Depp wins it all. Gorgeous, gorgeous shots coming out from Zeta. And we've said these guys can brawl, right? They are aim heavy. They are firepower power heavy at times. We hadn't seen that completely. We saw, you know, a lot of glimmers of it in the last map. But this, again, is just a stark reminder of the caliber of these two teams.
And again, actually the replay starts with Nuki hitting a really crisp shot on the jump peak here, but Depp lines him up. Great discipline just to commit to the taps there. Closes them out once again. Another B-site hold, which, again, I don't want to say it's concerning for G2, but to be shut out comfortably a couple of times here may force them to explore elsewhere on the map. And again, they really learned an awful lot in terms of the setup of Zeta on A-site. Looks like this might be the round that try and figure something out.
First time they get to see this look, and we know how notorious it can be. Mixwell gonna facilitate the trade coming in, taking down Depp. And Sugar Zero still gonna hold control towards Lamps. 10 deep control as well towards CT and a quick execution of the Vova.
Quite overstep, to be honest.
Again, actually pop the ult. Nuki right back at him.
Some more gymnastics from Nuki to avoid the showstopper here.
Ridiculous. This
See
man.
what he can do in this position.
I mean, he's got to become the turret, right? He's trying to hold the line for them. He's trying to allow that plant to come in, create a little bit of safety, because they obviously don't have Lamps control right now. They have a very limited slice of the map.
Good awareness from G2 not to force their way into that as well.
Yeah.
There's a judge on the other side. Exactly, yeah.
Cutting this site almost in a new way.
Laz has got past the traps though, so keep your eye on the minimap if that late flank does become a problem.
The timing on this is going to have to be right down to the wire. They want to try and make the most of it. That's perfect, though. Finding Nuki, but there is a quick trade. Hoodie gets caught, though. Timing not good enough. Mixwell quickly catches as they try and make their way through, and Mixwell with a follow-up. And now do they dare expect it? He just got him!
There's no time. Oh. Reads the sound cue perfectly, though.
Oh, man.
Again, it's tough for Laz because ultimately, when those kills come through on site, he then has to put his foot down. He has to go. Another close round. G2 actually closed this one out. After I was saying that, it felt like a little bit of an overstep from over there. I don't think that was too influential in terms of the outcome, but.
It's different, Laz. Timeout comes in. And I've seen a couple of looks now coming out from G2, so they could now start really dissecting what's tangibly in front of them.
Well, this is, I mean, in terms of prep, I know, again, the desk touched on this, is G2's bind game plan is usually fairly linear.
Yep.
So this could be something that does force a bit of adjustment from Zeta. Now, previous round, they did look to get a little aggressive outside hooker. That gave, ultimately, Laz the space to flank all the way through Cave. Unfortunately, it didn't really benefit them too much, but they do find a little space. I do want to see them continue with that. Again, pressure the backline of G2. Because ultimately, everything's going right in terms of the pressure that G2 are able to create towards long. Even though Zeta are relying on these straight-up angels almost when contact comes through. But no, again, no address towards showers just yet from the either side, other than Nuki coming through and finding one kill in the previous, but they were spread pretty thin in that default. So interested to see here whether or not this timeout is actually going to prompt any change for Zeta. I'll keep my eyes here. Laz actually now will take up position towards A site instead. Actually, he's got 3 friends over here as well if Depp decides to stay. Now, do G2 read the change in utility here? See a couple of bits of Astra utility popped outside shower as well, so whether or not this is going to be an all-out hold or got the snake bite to back this up as well.
Back and forth here of utility. Sugar Zero not quite giving away the game yet either. Cards close to the chest. And Shower will remain in control now. Vova's going to hit that TP. Gets himself up towards heaven. Now this bodes poorly for Zeta, as they got 2 players stuck in towards a shower, and the rotation could be potentially now cut off. Looking isolated in the ult, even to allow the cross with the spike. This is tough for Zeta. Oh, an early read towards where 10's position could be, and wow. Super quick from 10.
Doesn't pull Nuki off showers though. That's important because Sugar's still posted up. Laz, still aware of the possibility of over stuck there, and actually they come through to try and clear it. What? Is that one past?
He has no idea. Oh my god! Hoodie turns around and still gets the other. I don't think he saw him. I don't think he saw him on the cross. And now Depp is in the weirdest spot here to try and handle it. Traded out by Crow. Seekers come through. Hoodie left in a 1v2. High flash came out from Crow on the other side, but doesn't find what they want. Spike now recovered. 8 seconds for the flash to be back, but he wants that spike down. He wants at least the time on his side. Now the flash came through, did not find anything. Allows that first step towards this retake. Flash to hand now for Hoodie. Repositioned to be able to catch this cross. Harder to clear and no flashes to do so. Its body's on the line. He's going to find one in the spacing. Not good enough for a quick trade out. It's now a bit labored on the spray, but Hoodie does well. And I do not know how he got into showers like that.
The Red Bull clutch from Hoodie. The timing on that flash is crazy. I'm not sure if we're going to have the benefit of a replay here, but Laz tucks into the corner just to avoid that angle from Heaven. See, he doesn't clear it. Again, it doesn't end up biting them. What a round from Hoodie, though. That's actually crazy timing for Laz. But the awareness from Zeta as well to still hold on to that setup. The awareness to still be cautious of Heaven. They don't drift out of showers. They absolutely double down on that control.
Yeah, rightly so. We look in now what purchase is going to be left for Zeta. It's not ideal. 2 rifles. Stinger coming out for Sugar Zero and odds and ends, and on the other side. Good enough, but not perfect either. And a quick take towards Hookah. A little bit of a switch up here, a little bit of a different look, but 3 players making their way through from shower. You can see that instant crunch towards Meadow. So backline now looking a little vulnerable for G2. They have to be aware of this. There's a time limit on what they can do here.
That's even more concerning. Sugar Zero will find another kill. 10 now, still with a boombot. Who's got a teammate on hand here? Are they going to wrap them?
I think they were expecting that potentially Zeta kept pushing around, going almost in towards G2's side. They didn't expect him here, and they didn't expect that shot. Oh, he gets another! Unreal performance, but Hoodie, can you do it again? You don't fancy it with this sort of walk coming in, not gonna happen. Laz is waiting, and Zeta are always dangerous.
I mean, I called it. This is exactly what I want to see from Zeta. They find a little bit of space, and they make it work from in a round that actually they bring barely anything into.
Yeah.
They punish G2, and yeah, absolutely. They call the timeout here, because they need to address it. This is the problem with G2's kind of game plan here. If it is all in, and it usually is 4, potentially 5 people, if they can find that weak spot, which in this case it is Meadow.
God, the aim on these players.
It's tough because now G2's adept, man. He's looking so good on Bind so far.
Yep.
So good.
Yep.
But G2 have to adjust. They have to address this. Whether or not they slow this down now for a couple of rounds, I mean, the economy, I don't want to say ruined, but dwindling for sure. Mixwell got that tour de force online, 4,100. But elsewhere, gaps.
Yep. Now, the one thing with G2, let's kind of bring it back into the realm of reality of, you know, when we talk about honeymoon periods and roster changes and players coming back in, you do lose a little bit of that potential depth to adjustment because you're still working on maybe new protocols, new looks, working with a newish system. I do want to see how G2 look when they are pushed, when it's come to not necessarily, you know, mid-honeymoon period where you just, you know, everything's feeling good, right? You can't make a wrong move. So I do want to see, be it with Zeta here, potentially pushing him to that extent on a map that they are historically very strong on. I do want to see how G2 look when they have to adjust. Haven't seen too much of it just yet. Obviously, the first day they've come to this tournament, so we haven't seen them push to that extent. But that's something to really keep in your mind as you go and watch these guys further into this event, is how do they look when they've been pressured? How do those adjustments coming back in look? How's the coaching looking? Does it seem that they have the correct answers, even in mid-rounds as well? A lot of question marks still around G2, but obviously you have to respect the results they've garnered recently. Back into this, though, we're at 4-4.
And Zeta will control showers early on here. Mixwell with the tour de force, going to try and find something. Hoodie elsewhere with a Marshall. But the Viper's Pit invested here actually to cover both sides of entry onto B's site. It does give them control of I guess, the hooker dropout and towards Garden, but Looky again investing a hero rifle here. We know how influential that was in the closing out of map 1.
There.
And G2 doing exactly what I said. They're slowing things down just a little bit. But this round, Zeta, I mean, reading the purchase pretty well. They don't want to overstep the mark. Give away a freebie here. I mean, look at this. There's 45 seconds left. They're just now coming back towards A. No information whatsoever.
No.
And Zeta can just tuck in.
Yeah, there's still explosive potential though with G2, so... And everything we say...
Nice!
Real quick, just stuck around living in that second between death and life and took one with him.
30 seconds left.
Mixwell has taken the space back. Boombot dealt with, unfazed by it. Oh, Hoodie, what a shot. Sugar Zero gone, and there's now danger aplenty in Mixwell. He ain't stopped. He slowly crept to the back line here. But you can see on the other side, it's not without consideration from Depp, but Mixwell is holding this. 12 seconds, they need to get that plant down.
10 seconds left.
Oh, that's unthinkable almost. Now they don't have shower control. Keep that in mind for G2. They have not worked that part out yet, and they don't have the depth of the weapons, but they have the adjustment.
No,
the
Avova just
from
TP'd
Avova.
into heaven.
He's a madman. He's taken down Depp and he's taken the space. CT is not safe for Zeta to play back in from. They need the other side of this to find value. 10 though, looking to find Mixwell, who's still got that ult popped. Still waiting on the other side. Flash comes in. Don't make the most of it yet. Spots the barrel, spots the player, gets the kill. Slows down Crow and they're struggling. They can't find a way back into this. Zeta have been outdone on this G2 looking sharp. That's at least going to get maybe a consolation in it, as this is looking like it's wrapped. The time ain't going to have it. And Laz, yeah, you could do the damage, but the round will be G2's.
G2 and Thrifties, man. Again, it looks so comfortable sometimes for them. Put this round out. I mean, I've overtaken a leaf out of Marv's book here in the TikTok case, but how he's got away with that team. What is this? What is this?
Come on.
Again, Mixwell able to actually create so much space. The timing was almost, I mean, you just have to close your eyes. That was almost so painful. Didn't result in a kill though. Luckily able to back away and still make use of that tour de force. G2 strike back now.
Ooh, I like this aggressive play. Tried to make it work. There was an exchange. Trade back and forth and quick control re-garnered by 10, and he expected the push up of Mixwell. Gets shattered. There's now 3 stand for G2. That early trade out of players. Yes, it takes Crow away, but still.
And this is a big win though, because we talked about this being attempted in a previous round. This time they're rewarded for it. Early advantage here in terms of numbers. Actually, Avova and Meadow trying to find space elsewhere. I'm not sure if Hoodie's even noted yet. I didn't keep my eye on. He's burnt up a flash. The second one back off cooldown now.
Got your trail.
And the Seekers will be invested on B, but not going to learn an awful lot with the placement invested. And already Zeta have got 3 towards A site.
And they heard Meadow spamming like not too long ago.
Hey, look where 10 is.
That fussed, and the spike is down in the back lines. He might spot that. I don't think he noted the spike. I don't think he went too far. Yeah. But does he hear a step? No, Hoodie's taken his time. He is shift walking the entire way. But he's going to be right in between, like no man's land. This is a really weird position. Surely, if he just holds this spot, he's going to have such late round impact. He's surely going to spot a player. He does. There it is. 10 finds.
Hears this now. He
hears it. There's the steps. Now he knows. You can see the call, but he doesn't need support. He's got this all himself. Swings for the fight, and he gets Avova as well. Zeta are digging their heels in.
That? He finds an ace, Lauren. And again, it's off this early push out of Hooker. They
little pop flash.
Yep, they catch G2. G2 weren't here last time that Zeta tried this. Actually, I think Nuki's playing full anti-flash here. Still the awareness of the possibility. A Mixer, unfortunately, I mean, tries to catch him in the slow. What a round from 10, man.
Beautiful work.
Let's just say, yeah, I'm going for it.
I want it. Go for it. What a performance.
Even Depp, man, look at 15 and 7, 13 and 6.
And look, I've seen the Laz show. I've seen the Sugar Zero show. I'm glad I get to see a little bit more, right? A little bit of everyone else showing how good these guys are. They're pushing G2 on what is their stronghold. I can't reiterate that enough to you. Already Depp. Gonna find Mixwell. Good start. Mixwell probably trying to find that time again, find that space again. Gets punished for it.
I'm really curious to see actually the first blood counter here, because that's the cornerstone of G2's success here, is early advantages and then, like I said, bullying their way onto sites. And here, Zeta already found 3 kills. Mixwell the first to fall. Nuki and Avova, Avova and 6 HP left in this one. Nuki again with a rifle in hand. One away from the showstopper here. I don't expect it to be invested in this round, but...
Enemy remaining.
And Avova now, that 6 HP looking even more uncomfortable.
You came up with a nice new name for the boombot, Mike. Do you want to share that with the people at home?
There's absolutely no evidence that
don't turn it over. No. You have Tommy the Turret written down. And
Barry Boombot.
Barry Boombot. Big buzzer. Well, let's see what Barry can do going forward, shall we?
Barry has been pivotal in terms of G2's ability to contest Hooker early on.
Yeah?
Yeah, he really has.
Really? 6-5, what a game. And this could open... I know this sounds bad, but I want to see that third map. Like, I just want to see Icebox. That's a good Please.
Yeah, we come back to that discussion earlier, as actually G2 going to dial up the pace a little bit here. 10 with an operator looking to hold back sound, and the showstopper here.
Wait,
Barry's going to trade off.
No shot!
What?
How does this happen?
10 down to 22 HP.
Still standing. Still standing, still firing, and still holding back G2. They almost got baited into it. Temptation beckoned, and they answered the call, and they merely found 10 on the other side. Still alive and kicking. And this looks like it could be 7-5. I'm just seeing 3 players. We've got Mixwell, Hoodie, and Meadow, and they don't have much early progress anywhere now. They lost out on that shower fight. They weren't able to take much space back elsewhere, but eyes on the spike. It's over towards B for now.
Toxin screen down.
10 will hear that sound cue. But already this rotation coming towards B side. Viper's Pit invested, but G2 going to drift back towards 8. It's going to be 10 and Crow to hold down the fort. Trailblazers should give it away.
There it is, and instantly they pick up the pace, trying to close the gap. 10 though, how much more can you do? The master of disaster at the start, and he wants a little bit more here. There's all these
30 seconds left.
It's happening. They're taking the site away from him, but he's still waiting around on the other side. A little bit of utility invested, but surely he knows it's on guarding that spike plant. Flash comes in. It was a fake flash, but he's still unable to make the most of it. Mixwell takes him down. Rez comes in. 10's back up. Can they make the most of him with a second life? No trade-off back. Actually, tell a lie. Sugar Zero found Meadow in the meantime, and now 2. Mixwell and Hoodie make it just Hoodie, and he's a mile away, and he can't even see that spike. The defuse is coming in. No matter which way you cut it, it's going to be 7-5.
What a recovery from Zeta. Honestly, the adjustment perfect. And actually, on the other side, that G2's adjustment really not suiting them. When they were forced into a deeper default, a more traditional setup in the early round, and they couldn't bully their way in terms of territory control, it really did not look good, Lauren. It really didn't.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of dumbfounded by this half, because Zeta have looked sharp on this. I really like how they're looking, and they are pushing G2 to the limit, and that is a great indicator for the second half. But before we get there, we're back to the desk.
Here.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok, and of course Barry as well. Barry the Boombot doing really well that half. But when we went into that game, Bren, you said if Zeta can pull it close, that
they can make it even. There's hope.
Yes, but they're leading.
They are leading right now. This is such a good sign for them, and now they need to take it home moving forwards. Honestly, because it is set up for them to bring this to map 3.
Yeah, completely, and it's very complicated, you know, to actually force G2 to change their plans completely. They force them to dance around the map and do things that they were not ready to do. And we need to highlight Hoodie, because I think he's trying to fight to be one of the flex of the moment. He wants to be put out there. He wants us to talk about him and his performance, not only on map 1, but also on map 2 is being crucial to the team. Still, G2 wasn't feeling comfortable at all in executing.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodie's had some amazing, impactful moments over the course of the series thus far. And sometimes you need a little bit more of that, honestly, because it does feel like Zeta Division, they've corrected a lot of their mistakes coming into this. They are one of the teams that's making the fastest improvements with each match that they play. They learn a lot off the DRX match as well in terms of this. I mean, this was a ridiculous opening. That is okay. Sometimes you get glimpses of the little misplays, you know, that the spacing wasn't quite there, and they're not covering for them. Last somehow let somebody go past. But ultimately, Zeta Division are not a team that you can just come into this with not going to say zero preparation because that would be quite disrespectful to G2, but I still think that Zeta Division are a team that you have to respect.
Yeah, completely. I don't know what to expect from the second half, because the problem is that Zeta Division's not only movement but aim is 100% on point. Like the plays that we are seeing, both Ten and Deb, it's just insane the plays that they're managing to pull. If they can do the same, if we see Ten exploding onto B, onto A, it doesn't matter, but eating all that space, the G2's going to be so afraid to keep.
Huh? So what I'm hearing is...
We're going to get the Xbox that you wanted to.
We got some believers on the desk now.
I really want to see this go to map 3.
Did we see the same half? How are you not a believer?
I've been a believer since the first minute, you two. But let's see how much our belief is going to pay off because Pansy and Hypok, we got to have the second half.
Hopium levels at an all-time high. Right, like we are absolutely huffing that in right now because there is a chance, but it is 7-5 and there is a very solid reason that G2 are respected on this map. So again, I wait with bated breath here.
I'll say, I almost, there's 2 rounds there, the pistol and the hoodie clutch, so you'd say should have gone Zeta's way.
Yes.
Actually immediately hit. The challenge, actually will face off with 10, but Sugar good for the trade. Pinch comes through, hoodie going to get caught off as well. Depp finds another. Mixwell in response, it's fast.
It's pacey. It's super pacey, but look at what's left remaining. 2 over towards long. Spotted. Mixwell's going to see one at least pushing up here, knowing that they're around, but look at the aggression. Crow! Oh, he tried to make the most of it, and Mixwell's just not letting that happen as Depp now left all on his lonesome, a 1v3. We saw what could happen before, but surely not going to give him the chance. No, not at all.
Not again, surely.
Not again. 5 HP, not going to get away. Mixwell going to be the guardian of the site and get G2 almost back to all even.
Opportunity here for G2 to tie things up. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Sheriff thrown in the mix here for Depp. He's looked pretty damn good with that weapon so far this map.
Oh, okay.
I love this wall here again. Crow maybe an opportunity to commit to the plant, maybe bait out an extra kill, make that a 2v2, but nice attempt nonetheless.
And G2 have a good land nice, which is important.
That is crucial, yeah.
Nice. I did his ages earlier, actually quite decent too.
Okay.
I was impressed. Essential, obviously, at this level of play. Coming into this though, we do see the 2 frenzies, so 10 and Sugar Zero, the kind of wants to pack a punch, and Depp as well. Slightly upgraded pistol. Mixwell though starting to go farming! And Mixwell getting that confidence looking sky high. He wants to find the rest here, but you don't want to make mistakes. Easy, Tiger. Meadow's just going to be like, alright, bud, relax.
Mixwell's like, let me get the tour de force, let me get it.
Just hit the brakes for a second, you're good, we're fine.
We're
fine. There it is. Nuki just going to shut any of the possibilities out of this round. And again, Mixwell is just charging it. He wants to get that online, but Hoodie is who wants to claim the final kill. We are back all even now. 7-7. G2 closed the gap instantly.
Semi-expected. We'll see what Zeta could do here and there. Buy round. Whether or not G2 can make this interesting. Again, a very comfortable buffer behind it. Actually, Mixwell 2 off the tour de force. Elsewhere, no real progress. And Zeta, going to set up fairly default. And Viper wall committed towards A side at least. You see the ping actually coming out immediately here from G2 just to be aware of it. Nuki again, going to challenge outside hookup. Trade off for utility just now, but nothing really gained on either side.
But I do like how Nuki's approaching this so far. It's almost that kind of like peacocking style of like just constant showing of presence. If he gets even 1 out of this, that's pretty great. On the other side, timing could be right. Nah, not going to get away with it. 2 very aware players waiting in middle. Gets the punish, and they can hit the brakes for a second here. That's an early pick.
You can see as well, though, Sugar's utility is actually set up to stop Nuki from getting back out, at least safely. He's obviously got the blast packs, but you see the intention there to crunch through. Sugar will actually recall.
Right there.
And no pressure towards A side just yet, and that trap's important in terms of Over and Meadow just not feeling any pressure just yet. And Hoodie's still playing pretty deep on this. Well, 45 seconds left. Zeta have to re-explore a couple of these angles. Nothing on the back of the flash. That could pull a rotation.
Well, Mixwell's leaving.
Yeah, yeah.
And rightly so. If you've got no information at like 40 seconds on a flash towards long like that, you're going to believe, you're going to put faith behind that. So little info shown. Hoodie!
Wait, what?
Is his wrist okay? Someone look after him! I don't know how he's just pulled those 2 kills off. snaps back, but the site is theirs. But it's only 3 of them now. They need to get that spike planted and put up the walls of defense here if you want to see them convert it.
That's all 3. They would have heard all 3 TPs.
They've heard the TPs now. Spike down is for a safe enough plant here. The post plants are important. It's deep in towards CT and on towards elbow. Laz might get the first fight on this, but look at the backside. There's not much safety here. Smoke in towards elbow, and the cross and the drop looking pretty safe unless someone takes a high risk maneuver, and it looks like they want to try and maybe make that aggress now. Closing in towards the site, but they don't know where these players reside. There's so much utility on the battlefield right now. Meadow tries to step forward. It's a trade out of overtaking 10 down, but there's Mixwell still standing. The spray from Laz. He needs another. He gets the reveal! Oh, no! But not enough left in the mag, and the defuse for Rovova as G2 take the lead.
I'm thinking their 10 was tucked in so deep in spawn. They should have heard all 3. I'm fairly confident they should have heard all 3 TPs coming through. Again, I don't agree with, challenging Hooker, but no information on the dropout. I thought Sugar was going to swing on contact, but Mixwell actually tucks himself into Cubby. Perfectly there. I mean, let's look at,
2 bullets.
Yeah.
Oh.
Already tagged up as well. It's an easy one for Rovova to clean up.
Well fucking played. Good round.
Well heckin' played.
Well said. Actually, now Zeta back down to, Sheriff's on the board, a Spectre as well, but back down to pennies here. Tour de Force invested. Yeah, got to be careful because there's no real utility to figure this out here. It's going to be a dry swing. 10 does have the boom bot, but
right there.
Crow a little bit disconnected, and without that utility to clear out short, Mixwell can just post up here.
Get him.
Nothing to really push G2 off these angles just yet. Invested. Timing's going to be important here. How long does Mixwell hold this? Doesn't quite connect as you'd want. Actually, a little bit of chip damage on the way out. And Meadow, this is a dangerous game you're playing here. You now know at least 2 players, down 3. He knows there's players here. He's going to get pinched on that. And again, next one, who else is going to challenge this? It's Nookie this time.
In position to clean this up now. The reset on the paint shell. Laz, last one outside. Going to find the headshot though. Hoodie next in line for G2. As you can see, Depp as well looking to pinch onto Showers here, but Hoodie going to find the crucial kill.
But Mixwell's keeping it safe. Really good adjustment from Mixwell. Not playing too dangerous, kind of keeping that safe distance from it. Just holding Showers safe. That's all he had to do. And Sugar Zero has to try and make a play for it. 12 seconds. And closing the gap would be a big enough problem for him. And Mixwell is posted on this. And you can see them trying to bait the shot. Does well. Good work for Sugar Zero. Can't make any more of it though. So damage achieved, yes, but the round regardless is going to G2. It's now 9 on the board.
A great face from Zeta as well, just making use of the recoil reset. And then the triple swing is just so much to deal with. Unfortunately, it amounts to nothing. And G2, right now, kind of hitting their stride, I'll be honest, find themselves 2 rounds ahead. Zeta got to stop them now. Nothing behind this purchase for Zeta. Ultimate's just about coming online now. Laz with that Viper's Pit. Sugar, 1 away. 10 and Depp, 2 away, respectively. This is the one Zeta have to put on the board. And Mixwell now with the Operator online. Cover going out. A little bit of a pace change here. You can play a lot deeper on the back of this, but still happy to contest long. Depp going to punish it.
Fight, really good fight for Depp there, and you're right, finding Mixwell at the same time is everything. It's Hoodie on an island, he's doing everything he can to just try and stay alive, and he's overwhelmed. No chance of doing it, and look how deep towards CT they've already got control. This could be a save right
absolutely.
now. This is instant. Well, pace change and a half, mate.
Yeah. This is the one that they needed to make something happen, and actually, you look at it, they've gained the showstopper out of it, gained the res out of it. Sugar Zero still 1 away from the Cosmic Divide. That could be a pivotal round for Zeta.
Punchy. That was so quick.
I think they might have an opportunity. With Mixwell saving on the Tour de Force previously, then buying the Operator, there might be a chance here to at least reduce 3 of the players of G2 down to a save.
You trying to do math on there?
Yeah, I tried to. I've stopped halfway.
Yeah, you really lost commitment on that.
Yeah. I felt confident, and then I was thinking about it.
that's the worst
Not
part.
so much anymore.
Thinking.
Yeah.
Very dangerous game. I've avoided it most of my life. However, it looks like most of these players will be avoiding each other for the rest of the round. I don't know if anyone's close enough to challenge. I think they will be exiting with these rifles. as Nuki and Meadow, go undiscovered. So we'll have a look at the purchase coming back in if there are any glaring issues for G2. It does seem like it can facilitate a purchase enough for now.
Yeah, but I mean, this the problem being, you look at what's behind it here. You're seeing the replay again, really, really nice hit. I'm not sure, we didn't catch the Mixwell kill. I don't know if he was, maybe
kind of backside,
forced off an angle. I think he was on top of Tube initially, but the finances here, I mean, well, 4 people sat below 2K. Showstopper to offset that slightly, so a bit of a bonus for G2. If Zeta tie it up, it could be interesting.
Could be. Meadow instantly.
Meadow?
Meadow's made a meal of it, and he's been punished for it as well. Stuck around a little too long and just was on the receiving end of all that damage.
And this was the exact same setup we saw when they tried to crunch and catch Nuki inside with Sugar's utility early on. It's so simple, but it gets the job done.
Yep. Flash comes in. Okay, they're still around. The play up long's beginning, but look at the early exploration work from that's Nuki on the other side. It is, but now they have to run away. Let's see how far you can make it. Sent to the back wall, and Zekas go out on the other side. It's all about time, and they ain't got much of it anymore. Evoba still alive, but just being melted down in between the middle of it, slowed, everything thrown against him. And the last 2 players, we knew they were on that A side. Yes, they got here early, but already the walls of the defensive side have been just elevated, double stacked towards Hookah. Nuki trying to just disrupt that as best he can, but he's given nothing on this.
And Mix was in full save mode.
Yeah, he's gone.
Like I said, I'm really curious as to how this looks. Yes, Nuki has a showstopper, whether or not we're going to see an attempt to at least guarantee the first blood, but Zeta have been so good in terms of this early control.
Yeah.
So good. And we haven't seen Nuki dialing in any pressure towards whether or not he's now adjusted towards A to make use of the paint shell and have that crunch in through the TP. But with Meadow being removed immediately, removes the snake bite, makes that crunch even harder.
I do want to see now, this is one of those adjustments that is a big indicator for me is the, not really depth of G2, but I do want to see how they address that issue now. Because this looks like they've, set a bit of a standard here for Zeta. They're like, okay, we've actually got some really good approaches on this. We need you now to adjust, right? So let's see what G2 do coming back into this. Is there an answer that they have already cooked up in their minds? Because again, having Hookah control this early on, just perfect for them.
For free.
Yeah.
Which is right.
And that's the timeout.
Yeah.
It has to be addressed.
Absolutely agree with this one. Whether or not the answer is digging a little deeper for G2.
Could be.
Again, they're not really gaining anything in terms of committing 3 towards B in that previous round. It just got completely ripped away from them.
Yep.
So whether or not now the site they're going to commit 3 towards, they're a little more proactive in forcing Zeta a little further back.
This, I guess, is when you get that bonus of kind of leading the by the reins to an extent, right? Is that you get to determine the next move yourself. Okay, when do we adjust then? Because let's say they address this, where's that weak point then going to open up for us now? It's you get to kind of be the one to determine the next step for yourself. So for Zeta, they do have a little bit of wiggle room on this for me, that they can now potentially look elsewhere if they want to, if they feel as though the address towards that maybe Hookah presence is something that they have to adhere to, or if they're going to still test it. It's going to be interesting now back and forth between these two teams of how they start building back into this.
Sure, Depp actually recovering the operator the previous round, happy to make that his weapon of choice for the next round. Whether or not this means that actually Zeta are going to slow things down a little bit here, almost in anticipation after this timeout that G2 might try something. Yeah. They might actually try and push out a little bit. See, eyes go towards Depp. He's actually positioned towards Market just now. But previously, we did see him posted up when Mixwell did that tour de force previously on A short. He was the man to hold down that push. Zeta is 5, going to stack up towards 8. And just one member towards Showers. You see the pings out, yeah, G2 looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, but I think it's the same on the other side. Zeta aren't taking their time, and a quick TP and a quick rotation going to come through as well. Going to cut off Sugar Zero, and that's going to be half of this map now theirs, but the divide goes through as well. So Mixwell looking for a pixel out of place, but eats the flash. Has to fall away to safety and relinquish some of this. Nuki's still trying to exist in those showers, but are they going to fully commit to this right now, Zeta? This is on a knife's edge. Oh, they are. Okay. Plan going to go down. Rez comes up. Divide still holding the safety for now as the paint shell comes in.
That's actually got his ult, but he's backed all the way away from the site. Now the wall being broken here.
I'm waiting to see when that comes through as well. Timing is everything. If G2 get the timing right, there's so many different angles to be worried about here. Lad's going to catch it, though. That's great work. Zeta just put that foot down on one real presence. Crow still holding on the side. Doesn't get caught by the flash. Easily got this one. As Laz has got his back and out, Melo presented the unthinkable and unwinnable. I don't know how they kept composed in that.
They weathered the storm after exactly what we're expecting from G2, which is them being a little more proactive. They dig deep in showers, initially find everything they need to. I think they catch Sugar Zero actually in Astral form, putting up that Cosmic Divide. He falls. And actually, even after then, it doesn't feel comfortable for Zeta on the way in. Oh. I was almost questioning it there with Laz, with the ultimate up. You almost feel like, yeah, stay on site. If things get a little dicey, you can ult in towards lamps, maybe hold on to default with the ult, but he actually catches him over on that really late lurk. On the back of the TP, actually, to crunch showers.
They quelled the money, humbled it almost instantly.
Except for Nuki.
Nuki's always got a gun.
Nuki's full by round.
Nuki's
Just always has a Vandal.
And look at it, but Crow9 on the other side, sitting patiently waiting for this, knowing that Nuki would be tempted, beckoned, called to this and spotted. Crow, though, doesn't particularly win out in that first fight, and Nuki's going to have to back away now.
Immediately the response is there with Zero investing some util towards site. Meadow, though, he's got to be careful because Ken's already got here. He's got all the information on the back of his audio queue, and the Viper's Pit this time around invested pretty deep in lamps.
Yeah, very deep in lamps. Actually cuts off CT as well. Now, where is that spike going all of this? You have to really go down. They need to secure a little bit of safety, and 10 is desperate to do that, but he loses the fight.
It's not pretty.
No, Hoodie's still holding the line, and Laz, temptation, he wants to walk through it. Catch him! Oh my word,
what?
Hoodie, how? How are you hitting that? As Depp, Crow, and Sugar Zero not going to be happy with this as Nuki. Oh, he wants to go back in the timing. Sugar Zero must have just seen the barrel peek through and then took the timing just right. Spike now down, but the numbers do favor G2 in this. And getting a couple of rifles to boot. The spray not good enough to make more than one. Leaving Depp and Sugar Zero the only two standing bastions here for Zeta. The wrap coming in. Footsteps heard, the wall about to drop, and now there's problems. Depp can't do it. Avova's found him. It's all on Sugar Zero now in a 1v3. It's done. Hoodie gets the punish, and we're back all even. This game is coming down to the wire.
Hoodie, man. I mean, the first, it wasn't pretty at all from 10, but to then come through and find Laz inside his own Viper's Pit is just insanity. Yeah, 10's just relying on a lucky shot with strafing back and forth, but wow. And just a pixel out of place there, finds the final kill. What a round from Hoodie.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, Brent even comments on this pivotal in the first half as well, in terms of keeping G2 in it. All tied up 10 apiece now. Mixwell operator back on the board. Depp actually considered one. Considered one.
10-10, and we go back into it. Similar scenes over towards Hookah. Have to now give it up after the back of the flash. Could pull the rotation in, but not just yet. Quick work, though. A lot of presence now shown. Hoodie's got to know there's a lot more players here. Depp eats the flash. Look at the little set piece in play, but the slow's going to keep him at bay. Depp, unpunished Seekers come in, has to force the spray, and a lot of utility exchange over towards Octagon, but no one really to make much of it just yet.
Nuki a little bit stuck now. Zeta can actually slow things down and try and pressure this. Is Laz considering coming to the TP? Yeah, they're just trying to tag that vulnerable here, and they're desperate to clear Nuki, because this should be a freebie.
Yeah. And no one else G2 can really bail him out. They can't do anything about this. I'm looking at Laz for this lurk, and it looks like Mixwell's going to reevaluate this and going to go back for a second check. Post himself up. The box! Peek above, so close. And there's the reveal. 10's found Nuki. Meadow with the trade out, though, finds Laz, but there's still 4 players present towards this B side of things, so it is a 4v2 essentially on this B site, but 28 seconds to go.
That's a very late Viper's Pit. On short from Meadow. Again, it's not going to matter too much because Zeta's semi-committed here, but Avova will find the first spike down.
Crossfire.
Oh, it's perfect.
Nothing to dissuade it, nothing to break it, and you're right. The smoke coming up, and Hoodie and Avova perfectly in combination, just pulling them to pieces. It's 11 for G2.
In terms of ultimates, not much available here. Zeta will be able to pull together the purchase regardless, but this was so well played. Yeah, Hoodie just showing at the perfect time. A couple of crisp shots as well. G2 actually now find themselves back in the driving seat, 1 round ahead of Zeta. Again, there will be something to work with for the next round. Showstopper potentially to offset that purchase, but Depth with an operator now.
Oh, the aggression. This has been a little bit of a back and forth between the two to an extent.
It's always been Depp here. It's always been a little bit of a bait, actually, for Laz.
Oh, and the pick still is for Mixwell. Gets Laz and the trade out on the other side as well. You're going to have Nookie punishing Sugar Zero. Yes, eventually there was a trade over towards Hookah, but numbers disadvantage. But look at this rotation. So you've got Mixwell heading towards the B site, while they're kind of peeling back towards A here. This is a lot of pressure now put into the hands of Meadow.
And Mixwell still got that trap online here. Actually, the Viper Wall does cut it off, but Depp now creeping closer and closer with this operator. Desperate for a pick to find an opening here for Zeta. The Spike's heading back towards B. Vova's still got his paranoia as well, so he can slow this down on contact. No way. 10 can charge it down if he cancels.
Timing.
Yes, he does!
10. Perfect place. Hoodie, though, still standing, still holding, and still spotting more players. Tries to do what he can, become the turret himself, but he does get taken down by Crow, but supports him! And Mixwell gets a 2-for-1. Doesn't need the discount. They are rolling in it. 12 rounds now on the board. G2 about to break some hearts, but what a game.
And actually, Showstopper burnt up by 10, which was something that could have been put into use here. We'll have to see exactly how it happens. And Mixer, actually, he's had a few abysmal timings here, but this one, absolutely crucial. Finds 2 freebies. G2 now on the brink of closing this series out after a heroic effort from Zeta, I gotta say. This has been so neck and neck.
It's not over until it's over. And I think we've seen that Zeta
we learned
can
that
push,
yesterday.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, we know these guys can dig deep, and they really have to. They have been presented a very tough puzzle in front of them, right? This is one where it's like, hey guys, okay, you had that great turnaround before, do it again. Find it now against G2. Find that depth. Somehow draw that out, because it is not easy. I mean, Ten's had a blinding game. Depp as well. Laz, every single one has been doing their job. But on the other side, you've had Hoodie having a blinder. You've had Mixwell being ever present. It's been a very good look from G2.
I mean, I've got to say, it's been a quiet map from Nookie.
Yes, it has been.
To be honest, I mean, again, right to just focus on the numbers, but to see this disparity in the kill count, these Hoodie and Mixwell leading with 24 and 23, as you said. Nookie down on 11 kills, and again, there's a deeper story there in terms of the value from the utility and whatnot, but it's been, I don't want to say absent from Nookie, but certainly not as prevalent as he's been previously.
And Nookie's highs, when it comes to it, can be excruciating for other teams. You know, the ceiling that he can hit is unreal.
All time for Hoodie to step up and steal the show, honestly. He's had some highlight moments.
You couldn't ask for a better time to find that form. Zeta, you got anything in the tank? Now is the time to try and rekindle that fire that you had before. Find that form, or G2 do everything that they need to, and it's going to be Mixwell with the start, going to clear and find 10. Trade comes in, but it's a fight towards long, and Avova holds his ground. 4v3 now, favor to G2.
The next step is for Zeta. Actually, Sugar happy to swing on through here and punish once again. Mixwell landing every shot necessary. Zeta now just comes down to Crow and Laz. A 2v4 presented. G2 stacked up here, there's 3. And Nookie's got the operator on the other side, so they can hold it. Actually, Meadow drifted away.
Okay, they've hit the brakes. They have full faith in Mixwell on this one, and rightly so. This guy has become the monster that we know he could be. And he waits. 47 seconds is all he has to wait. Flash comes in, he knows where they are. Eats the flash, though. Forced off the angle. And now presented a possibility, a chance for them to move forward. And another flash to hand, you can see it, but they don't opt to utilize it for now. 34 seconds here. Zeta being given nothing. You can see the absolute discipline
30 seconds
on
left.
G2, barrel shown. This one now knows. Oh, the timing! The timing! He still gets it! He's just gonna hold this till the very end of it, and there it is! Mixwell delivers the final blow as G2 close out in 2 at 13-10 on their debut here in Reykjavík.
I mean, a sigh of relief, honestly. Like I said, I was so impressed with Zeta's performance. Once again, we're saying that about Zeta, but G2, like I said in map 1, it felt like they almost weathered the storm, right? It's this war of attrition, and that was so painful to watch in some rounds. But Zeta are able to just squeak through, find space, find their first blood, which we know is the cornerstone of G2's success. They're really able to mitigate a lot of what G2 were trying to achieve, but the versatility there, G2 able to close things out.
On the other side, obviously, Zeta, incredible run thus far. And you've got to say, G2 are arguably one of the favourites for people out here. I know a lot of people pick them to do the deeper runs here going towards the finals. And you're seeing some of that pedigree show, some of that capability show. But to have a close game against arguably one of the favourites here is nothing to be disappointed with, obviously, in the grand scheme of things. But for Zeta, they put their hearts into this. And again, hard to see them lose, but good to see G2 looking in fine form, because we've had a lot of questions about their form coming into Reykjavík.
Absolutely, I said the biggest thing for me was them being able to translate the comfort that they've had regionally, at least in the run so far. Zeta definitely, I mean, took the fight to them, and so we've seen it in some of these highlights here that they're happy to go toe-to-toe with a team like G2, which they are the kings of chaos. They love to scrap, and it's very structured scrapping, which is almost it's almost like weird to say, but they really have excelled recently. Again, Nuki being one of the cornerstones of that. For him to have a quiet map and G2 still deliver is massive for me. 10, actually coming out, I'm looking at this now, 10 Adept actually managed to find 13 first ones. I was asking if there was a counter some way through the first half, because it felt that way. That's actually insane from Def and 10. I mean, they both had a standout series.
Yeah, I've loved watching the journey between these teams so far. Just that introduction of G2 on the stage, and they've been looking mean coming into this. Looking prepared, looking ready. And I've got to say as well, for me, nice to see Mixwell having a good performance here. Confidence builder, that chamber.
Honeymoon's not over, right?
No, exactly. They're still having a great time. I'm super happy to see him finding that form here, because again, you know, when you come back into the roster with all of those ups and downs that they had, to instantly make a statement on your first step on the stage, look solid. And again for Hoodie, same sort of scene in my mind. To have a big performance here is great for the man. Confidence should be sky high, and that's a solid post.
The anticipation building for what he ended up on there is...
Hello.
Hello. But no, really, really good performance from them. Like I said, it's going to squash a lot of questions. I had now they've set the bar, right? This is we can hold G2 to this standard, because I think previously that one was even better.
That was
where we've seen them kind of fall short previously is being able to translate this performance, which we talked about previously. Again, I don't even want to really address this as a major concern. If Meadow and Avova can step up, that's when ultimately G2 are going to look absolutely terrifying, because everything else working really, really well for G2.
Yeah, the grand picture for them is looking pretty nice, and we know that flip a switch and you'll have someone like Nuki having a good game, and that adds another layer to things. However,
scarier.
Yeah, it's not about what we think for once. The narcissist in us are devastated. It's about what you think. So go scan the code down below and let us know who your MVP of the match would be. Obviously, we do deeply care about what you think. Who was yours?
Was there some sarcasm in there?
No.
You care about what I think?
No. Sorry. Yes.
Wow. Nice recovery. Yeah, it's Hoodie for me anyway. Hoodie had a standout series. Yeah, really impressed with him today.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty reasonable choice. He seems like...
I do it.
Behave. Sorry, Barry Boombot. No. I'm sorry.
Don't show my notes.
You've literally just written the maps.
I literally just wrote Barry Boombot. That's the only thing written on this card.
Yeah, it's been a great series, honestly. I've been quite happy to see this. I mean, it's upsetting to see Zeta kind of bow out, at least at this stage for now. But again, to be able to push someone like G2...
They've already shown us that they have the ability to recover. And I'm hoping that this series is going to be, I don't want to say a spark for them to go away and work on things. So I think they've played a fantastic game today. But they've already shown us they can recover. Now they do ultimately have another chance to show us that.
They absolutely do. Now, I did actually ask you, where do you think G2 are going to go in this tournament? How deep? Now you've seen this performance, does it change where you put them at the start?
No, it doesn't actually change what I thought at the start. I think they've got an opportunity to make a run here. Initially, this was a big tick in the box for me. The biggest question would have been, they show up, what do they look like in their first opening series? This was a huge positive for me.
Very nice. All right, you avoided the question. Thank you very much, Michael.
I'll get I said they can make a deep run.
Anyway, that's really not specific,
is this thing
it?
On, or?
No, hopefully it won't be soon. We're going to go to a break, go back to the desk, and everyone else will be joining you with everything you've just seen and everything else that's coming up.
so used to being on my own. So used to being on my
the next chapter of the Zeta Cinderella story, or are G2 about to make EMEA fans proud?
That's a Nookie special, isn't it? Nice! Unreal way to close it down in map 1.
That scoreline doesn't do Zeta's performance justice, I don't feel.
No
that
way.
was such a close game between these two teams.
No more waiting around. I just want to get in the game here because you're walking into the Lion's Den. He's a madman.
Spike down, B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Nice!
Mixwell delivers the final blow as G2 close out in 2 at 13-10 on their debut here in Reykjavík.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlight. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Brent and Kukuka. A debut here at Masters for G2. And what a way to do it. 2-0 clean and showing why they were the first seed coming here.
And it's not only the debut for G2 this year, it was also for Meadow and for Hootie. And what a performance, especially from Hootie, that we've seen. This is the G2 that we expected to get at the tournament. Sometimes we have doubts, you know, because of all the changes that we mentioned. But what we saw there on Bind, even though Zeta fought to their best, they want just like the way that they always do.
I know. Well, I mean, they managed to squeak it out because it was a close map that we just witnessed on Bind. And honestly, there were moments where I thought that they could do it. It was so close to Zeta Division. I mean, they're going to be we're going to be walking away just absolutely hurting after this one. Obviously, not over yet for them as they move down to the lower bracket. But overall, I think 10 playing with so much confidence throughout this entire thing. There's a reason why he's at the top when it comes to his team's performance in terms of the stats.
Yeah, and 10, I think he was also over 200 ADR. Like, he was literally just putting the team on his back and just going forward.
You know when you get the crosshair scans?
You need more than just crosshair, Bren. I hate to break it to you.
No, that's why I'm not immortal. That's the reason.
I also got to say that had I told you, like, a week ago that Zeta versus G2 was going to be this high-level competition and this entertaining, I don't think you would have believed me, Kukuka.
Yeah, completely. I think that Zeta just want to repeat what they did in groups. Now that they're into playoffs, they go on to lose the first one and be like, yeah, we're not that good, we're not that good. And then on the next one, they're going to destroy their opponent.
Yeah, I have a lot of hope, I think, for Zeta Division still moving forwards as well. G2, you know, probably not as clean as they would want, honestly, all things considered as well, because coming into it, I had them as my favorites in the tournament, like at the very beginning, and obviously that's switched up and changed now that we've seen more teams. But it's, yeah, I think for G2, moving forwards off the back of this, probably knuckle down, obviously, to get the win. It's not awful. I don't know. I hate to be all doom and gloom for them, because they did get the win.
Yeah, I think it's also, you know, on set. I think like they forced them to take some duels that they didn't want. They were using a lot of utility just to force them out, just to, oh, you want the duels? We want the duels even more than you do, especially with the performance that we were seeing. I think, you know, I'm convinced with this G2 because they managed to even work onto what they were seeing, being like, oh, maybe we need to give them a little bit more space if they're going to execute that hard. So I'm happy with today.
What I will say is, coming from EMEA, G2 starts slow. Sometimes they fall, they fall at the first hurdle sometimes, but the scariest part is when they get momentum in a tournament. We saw it at Masters. We've seen it at playoffs. If this is how they're going to begin, Brent, I feel like they're going to get even better, which is where I feel like you're going to have more faith.
Well, hopefully. I mean, I don't know. There's a reason why I had them as my favorites to win beforehand. I mean, they have a very deep map pool, and honestly, the mechanical talent that they've spoken about, it's definitely there. We saw so many moments where rounds were just turned out of nowhere.
Yeah, let's revisit one of those rounds now with Mitchman, who's standing by the telestrator.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. Yes, we're going to look at one of the later rounds that we had come through on Bind, round number 21. And we're going to start quite a bit into it. We'll take a look at the clip in just a second, and you're going to see we're 50 seconds into the round as we dive on in. Let's take a look at exactly where we are. We've got Nukia, having sat inside this teleporter for most of the round, has caused so much of a time delay for Zeta. These guys want to take him out. They've been spamming the wall. They're almost out of ammo for the players inside of Hookah, so they've got to go to a secondary plan. That means facing Mixwell, who we've seen again and again around this mid position with an operator. But Laz has got some perfect timing, as you're just about to see. G2 are more than ready for this play to come through. Mixwell is trying to stop them from opening this teleporter door, but Laz has already made it up close. He's going to jump up, and although both players will miss their shots, it now opens up a huge window for Zeta. Now they've got the ability to throw some utility through this teleporter and open the door up for this battle between Nukia and 10. And when Nukia finally dealt with, Zeta think that they've got a good opening to move towards this B site. But the problem that they will now face is that G2 have decided at the last second to keep these two players in position and set up a crossfire. And as you're going to see, with 20 seconds or so left, Zeta have no choice but to go towards the B site as this smoke goes up inside of Hookah. And this is basically a death sentence. Combined with the fact that the player on long is a little bit further behind than you would really like, you see him just down here, these players in Hookah have to dive out and take the duels themselves. Luckily, they have a Sky, but take a look at just how unlucky they got here. I mean, this was a swing round. It could have decided the fate of the game. And Avova in that right corner, as the flash pops, he's not blind. He's able to take them down so easily as they drop out, expecting players to be completely void of vision, and instead he grabs a kill, his teammate Hoodie swings out, and they clean this round up very, very easily. This was a great example of G2, and more specifically of Nukia having huge impact in a round. We see him all the time getting his 3Ks and 4Ks. This time, he just sat in a teleporter and still managed to win them the round. It was a really nice setup by G2, and I enjoyed watching Zeta try to deal with it. They couldn't quite get there in the end. It was a fun game. Let's toss it back over to the analyst desk to talk some more about it.
Thank you very much, Mitch. It was a fun game indeed, and let's rewind a little bit to the first map to show you guys another fun moment. Of course, it's an ace from Sugar Zero in the Verizon high-speed moment. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to do this fast.
Yeah, that's okay.
Super fast. We're behind.
Do it.
Spike down mid. Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Nice.
I mean, nice. He couldn't even believe that he got it. He was like, oh my god, this was the most stressful play of my life.
Yeah, this guy is Sugar Zero has only been getting better and better as the tournament goes on as well. Playing on like non-meta agents at this point as well. It's insane.
Yeah, I love how that wasn't the only ace we saw as well. That game was just crazy. But speaking of that, let's take a look at our results for player of the match. You guys at home voted this on Twitter. Barry the Boombot coming in second. I feel like Hoodie was robbed a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, I think, you know, being his debut in an international event with the performance that he had today, you know, credit where it's due, please.
I think this is rigged, personally.
I mean, Mixwell has a big following.
He does have a big following.
It's like putting CNED in a poll, putting Mixwell in a poll. You're always going to get those players.
Unfair.
Yeah,
you need to weigh it heavily towards Hoodie.
Do you know what else?
50% on top.
Yeah.
I think this is Hypox's fault for putting
Barry the Boombot for inventing it. Do you know what else is unfair? Having someone as cracked as Nuki on your team, and he's standing by right now with Bala in the Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah, I've got Nuki after that amazing performance from G2, so he's standing by here. And I just have to ask right away, I mean, we see the stats as well. You were 213 ADR in that first map on Split. For your opening match, how do you start this hot in the tournament?
I mean, mainly on defense, I didn't have such a good start, so I wouldn't say I started hot instantly. But on attack, I'm doing the entry waypoints, so for me, I get warm and then I can call better, I can just pop off. So I guess it was just like a slow start on defense, but I think attack just unleashes me a bit more. I get a bit more freedom to do my plays, so I think just attack is just for me, and I just don't have no fear when I attack.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, especially watching you now that you've taken over the IGL role, you have a little bit of freedom. But speaking of freedom, I want to talk about Hoodie, actually, because we just saw the MVP vote results, and he didn't win, but in my opinion, had an all-time performance. So I have to ask for the first stage game again, how do you enable a player like Hoodie to do so well?
I mean, there's a reason why he plays, for example, Sage and Sky. He can have, like, the utility is important, but at the same time, it's not. We don't focus too much on utility, so he has a free roll to utilize it as much as a way he likes it to use it. Sure. So we let him just run around. Like, same goes on long. We say he's the king of long. He's like a king of banana, and then he just runs up long, flashes, he runs with a knife for all the utility. He's fearless. He's like a Viking, you know, storming Iceland. So yeah.
That makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Well, speaking of storming Iceland, Zeta, I know we talked a little bit about how we you kind of expected Zeta to perform well here, and they did show up, and it kind of felt like as well on binds, you guys are really good on that map, and they went to the limit with you. So what impressed you about that map for them and them in general?
I mean, in general, I would just say that they have very good individual skill in this roster compared to the old one in the previous events. They have better individual players that can pop off, which is important in this game. So individually, they're better, and plus they got a lot of momentum on defense. We lost quite a bit of duels, that's why the half was so slow for us on attack. On defense, we started getting momentum and we closed it out.
Yeah.
We're not even afraid of the scoreline. We never are, so
yeah.
Even if it goes overtime, we close it out.
Makes sense. Well, thank you so much, Nuki, for your time. We just saw G2 take down a clearly motivated Zeta division, and we're going to see if Loud can also do the same against Team Liquid after the break.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Flex. Flex. Flex.
welcome back everybody to Masters Reykjavík. It's time to find out which team will be facing G2 in the next round of the playoffs bracket. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Kakuka and Bala. Of course, first up, we got to let you guys know at home that the Team Liquid game against Loud will be played from a LAN network in a quarantined facility. The players who tested positive will compete from an isolated rooms, while their teammates and the opposing team will compete from a nearby competition room. Team Liquid, they've been on a roll here, but also if we look back to their journey last time around, Kakuka, they're not strangers to playing from quarantine. They've been here before.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, that is the case. So we cannot say that, you know, there's going to be a disadvantage or it's going to be something completely new for them. I like the Liquid that we're seeing. I like the Liquid that takes just the necessary risks in terms of compositions and approaches to the map. So I think it's a very good contender for Loud.
Yeah, I think that they actually had some really low expectations coming into this tournament, and it feels like that has kind of helped them because they feel more loose. You could hear actually on the comms with Scream many times he's trying to motivate his team. They're feeling the momentum when they get crazy rounds. For example, Nevera against Crew when he clutched up and basically saved the game for them. But also, Yampy has had an amazing performance so far on LAN. Look at this head-to-head, 190 to 260 ACS. That's the change. That's ridiculous for Yampy.
It's a little bit of what we were seeing with Hoodie, but of course Yampy has a lot more experience in that regard. So knowing that not only you have insane players, but someone that is going to perform no matter what agent he's playing on LAN. We're sitting here literally breach with the operator holding on split. This is something that you cannot expect, and at least you're playing against Team Liquid.
And I think that the game against Zersha also was kind of a story for him where he really got confident, because in the game against Crew when he was playing Jet, it wasn't like this. It was completely different. He was honestly feeding a lot of rounds. So to see him shift that from game number 1 to game number 2, really good, but we need it to continue heading into game number 3 here.
I mean, we keep talking about the fact that they weren't supposed to be here, but they're here. They're going to do well. We just have to deal with the fact that there's a big possibility they could win this, but they got to get over Loud today. Bala, I know you're a really big fan of this team. Of course, for Brazil, this is their last hope.
Yeah.
Nice pictures.
And I think with NIP going out yesterday, a lot of people might be more disappointed with Loud, or the Brazil region in general, but I think that might be overstated because Loud is different in terms of Brazilian region. They went crazy. They did not drop a single map on their way here to Reykjavik in the playoffs in Brazil, including 2 3-0s in best of 5s against NIP, who was the team we just saw.
It's insane. I think that in the total of the year, they lost tops 2 maps.
And a lot of that came down to Aspas, right? This guy has been popping up for them. I know you chose him as your player to watch of the entire tournament. So talk me through why you feel like he's going to be a big hitter today.
Yeah, I have to agree with Bala here. I mean, some crazy players coming in from Brazil. And Aspas, why do we have to look at him? As I said on the first day, we remember Heat from last year. Now, Heat is not here, but we all remember how scary that Jet was. So knowing that Aspas is a very young player, only 18 years old, he has those shoes to fill. He needs to be that player for Loud, and in most cases, he is.
Yeah, I think as well for Aspas is you comparing the Heat, and I think that's definitely a good comparison. But for
it's a
me,
Brazilian Jet, you know?
It's special. It's more than just Brazilian Jet, too. It's also Raze, which he had a big Asian pool problem for Loud. That's not a problem with their Jet player. And we've been talking about this narrative the entire time we've been on desks in North America and whatnot with players like Tens, where they can't flex towards that Raze. For Aspas, he can, and it's incredible. The aggressiveness that he plays with his double satchels. We just saw Nookie play as well, but it's even more than that. It's a step further, in my opinion.
But before we look at what maps we're going to be going to today, you know, we like to talk about the map pools of these teams, you know, what's strong, what's weak. But Bala, this is a rare occasion where there isn't much weakness on the side of Loud at all, if you look at how little they've lost over this year.
Yeah, they've played every single map, even their weakest maps that they've been banning for quite some time. They've sometimes left in the pool, and teams have gone for it, right? So it's really good for Loud, very strong map pool, and I expect Liquid to maybe you know, they have some weakness on their own. They're Bind, for example, and just in general, the amount of prep that they have to do is so hard because they come up with weird comps.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of Loud, it's so good and such a big advantage as they actually come in with experience and officials in every single map. It's not only that I can play it, I have the comp. And okay, Liquid has decided to leave Icebox open.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit dicey to see if we do go.
What?
Are they okay? Wait, hold on. Is this the correct graphic? Are we sure about this? Can we get a check with production if this is correct?
Do you know that meme on TikTok that I know something you don't? Yeah, I feel like Liquid knows something that we don't.
Here, let me explain. I mean, Loud has been, this is the map that they banned the most out of anything. So
Liquid haven't won at all.
I know. And they played against G2 in playoffs as well, and it didn't look great, but they played against a strong G2 on Icebox as well. So maybe that's a little hopium on my side, but it is a map that Loud has been banning. So Team Liquid has to pounce when they leave something like that in the pool.
I think it's complicated. Yeah, I think I want to see, because they also have tried a lot of different compositions on this first map, so I want to see what they actually go for. Haven as the second map, I think I like it. I'm not mad at that. I'm really looking forward to see, if Liquid is going to go back to that Neon, or is they want to play, more controller. Yeah. I don't expect the double controller to be back, but it's Team Liquid. You just don't know.
I mean, obviously that first pick we're a little bit confused about. I mean, Bala, you kind of provided some context.
I mean, I'm still confused, but it's not like what other maps are you going to pick in that situation? Because Loud has taken a big one out of the pool with Split, right? Banning Split.
I would have gone for Fracture.
Yeah. Okay.
Just not anything else other than Icebox, I would have been fine
Loud
with.
plays a weird comp on Fracture. Do you want to test that? It's a map that they clearly have been comfortable going to on Fracture. So, I mean, I'll defend the pick, but I'm still not sold on it. I just think that it's a good opportunity. And for a desk that continuously, like, when teams leave their permabans on out to play and you don't pick them, we start to criticize. I think that's the the dichotomy that we have here. We have to encourage it when it happens.
True. This could be a Gambit Haven situation. Who knows?
No, it's different. It's different. Okay, it's different because Reka was playing on Reyna. They told us themselves, we didn't want to be here. Everybody knew they didn't want to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do you guys feel like, in which case, that Liquid are gonna out-weird themselves with the changes on Icebox?
No,
Is
they
this
can't.
why?
I mean, that's been the theme of the tournament so far. Is they have to, make it normal, not weird. They don't go for the cringy comps. This is not Chet running this team.
Yeah.
So I mean, of course, it is Liquid. So maybe that trumps the whole idea, but they have to play a little bit more standard. That's a win condition, in my opinion, going forward in this tournament.
I think it's complicated. I still want to see if I don't expect the changes, but I do expect changes in the way that they approach the map. I think that at least they've gotten that experience of they know exactly what doesn't work in the composition. And to be fair, that matchup against Xerxia was pretty close. So I'm gonna wait and then I'll see.
You have faith.
Yeah, but what weird did we see in that matchup against Xerxia, right? I mean, we didn't see much weird at all. There was. Yeah,
because we're in that part of the cycle. We always talk about the cycle of Team Liquid just being like, we play something weird, then we go into actually adapt to the meta, and then everybody's like, oh my god, they're actually so good playing the meta. Just imagine if we gave them a couple more months to actually just keep playing with the agents that everybody's playing and to the strengths that everybody's playing.
So if we continue with the cycle, we'll end up back in Reykjavík.
We're going to get Yoru. Yeah, we've got Yoru coming up.
Oh, 100%. From a Brazilian team as well.
Yeah. But actually, I do want to talk about the Brazilian super team, right? This is it. This is the Loud that everybody was really excited for. But how much do you think you can take into their result, given that they haven't played an EMEA team? How big of a test is this, do you think, Bola?
I think that this is, obviously, it's their first match, so it's the biggest test they faced so far. But it is a very strong opponent coming out of the group stage. And that's something I think they were hoping for, given the fact that sure, Liquid looked weak, but I think they wanted Liquid to maybe go out in groups so that they would have somebody else to face, potentially, like a Zerch or a Crew or whatever it might be coming out of that. With that said, I still think that Loud, I mean, this is an EMEA team. They've struggled over and over consistently. I look back at the core of this team, and it is Team Vikings from all the way back to Champions. And they were very close to taking down Gambit in that upper bracket qualifying match for groups at Champions. So it's a test, but it's a doable test.
It's literally the next test. Like, it's literally what they want. They already know that they're good in the region. As you said, they come from Team Vikings, both Sassy and Sadha. So we need to see the adaptation and be like, okay, we know how it is from the outside. We know what we've built during this year. Now we need to actually test and actually, let's see if the adaptation is the same to the teams in their region.
Well, I also, we talked about transitive property yesterday when we were talking about Zeta and Nip and Fnatic and everybody like that. this is kind of one of those moments where you look at the other group as well and figure out how they're playing, because we know how Team Liquid and Fnatic kind of match up, but they have 2 subs now, so those teams are playing against them. But it's really hard to tell because Loud on the other side, we've only seen the NIP play, and their performances is way better than NIP. I can't understate that enough. So you just have to wonder how much does that actually can you even think about, right? Can you even think about the performances and the domination that they've had in Brazil as a factor compared to other teams from other regions like Paper Rex and SCA as well?
I mean, we're talking about the #1 seed here from their region. There's a reason why they skipped the group stage. They got a bye. Are they, in theory, the favorites on paper? You know, when we look at G2 versus Zeta, G2, we would say they're the favorites. They're the highest seed coming into this. Is this the same situation for you guys?
It's kind of different. I think that for Team Liquid, they needed the warm-up. So we'll see how that goes.
If there was different conditions, I'd say no, Loud is the favorite in this case. But with the quarantine conditions and whatnot, I think
the boat?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think that it's Team Liquid's the favorite, but I certainly don't think that this is any match where it's very difficult to say.
Yeah, we have not a change right off the bat. They've kind of stuck to what we've already seen them play already. On the side.
No, because Sadhat should be on the
I was looking at Liquid because I was thinking, oh, surely they're going to do something kooky because they're picking this map.
Yeah.
But, I was wrong about that one.
Oh my god, this is potentially a big upset on the side of Liquid, because I don't think they expected the changes to come in. But of course, Loud has had a ton of time to prepare, knowing that they're going to be facing against the rest of the world.
Yeah, and they might not be in quarantine, but they're behind there and they're looking focused. So I think when you talk about Liquid expecting a change, you have to expect the Chamber to start coming into this, and there is major changes on the Team Liquid side as well. That it's very common, so I'm not really surprised by the comp at all. But the Chamber is something we have to expect going into this tournament. It is meta-defining here, I would say, as we just saw Laz and so many other players be so good on the Chamber as well, and so much impact can be found with it.
I think it's pivotal. The fact that they're going to play without the KO, I think it favors Liquid in a way, because they're not going to feel the pressure that much, and they know what it is, especially coming from playing against G2, what it is to playing against a Chamber like that.
Yeah, we've got Sassy and Link in the server. We're missing just one man, and of course, that is Tombiz with Mitchman right now.
So, a little bit of a mathematical issue with
We're
that
missing one man.
I'll just see you later, guys.
See you later. Bye.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to be taking this. Why are you coming back?
Whoa.
This wasn't a joke. See you later.
almost unplugged the mic on the way back in.
Yeah, you've almost taken everything. It's not quite as long.
It's almost
as
a
what you
costly
used to, right?
skit, but we'll get right back on into the game that we're here to see. And Tom, I mean, Team Liquid and Loud, who even is the favorite coming into this one in your opinion? Because it's a hard one to pin for me.
Yeah, that's really difficult. I think especially considering we've only really seen Loud play within their own region. They've dominated. I think they've dropped 2 maps, even going from the open qualifiers before they were actually Loud, going all the way through. They've dropped 2 matches, I think 1 to Havan, and they lost 1 to MIBR. So even like teams that we know as well.
Names,
so
yeah.
The fact they've only lost 2 maps fills me with confidence. The fact that Liquid have picked Icebox doesn't.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the things coming into this that we've got to look at, right? The fact that Liquid are coming in on this map, I don't really know what to expect from them, but maybe that gives them a bit of an upper hand up against Loud. How do you prep for that, I suppose?
Well, they've played it. They're just 0-4.
They're not very good at it. This is where I'm coming from, though. I'm expecting Team Liquid are not coming in playing it the same way they've lost it 4 times before. This has got to be a completely different face from them in one sense. But we'll see as time goes on. 1 minute and 10 on the clock, and you can see Loud on the attack are taking this extremely slowly. They're ready for aggression out of Liquid. They already caught some down middle, but we haven't seen that engagement really amount to anything. This is just map control denial, and eventually Loud are going to have to make a move. And Tom, I mean, we're going back to our roots, I suppose. It's a B take coming through.
Yeah, they're going to try and make that little bit of extra space. Sadek, back on a Sentinel, almost annoyed me because I wanted to talk about his new initiator play, but he's not picked an initiator at this map at least. So yeah, it's just going to be trying to find those longer range duels, the same as Scream, just spamming back through, trying their best to deny, but actually planting a little bit deeper, so not going to find anything off the back of the Nano Swarm, and wow, 5v5 retake.
Yeah, walls in the pistol round, man. It's so hard to break through them. Team Liquid are going to have to fight back in towards this site. They've got no flank underway as well. I mean, this is just going to be all-out aggression on the way back through. You can see right away, Sadek's trying to get some duels with the Headhunter. shot's not landing just yet. The Sheriff in the back yellow forced out. Team Liquid already pushing Loud back to the choke point. That's where they're going to look to a secondary plan. Sadik having TP'd is coming around on a very early flank. All things considered, but he's going to have to go huge. Navarro's already got 4, but as they get on the defuse, in comes Sadik. The shot's not landing though. Scream buys just enough time for Link to get that defuse through, and Liquid, they've picked up the pistol.
Yeah, one of the things I almost wanted to say going into this one is that, like, Navira individually, he's been quiet for Navira. They're not really mattered so much because you've seen pop-offs from the likes of Scream at times. Yumpy's been incredible so far this event. Maybe even the best player so far this event. I think he's in contention for sure, especially like with the different roles that he's been playing along the way. But yeah, Navira's been a little bit quiet. Kicking things off with a 4K and a pistol round is definitely not a bad way to go. Obviously, getting orbs towards his lockdown as well.
4th kill was his last bullet out of the Classic as well. He ran dry at that point.
We've seen that a few times. So I'm getting Sugar Zero flashback.
Listen, let's not talk about the A-side ropes just yet. I can't relive that, Tom. 1-0 for Team Liquid means Louder coming in with very little to work with. Just a couple of pistols. That can be dangerous. Yuppie's not afraid, though. This guy's already running through with his Spectre, taking a quick double and putting a huge wrench in Loud's plans of making that mid-split work. They've got 1 kill at least, and if Sassy can manage to even just find 1 more, it would be great, but they move together and ensure that that cannot happen. 4 kills for Navera, 4 kills for Yumpy. I mean, Liquid are off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea from Loud. I think mid's always one of those positions that you kind of give up. Like, you can, don't worry, guys. I've got an alarm bot in the kitchen. And then you just kind of avoid the rest. The fact that Yumpy's almost just gone directly pushing in and managed to find a multi-frag. Again, they're powering up some ultimates, which are going to be hugely valuable in the coming few rounds. The only issue is for this one, not really anything online, because they're the more expensive ones. So we're almost just going to see them play this one with the weaponry that they've got, maybe try and get up in the faces of their opponents once again. And this is where we expect to see a little bit more from Loud.
Well, Louder taking it slow yet again, looking for that mid-aggression out of Team Liquid, seeing if they're going to get up in their faces. And it's not a bad round for it. Not only because Liquid have already pushed mid twice, but also when you look at the fact that they have these weak weapons, they're going to want to take some sort of an advantage. But that doesn't always mean pushing forward. Sometimes it does just mean sitting back, holding the close range angles. And most people are doing that. Scream, though, has a Marshal in hand. He's playing around yellow, and he's just about to get some contact. No, he's running away. He's giving it up at just the wrong moment.
He's not. I guess maybe expecting it to be more of an A play. He's already gone rotating around. Now, the turret's still going to be the first point of contact, so realistically, now that the drone's gone over the top, they're going to have a decent idea. And you can see instantly, the rotation starts to come through from Liquid. The question will be, is it too late?
Well, they heard that drone, right? So that's why you still have Scream around here, a 3rd player here. I mean, it might have been too late if Loud had it went quickly, but they're so cautious not knowing what they're up against exactly that they wait a little bit longer. Luckily, still having the wall to put down, and no one's able to destroy it in time. So just like the pistol, we end up in a 5v5 retake. This time, though, Liquid have a huge disadvantage when it comes to weaponry.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to try and push that a little bit further forward, especially not even having their retake wall available. It's currently over on A, so they basically just have to try and start forcing people out with utility, maybe get a little bit lucky in a fight, but thus far, there hasn't been anything. In fact, there's a swing now from Sassy! Damn, that's a way to kick off a round of Prime Gaming Flawless, and a quad kill for him.
Well, we talked about Team Liquid building up a little bit of momentum with those multi-frags, but that's certainly one way to one-up them.
He is the bald, you know? He is the bald.
He is the bald. Praise the bald. 20... I mean, look, you look at this situation for Sassy. He's got 5 kills already. He's almost got his Hunter's Fury online. The amount of damage he's able to output there, but it's that spray transfer right at the end.
Well, it's like the first 3 were cool. It's that the fact that he then goes to Link as well, who's just nowhere near.
Yep, and it's on the head as well. Just gorgeous. Well, look, that's the round that you want if you're Loud. Getting out of there, not losing anything to Team Liquid's weak buy, but now the weapons come through from Liquid. Look at the pace from Loud. They're already through mid. They've rushed up, and Team Liquid, they were none the wiser.
Wow, okay, they go for it again after it was so catastrophic not too long ago. Scream! Wow! First shot, phenomenal. Unfortunately, he's been traded out, and this is dirty from Les.
Absolutely.
A nice flank. And well, good luck, Link.
Spike planted.
No way to get away with this one, and that is an extreme display of pace. These guys, they don't just do what they did before in the mid-split, but they just ran it down, and
It's not something you're expecting from that round where Team Liquid are finally getting their buy up. There's going to be so many dangers to deal with, and Loud just didn't give a damn. Sometimes, and you know, we were talking about this even with Fnatic just the other day, that sometimes you got to just play confident. You got to just come out with some crazy plays. And right now, Loud have set the tone for what this map and series is going to feel like from the Team Liquid perspective.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes off as well, just Loud having the confidence in their duelists. Like, Aspas is a phenomenal player. If you haven't seen him playing in Brazil, you should. It's very enjoyable. I will say no one competes with him. It's basically just him destroying everybody that comes into his path. But that's why Loud's such an exciting prospect, because you have these players like Sassy, who's been around the esports scene for a long time, even in like League, which that's one of the weirdest sort of transfers over to another game I've ever seen, like just going from a completely different style of gameplay. But then you have these young players as well. Like, I think Pancada's another one of them. I think Les is quite young too. It's like you have this mix of experience and then just young firepower.
And we've seen that have so much success in the past. Again, as tragic as it is to bring up FPX, that is exactly the model that they've ran with for the longest of times, and it works. Not to say it's the only way, but it's certainly a reliable one. Solkis, he was going to try to sneak up there. It was a few spams out of him instead, and he's in a bit of an awkward spot. They've seen him up close. His players holding for him to walk on through, and yeah, they're just going to catch him when he goes back.
Here. Still another couple of players. You might even expect, because he was so aggressive, that there might not be anybody else around, but you normally have your Viper or somebody on the other side of the map. You've seen Scream there multiple times, so after finding that opening, it's just going to fall back into a default. And this is something, as I said, we'll see this an awful lot from Loud. I think it's the one thing that differs them from a lot of the other teams within Brazil, is they are very happy to slow the pace, reposition, recalculate, and then make their move again.
And it's having the versatility. You got to be able to do that, but also see that same pace we saw in the previous round, right? When you can combine those two, your opponents, from the time that those barriers go up, they are on edge. You don't get to relax against a team like Loud. And these guys are coming in towards the site, but rotates have come through from Liquid already. Nevera's down right away. That's only both the pistols dealt with. Yumpy able to grab one, but it ends just there. And Link, who started this round on back yellow with the rifle, having saved over, is now in exactly the same scenario again. 1v4 retake to play, and it seems like he's going for it with the rifle.
Yeah, I guess at this stage he probably has the finances that he's able to buy in the next round anyway. He's still got both of his snake bites, so that's another thing he doesn't have to repurchase, and you don't want to allow the economy to get too out of control. If you look at the side of Lao right now, majority of players alive are looking at 4,000 or 5,000 credits. That's already a scary point when they're about to survive and get even more.
It's a step down. They've heard him. And it looks like at least Aspas is on his way to hunt him down, but he turns back at the last second. So it looks like they'll allow him to save this rifle through. You know, the curiosity for me in him going for it was the fact that we started this round out with Solkis having a Sheriff dueling in the B laneway, and yet Link was back yellow hiding. And that to me, exactly like you theorized there, Tom, I think that was a bait play. It was the idea that, okay, this guy's up close with a Sheriff, you know, maybe Solkis gets one or two, and then they go rushing to the site. They think, all right, let's just wall it off, get the plants, and do the same B retake again, and that's where the Vandal could be huge from back yellow. I don't mind that as an idea, because you know, look, if the first guy's with the Vandal and B laneway, and he's taking the fight and he dies, you're not going to get that gun back. They're going to rush it down, they're going to take it. So I like the idea to try and really maximize the output from that one rifle they had, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Still, it's not all doom and gloom, because they've got a buy round coming right on into this one, and we're starting to see ultimates come online on both sides of the board, but it's definitely Loud leading the charge there. And leading the charge towards B, Solkis again goes down. This time they break his wall. 3 players spraying it. And Scream's about to be spotted as well. They know that he's here. The bait play's really not working out for an incredibly cautious attack side out of Loud.
Yeah, well, they've already managed to clear out the first player who was shooting the drone, and, well, because of that, you'd think, okay, maybe we just be a little bit reckless. We just go aggressively through. Nah, you're playing against Sassy. Not going to happen. He's checking and making sure that no one's in that close corner, and again, they've spotted players on that side of the map. They instantly fall back into this default on A, and there's only 2 players here to defend it.
And even then, they're in pretty hard retake positions at this point. If contact comes through, Nevera might try to pick off one on the cross. You'll have some utility coming through, but you're not expecting this to turn into an all-out brawl just yet. Hunter's Fury is going to be activated. Look, Loud are waiting for that. They baited it out. They heard the drone. They know it's online. They know that an attempt is going to be made. This is where you probably have Snakebite Shock Dart comp coming in. Here it comes. Oh, wasn't taking double damage. Slightly off on the timing and on the aim. Tom, it was so close.
They have actually managed to take down Sanak, being a little bit over-aggressive. Now, they've got some very powerful afterplant, and they even have themselves the Hunter's Fury to get rid of this spot. Rez coming through, but the aggression of Scream hasn't been spotted. Third kill already for him in the round. Aspas, however, trades straight back, and well, leaving just the brothers remaining. But sometimes that can be enough. Navira, the only one left, trying to clear out both of these players, and Aspas in his forward position closes the round.
Really well handled by Loud. You see how they have the Hunter's Fury online. That's why they're so eager to commit the Viper's Pit, knowing that that trade is probably going to be made from Team Liquid, but as soon as they put the ult down, it's getting destroyed. There's no way that Sassy lets them away with that. And take a look at the economy right now as we just stare at these teams during this pause. You have got a lot of cash for Loud. Man, they are stacked up. Sassy had 8.1k going into the last round. So him going down, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't even make that much of a dent on their economy. They'll be close to maxed out after this again.
Yeah, as said, like coming into this map, I was very surprised. I understand that Loud don't really play this map, so them sort of floating it had its risks about it, but Liquid haven't looked particularly good on this map whatsoever. Like it's as said, I think they're 0-4. A lot of that's within EMEA, so maybe feeling a bit more confident against one of the Brazilian teams, but at least in my eyes, I'd rather you play into a strength of your own than a weakness of your opponent, especially when you're a team on the caliber of Liquid. Now, it is early, so there is still a chance that they bring this one back, but this map is a huge gamble.
And there was a time where you could come in against a Brazilian team and probably just pug it out, have some fun like that, play a map that you're not too comfy on. That time's gone. We've seen all of the regions step up their gameplay. I mean, you've got Crew as the first example, but at this event, I think pretty much everyone, you got Zeta, Xerxia, and now we're seeing Loud on form. Now, for Team Liquid, I think what they'll be discussing here is the fact that every round they've had to play retake by choice. It's the design of their setup. We've seen B plants with 5v5s multiple times. The A site, maybe there's one duel to start with, but for the most part, Loud have just had to kill Solkis on B and then wait it out, push into a site that no one's actually holding on to, and their utility's been enough to get them across the line then. Team Liquid need to find a solution to this, because right now, playing retake is not working at all.
Well, yeah, and I think the main issue has just been that Solkas aggression. Like, he's basically just been boomed every time he's tried to push down B, so I feel like there has to be something a little different, and by the looks of it, they're going to at least pressure early into A, but not really spotting anything out. Now, I imagine there's the Bladestorm currently online for Scream, so that at least gives them something to try and play around in this round, and obviously, Yumpy as well on a Marshall, you can never doubt the man.
The one thing I'll say about Solkis' aggression thus far, it's always been for the orbs, right? He's going up to try and siphon it off, to wall off and take an orb and get that res online. You can see Team Liquid have got a lot of weight put into that ultimate and working around it, but Loud's reaction has been perfect every single time. Started this round, Solkis had his wall out, but the contact is there on A, so they're not really going to commit to it just yet. And as they start looking around to see, are these players still here? They realize, yeah, they definitely are. There's a guy up top, they wall down. Oh no, Solkis! Well, he had a pistol, he tried to get out of the corner, and well, he didn't. He did not get out.
I feel like he's getting used as bait basically every round. But then there's not a trade. It's not like the bait is actually giving them anything off the back of it. It's just, Solkas is dead. Did you get the kill? No. So I feel like it has to change. Obviously, this round, it's not so much of a big deal. But again, it's another afterplant. Again, it's another disadvantage for Liquid. And it's a chance for, again, that economy to just go straight through the roof.
And one of the main hopes here was the Bladestorm on screen, but we just saw him taken down by Aspas as he tried to make his way out. I think he ran out of knives as well. Good shot from Yumpy, but how much is it really going to matter? I mean, for them to even dent the economy here of Loud, they've got to get a whole bunch of kills. I mean, Navera going down, Sheriff in hand. This is Yumpy's. I mean, he's not going to want to save this even, is he? No. Try to do some damage, go down to the spike. Well, you won't have the choice of going down to the spike, but at least he takes Sassy with him.
I almost wonder if Les didn't kill him there, if he would have been able to correct and kill Aspas.
Probably.
I actually, I'm more sure that he would have done than not, which is crazy to just talk about his ability as a player. But, well, speaking of that, he's actually going to go in for that operator. Now, most times, you're not going to see Sova operator.
When you have a jet.
Yeah. But when it's Yumpy, I'm okay with it. Because we've seen him breach operator, and that still somehow seems to work.
Yeah. Look, at this point, you know, Yumpy came into the game. We saw him start out with his Killjoy running down on mid. You know, he can do whatever the hell he wants at this point. I think everyone's going to get behind it. Zilla, having a good game so far.
Switched it. He was trying to pre-fire the previous dart spot, and yeah, Sassy moved it.
It's so important, man. Swapping up those pieces of utility, those arrows coming through. I mean, Jonas will tell you all about it. You got to have multiple lineups because people are just going to get used to it. Really going to do him like that, Tom? Someone's been nice to you, but all right. That was him. All right, Jonas, don't come after me for that one. Team Liquid. Oh, they've actually managed to pick up the opening, and it's Aspis that goes down. Loud having a much tougher time getting towards the B side this time. And Team Liquid have rotated heavily, Tom. There is nobody on the right side of the map.
Yeah.
This is going to be an insanely hard take for Loud.
Yeah, already Scream taken down. Sadak and Navira just pre-firing through the screen as well. It leaves just a couple standing. Scream will go down. Les has managed to find a second already. Not many bullets left in the clip, but any damage he can do would be huge. Trying to pick apart some of the remaining players, but he's not going to get anything more. 3 survive for Liquid. A gamble as they just basically stack up this B once the execution begins, but at the same time, they'll take anything they can get at this point. You all right?
Yep, no, almost fell over the cable.
It would be a
again.
shame if like anybody was to take that and like put it in some sort of like post-match highlight.
I forgot about that until now.
If not, just tweet it.
Can already hear the keys being pressed. Well, 5-3, Tom. We're in a good spot here for both teams. I feel like Loud are going to go back to the drawing board a little bit, and well, actually no, they're going to just go back to basics, going through middle, fast pace out of them. This is going to be an important fight for Navera. He's tagged up by one of the knives. Aspis, though, not able to take him down. The trade is good, but Link now tucked up close. Will they expect him to be here? Surely not. Who's holding over towards the choke point, you know? Why would he be in the corner? That's a huge kill for Link, but he's surrounded, Tom. There are players everywhere, and he needs help from his teammates. Yumpy with an operator will connect, but leaves him on 4 HP.
They've also got the res. They're going to have to try and cover off that player, which has not happened at all. Les has just had a freebie. Got himself an extra orb, and Sadak now trading back onto Yumpy. This is starting to fall apart. This was looking like almost a done deal. Link will find another, but again, into the 2v2. Never mind, make it 1. Scream was lurking on the other side in case they made it back, but he's still got eyes on the spike. He doesn't connect. They managed to get themselves around the corner. Now watching this together, and while the dash is just going to put him between the 2 remaining. That fell apart for Liquid so quickly, and Loud, well, right back on the board.
Wasn't a terrible idea dashing in there. You know, if Sassy had been a little bit more focused on planting the spike, if they didn't have that instant reaction of Sadak dropping down and the call being made, let's fight this guy together, play on the contact, that's exactly what they needed to do. And so the dash in to create the space ends up with them just going down instantly. With 6 rounds on the board, Louder looking incredibly good, Tom, because again, this should be 7, right, in theory? Although with the way this tournament's been going, the eco win rates have been nuts. So it's still a round you need to be cautious of, but the reason that I'm kind of confident in it is that Loud have been very good in the anti-ecos. They're not giving anything away.
No, I said I genuinely think they got one of the best defaults in the entire tournament. Incredibly patient, good with their calls, and sure, they've been caught in a trap once or twice, Sadak. It's always going to happen every once in a while. Scream will find a headshot. The rest of the team slowly making their way towards B. Now, again, there's this 3-stack, but have you noticed how they've had to switch to just have Navira watch mid? Like, that's his entire job now.
Yeah.
It's just watch mid, because they can't leave it unchecked anymore after how many rounds they've just run under the tube.
Yeah, I mean, Loud have done it 3 times and quite successfully in 2. The only one they lost was the eco, so they've got to be feeling pretty good about that split. But even still, they're going to be moving towards the site from a different angle this time around. Going in where they've had these constant 5v5 retakes, this time with a Viper's Pit online in a 4v4 and a Hunter's Fury post plant. This is again going to be a very tough round for Team Liquid, even if they had rifles.
It's just about maybe. That could be huge, because he might have a free kill in just a second because of this elevated Viper's Pit. It's actually played against them. Pancada goes down, and now you see the knives come online for Scream. There's a chance here, and they've missed the snake bite. Everything's going wrong for Loud.
Quick kill by Scream, another shot connected. That's 4 on the board. The Hunter's Fury is popped, and they're trying to deny the defuse, but time is going to be the main constraint here. And it looks like Liquid have more than enough. As I said, Tom, You know, it should be 7, but this tournament, we have seen teams step it up on Ecos.
The thing is, though, I'm not sure that's necessarily... Like, obviously, Scream had to get all the kills.
He did pretty good.
The only reason that works is because of firstly, the elevated Viper's Pit. Yep. Otherwise, they would have been able to see him. And the second reason it works is because they didn't have the snake bites actually landing. They bounce off. So those are two things that basically just give the freedom to Scream to just run riot. And you can't give that man anything. Like, he's going to take it from you anyway every once in a while, but if you give him a few mistakes here and there, well, then it's a problem.
He starts the round out by pushing A with a Sheriff alone, running into Sadik, who is waiting for him, actively looking to take him down and punish the aggression. And it's just a Scream round, isn't it? The fact that he can start with a Sheriff and having that Blade Storm in his back pocket, clutch out the round entirely.
Well, that's the argument for Scream playing this agent. Yeah. Like, having the quick ability to just get out of there after taking an initial duel because he's the headshot machine, but then giving him a one-tap knife from any range that will kill you. It does seem a little bit unfair, and that, like, obviously, in comparison to other players, you're going to see, like, the operator players be able to sort of dash away. That's not what Scream's using this agent for, and that's why, in fact, he's not even my third choice for the operator of this. Like, you're looking at Yumpy and Navira at the operators. Come on, they were world-class with it, and, well, you've seen it on Yumpy already. Navira's now going to pick it up as well.
And the other question I have, you know, it's not so much about Scream not being able to play the op. No one, you know, we've all seen his streams. We know that he can't. The reality is, does it make him that much better? Because it's already nuts. And in that situation, you know, yeah, give it to Yumpy. Let him play those ranged angles. This time, though, it is in Navira's hands to kick off the round.
Yeah, and it seems like they've left him, well, with, of course, the Scream to actually just hold on to that A side and have so much utility to basically try and delay. On the other side, they're going to go for somewhat of a mid play, and Sadak is almost waiting patiently in case anybody's going to make that move. But because it's destroyed, well, I was going to say there's not much else they can do. Yumpy gets a tag at least, but it's not much.
It's Aspis and Sassy having their armor removed at least, but that's really going to be situational whether it ends up mattering or not as we go on. At this point, you've also got Aspis healed up, so it's just the 50 removed from him. Minute on the clock, and Loud pump the brakes. They've got the B-side and mid pushes covered by the utility out of Sadik, and then they're just waiting for aggression to come through from Team Liquid, knowing that, you know, it has in the majority of rounds when they really slow it down. But this time, Team Liquid are completely pausing the pace. This recon they've put out hasn't seen anybody, though. I wonder if they'll decide with such a passive B-hold to rotate over early. We've seen them stack up before. And in the positions they're in, Tom, again, I hate to see it. It almost looks like they're going to have to play retake again. No, in fact, in comes Sage. They could fight for this if they want to. But as they decide to go back, it means Yumpy's stuck down below all by himself.
Well, that's the thing. They've got the lockdown, and this time there's not really much to destroy it. They put it in a bit of an obscure position, so to try and break it's going to be tough. And still, they've got to clear Yumpy from this side. Look at the time, Mitch. There's only about 15 seconds left, and look at the positions now of Liquid. They've managed to reclaim a lot of that control. Running in here to plant is going to be really difficult, and with Soulcast playing so close, there's absolutely nothing they can do. Liquid have played this perfectly, and Loud, well, they look flabbergasted.
Very well played. I mean, this time around, the retake works, as you said, without anything to take that lockdown out of play. You see exactly why Navira was running from the site. The key point was Yumpy had to stay alive. If Aspis was able to close in the distance in that first duel and get to the site, destroy that lockdown, the round falls apart. But they deny the space by having him there. And even though he takes a few tags on the way out, I think he got taken down by Sadik's ultimate. Didn't really matter in the end because the clock was then the biggest enemy.
No, and I think what Liquid have started to do is just be patient. Like, we've seen some of the slower rounds really catch them out with the fact that they've over-rotated and had to fall back. This time, they knew what they had in play. They knew they had the ultimates, so they're a little bit more patient. Again, we're going to see this B control initially fought for, but there's still lurks all around the map just in case Liquid try and get a little cheeky.
Yeah, well, Sadik's in the same position that he caught, well, Scream caught him in, I suppose, previously. He did get to see him first, but he didn't get to shoot first. There's a kill from Navira. That's happening towards the A site. Sadik taken down. Doesn't give any information away, really. They're going to have Sova rotate around, probably pop in the recon when it comes back online, or drone it out for now to clear if there's anyone outside of A. But look at this B site. Scream tucked on back yellow. 2 players still around this mid area, and they're going to be distracting, causing some noise, allowing Scream to maybe get the jump, but they were watching for it, and a great shot out of Pankata. They've got the site now.
He can't quite plant just yet because of the counter utility that's coming down. Needs to make sure he's not going to be caught out as he goes for it. And another tag actually landed. I think he gets pinged out. But for now, at least he survives. And that's huge. But he then goes down. No, it's Sassy that goes down through the edge of the screen. A little bit unlucky for his teammate, I guess.
Blind shots through and they land. Shock darts coming in. The res on Sassy now in play. They're going to spam that just the same. And the operator takes it down. But in the meantime, exactly. Aspis was taking advantage of those tracers to take down another player. They traded out. And Loud are going to hope that time is on their side. But as Liquid mount up this retake, you need someone to step it up. Aspis takes the first. He's holding the position. His teammates covering the cross. Time on their side. With only one player left alive, Link, I think he tried to pop out his ult there at the end, but Loud have got a 7th. Very impressive half out of this Loud side, I have to say.
Yeah, but a decent recovery from Liquid as well. Like, it was getting to the point where I was a little bit worried for them, but 5 rounds on the board, it's not too bad. I'm curious to know, however, what did the desk think?
Yeah, guys, what do we think? Like they said, a decent recovery in the end. It could have been a lot worse for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, that started off really bad. I mean, the first round that Loud won was Liquid completely ignoring the mid-split that was about to happen to them. And that's unforgivable, honestly. When you start out, you really don't know how the teams are going to play, so you have to play more condensed and covering all the different options, but they did recover eventually.
Yeah, a little bit, because we need to also acknowledge that they were the ones taking the pistol round, and after that, it was 5 rounds in a row for Loud. That I can understand how Liquid could not adapt because they haven't played against them before, and also not only with the chamber, but also the way that they were working with the space, taking so much control. Even when they got control over the side, they just kept pushing forward. So it took a minute for Liquid to actually just step back and be like, okay, what are the duels that we actually want to face?
Yeah, and Sassy definitely stepping up here as well as one of the more veteran players on the roster.
Yeah, and he's played this team before back at Reykjavík last year as well, so he's experienced in this situation. And I mean, you saw it in that 4th round, the one where he got that spray down. Unbelievable. He's playing great, and I think he's also enabling his team to play great too. Les is somebody who's 12-6 right now and honestly started the real push for Loud in that first half to get them that lead because his flank is so good. He consistently was putting pressure on them through 2 and all the way back in Snowman as well. But this is the moment I was talking about.
Oh, this was disgusting, crazy, loving to see from Loud. Also, as I was saying, the way that they pushed, even when they were taking all the control over A, the utility from Sassy was still there, making sure that no one is going to break the timing onto them, and they are still, even though playing on the attack, the ones in control of how the set points are going. I think that there's still a chance for Liquid to come back for this. Let's not forget that they were the ones choosing to go on this icebox, even though, you know, they hadn't had the results just yet. So I'm really looking forward to see how the attack is going to work exactly. I think the Scream is having a pretty decent performance.
I mean, just real quickly, they picked this map. Have you been convinced as to why you think the reason behind picking this?
I think maybe they didn't inspect the chamber, and I think that SadHack was doing a great job anchoring A, and actually not allowing Scream to maybe take on that, you know, all that information and that pressure on the side. So maybe a little bit upsetting for them, but still, you know, it's just halftime.
Yeah, exactly. Just 2 rounds separating these 2 teams. Let's see what they can both do, Tom and Mitch, in the second half.
You're back.
I'm back.
You're allowed to do the second half.
There's 2 of us now?
Woo!
Let's go.
I did a really good impression in the last half, though. Like,
I mean,
come on. A little bit
listening.
offensive.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly there, but, you know.
I tried my best.
We got there. It was quick, it was brief, and really, that's all we need to know about it. We're coming on into the second half, Tom, and the attack for Liquid now about to be tested. Loud have been impressive so far, but like we said, decent recovery by Liquid keeps them in contention. What a shot to open things up, though.
Okay, by screens. He hit Navira as well. That first shot hit Navira. Look, Navira's just healing himself up. This guy's gross. How's he managed to get away with that much damage within just 2 shots in the first few seconds? He should have 2 kills realistically. And now, well, it's going to be very difficult for Liquid to take this space.
Shock darts blindly thrown over. Aspis peeks out on the back, does some more good damage. Taking off most of the health that Navera healed up. But Team Liquid, they're keeping their options open here. The turret was watching their back the entire round, but Sadik is watching for that flank to come through, for the rotate to happen. Unfortunately not able to hit the shot, but he'll use it just to reposition. I notice he's bought 6 bullets into his headhunter in this round.
Yeah, absolute baller.
Don't know if he went for all 8 and that's fired too, I'm not sure.
Well, no, he's got a trap down, so.
Oh, he has a trap down. Ah, yes. There we go.
He must have
covering out Kitchen.
Just the one.
That's crazy, man. So he's got constant Kitchen control this whole round and the ability to one-shot, headshot all 5 players.
Like, if you miss 6 bullets, if
seconds
anything,
left.
you deserve to get shot anyway.
Oh,
so,
for
you
sure.
know.
Of a headhunter especially, in a pistol round. Yeah, if someone's peeking you down pretty long with a classic.
There's 20 seconds left for Liquid to try and get into this B site. And they're not even close. Like, they've got to go running all the way through. I feel like they might have hoped that the rotation's gone back, and it has. But, if anything, they're still going to get into position. And they had the luck from Yumpy. That's brilliant. They just waited for that TP to come back through from Sadak, didn't break it, and got a kill for free.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an oversight. I like what Yumpy's going for here. The flank out through mid, late. Where he's actually going to stay inside of Kitchen for now.
He's heard them.
He knows exactly what's going on. As they're so focused on breaking this wall and making forward progress, they're not really thinking about their back just yet. Some good timing out of Yumpy on the way through. Now we just wait for that orb to go down, for these players to walk back, and for Yumpy to strike. There it is. His 3rd kill of the round, leaving Les all alone. And he won't be dealt with by Yumpy, but there's more than enough players to close that one out. 6 found for Liquid, and they're going to close in on Loud's lead.
I always find it really interesting the way that Yumpy actually plays as Agent, because it's almost like he's a free roam Sova, which I would argue for someone to try and find another one of those. Doesn't really exist. Normally you're like setting up teammates, putting down utility for different people. He's just like, guys, I'm on the luck. And he's just managed to find incredible timing.
We were talking about Jonas earlier. If you want to talk about someone using utility for themselves, I mean, you know, assists aren't really there. It's whatever, but...
I thought I was the one throwing the shade, but fair enough.
No, that was Tom doing an
impression
of me
That was my impression again,
yeah,
of course.
Sorry about that. I'm back, though. 1 round for Liquid to start things off. They invest decently. They get Spectres out, a Marshal as well. But Loud aren't going to let it go all too easily. I mean, they've got the Headhunter still on Sadik, having not really had an opportunity to fire too many bullets. And he bought up a few more. The Marshal in the hands of Aspis as well. But those weapons have essentially been discounted to start things out. Utility keeping them out of sight, and Loud are going to have to play the retake.
Are they going to check for this? I feel like there's absolutely no chance, and a free kill at least for Sadak. He hasn't actually used the rendezvous yet, so could still look to just escape, but he's got the high ground. He's holding aggressively and knows that basically everybody's rotated off at this point, so the rest of his team are just looking for those far back players.
I like that he's just covering the push-up for now, but he's going to have to reposition to help out his teammates and stopping these players from peeking up on top of Belt as they go for the defuse. He's just now being tapped to bait out the utility. Good shot by Sadik. See, as soon as Yumpy peeks out, he's there ready for them. 2 kills already under their belt. We'll see what more damage they can do, and it's actually becoming a very winnable round with Link all alone. 1v3 rushing forward. Time's on his side, though. He just needs to pull them off that defuse for a second. Is he going to be able to? It's close, and they don't get it in the end. Oh, man. Well, look. All things considered, pretty good second round out of Loud, even though they don't win.
Yeah, technically that was a Red Bull clutch coming through from Link, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm going to give him that one.
No one's celebrating that one.
Because even if he had died, it still would have been a Red Bull clutch because the Spike didn't have enough time on it. But yeah, no, an incredible round for Loud. Like the fact that they managed to take down all 5 players with barely any investment. The purchase that's going to be coming up for Liquid, if there is a purchase, is going to suck, because normally you'd go for some sort of like eco in this position, but well, actually they are. They're just going for 1 hero rifle and that's it. It's horrible for them.
That's a lovely little shock dart bouncing around. Obviously, you get the double bounce on it, so you get the information if you do destroy some utility, but
that's meant just for the trap. That's a really weird place to stand.
Yeah, it is,
like,
isn't it?
I'm going to stand where the trap would normally be. It's like, no, don't do that.
Pancat has learned his lesson now, I'm sure. It didn't cost him all too much. He's able to heal himself up, but it's going to be shields stripped off him at least. Better start than I think Liquid will realize that they have. But
and Scream with the hero rifle has taken a lot more damage. I wouldn't be overly surprised if he went to give this to someone else. It's not like he's particularly close to his ultimate either, whereas Yumpy has managed to earn his up just by grabbing that orb, so not in a bad spot at all.
The timing was terrible. Sadik pulled off the angle at just the wrong moment. They know exactly where he was going, but they couldn't find him. Sadik barely surviving.
Uh-oh.
These weapons are now going to look to spam and stop the plant, but they can't get there in time. Sure, Solkas goes down, but now the ability to play post-plant gives Team Liquid a lot more to work with these weaker weapons. And look at what Scream is doing. The man with the rifle, starting a flank this late. Yeah. They've cleared it. They don't think he can possibly come at this point. This could be huge if his teammates can buy enough time.
Yeah, they've got the Nano Swarm, so that's at least managed to delay a little bit, but Les has started to take some aggressive control. He can't kill off the remaining players, and just look, Scream's already in from behind, but they're defusing. And I don't think he's heard it, so he's just sat back, maybe wanting to save the rifle for the next round, realizing it's already done, but yeah, he wasn't there quick enough.
Yeah, I think for him to move forward and risk that rifle, you needed an extra 5 seconds there out of Team Liquid, and it allowed Right to up the pace and pushing back in and taking those duels. Not playing it, you know, passive and scared of the pistols that are in play, instead using the weaponry that they have to their advantage and making sure that no late round timings can catch them off. That's the round for Loud that we expected to see them with, but again, we get the rifles out for Team Liquid, and so here's where things can get really interesting.
Yeah, the save, that's what it does. It basically means that Scream actually has a rifle for this round. Again, we're going to see this shock dart coming through. Doesn't actually destroy the trap because they put it a little bit deeper just to make sure, and while that information can be fed through, whereas Pancata actually now looks to actually take a little bit of extra space. In fact, they've taken a lot of space. They're pushing A, and, well, you can see where Sadak is.
Yeah, he's going to have to TP out of here, destroying the drone first and not overstaying his welcome. A good choice with the entirety of Team Liquid just sitting outside that B site. We're about to blitz him down. So with that anchor used up, he's off the site. They're giving up a lot of control. And with this wall coming out of Viper over on Team Liquid, Link can essentially just knock off all of the map control that Loud have, all of the information that they have. They don't know how many players are moving towards this site, but they are still going to start the rotate, gambling that this is where the hit's coming in. And now they know that for sure.
Oh, and not going to get the plant. That's huge. Now that they've denied that, at least they can start to break the remainder of the wall, and Liquid have to basically reposition completely. You can see the whole team is starting to run back. Les spots this, and with Link there, Aspas is actually going to join him. This cross just became a hell of a lot more deadly, as Aspas could opt to fight them, but they actually think the rest of the team might have gone through, so they're just going to rotate straight to A.
30 seconds left.
Link got a poison orb up there, but it's not going to be used on crossover. He's got to the site now. Snake bite down the back, but that doesn't deter them at all. Aspas just keeps on going. 2 quick frags, leaving it all into the hands of Navera. He needs an ace clutch in 15 seconds. It's not exactly the most doable, unless makes sure that this is a prime gaming flawless for Loud. A big money-making round, and what an important time to get it at now that Team Liquid had just invested all of their economy into that. Loud are set to potentially push to double digits.
They're so good at just having these combos in. Like, it's happened so many times. The snake bite combo alongside the shock dart, there was no real chance for the player to get away. You can't react in time because of the slows they're putting down. It's just solid play out from them, and it's always the risk of when going for one of those after plants that revolves around that wall. Because the second that wall is gone, you go, well, we gotta leave now, and we gotta double back. Like, I don't blame Liquid for their decision. I do like the fact that Loud was so ready for it. They had Les watching in mid. They then had Aspas rotating with him. There wasn't a lot of risk in that round for Loud, whereas for Liquid, they were running through utility just to try and get a plant.
And you see a big difference in one of the rounds that came out of Team Liquid. You had Snakebite go down, and just as it faded, Shock Dart was coming through when they were over on the defensive side, which meant that the plant could still come through for Loud, only sustaining a small amount of damage. But right here, that timing, both of those pieces of utility hit the floor at the same second. There was zero time to react, nothing that could be done. A gorgeous round from Loud. With a timeout from Team Liquid, it's not too surprising they want to take a moment to sit back and think about how they're going to approach this. Not a map that they've had a lot of success with in the past. And now as they come on into this one, it's very close to slipping out of their hands.
Yeah, up to big man Sliggy to try and have a little bit of a chat about this one, see what he can come up with for this round. I feel like on Icebox that can be pretty difficult to do.
Yeah, reinvent the wheel here, Sliggy. Good luck.
Yeah, especially like you look at the composition that they're currently running, and it's one that we've been seeing for a ridiculous amount of time with this map now. So, yeah, for them to try and do something that's going to catch Loud off guard, going to be difficult. But they have had relative success when it comes to these pistol rounds, especially with Scream. You know that if he can get a kill or two, maybe grab an orb, that's a Blade Storm for the next round. So it's not impossible, but I would say this is a great chance, not only for Loud to get that economy back to where it was in the last half, but also they're getting very close to a hell of a lot of ults.
That is a very scary prospect as well. If they manage to gain control over the actual economy, the credit economy, and then the ult econ as well, things can get very scary for Team Liquid when they do decide to invest into those rifles. In this round here, Team Liquid taking it slow, but it is going to be a mid-split. By the looks of things, they're actually going to try to creep through to Kitchen. Now, this has been watched by the Trap all of the time, but the big difference in how a lot of teams are playing this, you still have Pancada here pretty much all the time, playing around Kitchen. He's making steps on the way back. Look at that! Scream blocks out the utility, and they have no idea! It's huge! Oh, wow! Rifle retrieved, sight for Team Liquid, and yet again, Tom, massive success on an eco!
Scream is popping with the pistol. I feel like that's an EMEA trait at this point. It's just very good with pistols. It comes with the nature. And while for the remaining players on this team, they've got to try and isolate the Jules, the rest of them are almost just waiting for him to try and get some damage done. Might be able to spot him above, but Sassy hasn't seen him. Just still lurking around the rest of the team. He's hiding within them. He's almost one of them at this point, but Aspas has spotted the traitor. At this point, though, it doesn't really matter. It seems like things are falling apart. Sassy, though, he actually managed to get a little bit more aggressive. Les has found another one, and they just wiped them out in a matter of seconds.
That looked like it was going to be a fumble of a round. In fact, it still might be. That's pretty close. Just about. 1.5 seconds to spare, and on an eco to be decided by just a couple of seconds. Well, it's not what Loud would have wanted. Good thing is they built up their economy, so they're not going to be struggling in that sense. They've got an ulti-con to work with, but look at this, man. Both of them as well. And it's just that cloudburst that goes down. It's the timing as well, because Scream heard the player running away. He waited and thought, okay, he probably won't hear it now. Pop down the cloudburst, and they don't react to it in time, if they even heard it at all. That's incredible. And now Team Liquid, look, they're sitting 7-10. This is their chance, though. They've got to go all in on this round.
Yeah, for sure. And if they lose it, I feel like they're going to be slipping away from this map, and their map choice at that. As I said, it was a surprise going in. They tried to punish Pick Loud, and, well, with the depth of map pool of the Brazilian team, it doesn't look like that's been working out so far. We do, however, have Scream on his Bladestorm. We've already seen him pop off with that once, and, well, with his pistols and as well as that. But for now, at least, they're taking it slow. Look at the push on the other side, though, Mitch. They're already down mid.
And they've droned it. The only thing I'll say about that is you now, on Team Liquid, know that they have info behind you. But Loud use that as a fake, almost. The drone goes down, and the players instantly move to the A site. Viper's Pit in play. They're locking out the rotation with Sadik watching it with an operator. They have a ton of control here on the defensive side. Right now, Liquid think that, oh, well, they thought that they were posturing for the side. Yada, yada, who cares? They've just killed Les through the Viper's Pit. That is down, and so you wouldn't expect them to be moving here, but they are, and Sadik's able to pick up the first. Now setting up for another. He's seen Scream, but he won't hit the shot.
Yeah, I was worried because he got forced off the angle in mid, took a lot of damage, but still managed to reposition, and they didn't expect him to be here. Still actually holding such an aggressive spot. They just haven't spotted this, man! Sadik doesn't manage to connect, though. He gets taken out, but Sassy's there to drop the spike, and the time is ticking. In fact, he might even get a second. In fact, he's tagged both instead. The remaining two of Liquid low on life, and while they are falling apart at the seams, it's left all onto Navira, and I don't think he has a hope in hell.
Got a lockdown, but definitely not going to be using it here. Headshots need to be found. That's great, but he can't follow up on Aspas. A 140 dink. He survives, and well, Loud walk away with 11. That is heartbreaking for Team Liquid, having invested so much here. This was their chance to keep themselves alive on Icebox. Now it is more than an uphill battle. They are facing into what is an extremely weak round for them. And this play out of Sadik, I mean, it could have found so much more as well. That's the thing. Like you saw there, he misses the headhunter shots.
That is also like one of the riskiest things I've ever seen a player do, because he basically he held mid, watched them cross, then ran aggressively into B, and they just didn't expect him to be there because they saw him take so much damage. Then he TPs back, and then he runs back in again, and that's the point. They hear him use the rendezvous, they go, well, he's not going to be there again, is he? And so nobody clears it on the way past. Big risk, but hey, Sadik just got the reward for it.
He doesn't do that in round 1. He doesn't do it in round 2. He waits until now because he's conditioned them. Oh, when I run away, it's I'm TPing out of here, and I'm going to kitchen or spawn, and I'll hold from snowman. But no, he was playing aggressive that time. Now he's going aggressive again because the site over on A has been lost. Everything going to be committed here for Team Liquid, throwing themselves at this round. They found some good success to start with.
Spike planted.
Yeah, a solid opener. They managed to use a couple of ults to not only give them the space, but find a kill off the back of it. And
last player standing.
You know, Pancada thought that he could sneak his way through. He couldn't. Scream is waiting and watching, and Sadik, well, although their finances are pretty good still, I think he's just going to opt to try and save this into the next round. a complete turnaround for Liquid. Like, just a pace change, quick push in. But again, it's something that they're not going to be able to do in the next one. Like, you're not going to have the lockdown again. You're not going to have the Hunter's Fury. That was basically their free opening into the site. So it's not the end of the world for Loud, but it is a stepping stone for Liquid.
Yeah, and remember, I said this was going to be a very weak round for Liquid. It certainly doesn't look like it because they walk out with the Prime Gaming flawless, but they came into that round with half shields on a lot of players, with Bulldogs. They had to really fill in the gaps.
Wait, what? I didn't even see anything on the replay.
I'm almost certain he didn't either.
Oh, no, he did. He spotted him before. That's
disgusting.
So Thank you for replaying that twice. It gave my eyes a second to realize what Scream did in a second. Like, he gets it straight away. I need 3 attempts in slow-mo.
While 2 of them, you're even looking at the same spot. You know where the dude is. You still can't see him. It's nuts, man. That round right there for Team Liquid, it was a Hail Mary, investing everything that they possibly could. You know, there is a world where they decide at 11-7 to just play it on a light buy, invest everything they've got in the next one, ultis, weapons, and try to play for OT. They came in confident. It worked out, maybe taking a leaf out of Loud's book in that side. And now, Loud are calling the pause. They want to make sure that they don't let this lead that they've held on to for most of this map. They don't want to let it slip at the last moment.
Yeah, and I think they're still in a very good spot. Like, Aspas, he's going to have a Spectre, but that's because it looks like he's going to play the Bladestorm for the majority of this round. Sadak has his ult as well in the Tour de Force. That's the thing that makes this composition so powerful, is just to break this team economically is nigh on impossible, because if they actually have a few good rounds, they not only build up economy, but then they have ults to bail them out if they start to run out. And those ults are also incredibly powerful at that. The amount of clips that we've seen out of the Tour de Force this tournament is already just ridiculous. Like, so many of them.
I mean, not only the Tour de Force, we've seen so many of those quick switches over to Headhunters yield massive value, whether it's off the base of an operator or the Tour de Force. The quick switch and the time to fire on it is so crazy. Ah, yes, he has the Bladestorm. I was going to ask what Aspas was doing with his life, but yes, okay. Bladestorm to play with, and a Stinger
he's not planning on coming back. Let's put it this way. Like, where this man currently is, this is a solo mission.
Well, it's not really, because he's got Sadak with him as well, the Tour de Force.
But Sadak can just TP out.
Yeah, well, that's the big difference, right? You're not going to be able to dash through the wall, unfortunately. If you're a Jet, you got to stay aggro there. They're not going to find anything, and it looks like, in a way, Team Liquid, whether they have a read on it or not, they are avoiding the main danger in this round.
Yeah, especially with Les being basically alone. Now, again, we're going to see this drone through mid, which doesn't really spot anything, and that instantly pulls a rotation. It means they don't have to hold under the tube anymore because, well, they've spotted that there's no one near the tube.
They've got the ability to play retake on B. Now, obviously, you've got an... Interesting. You've got a trap right down below them to cover when they cross out. I wonder what the reaction is from Loud, though, because they have 4 players in position right now. And, okay, there's the trap. They're now moving towards the site, so you're going to put a snake bite down. There is a poison orb as well. It's not activated just yet.
I like this adaptation. They've really struggled, but they're still going to struggle here. Yumpy trying to turn the tide. He gets absolutely nothing, and Link's flank is just a little bit late. He doesn't even connect. Any chance of this round again is just seemingly slipping away, and, well, I think they already knew where he was, but now can confirm he isn't even able to hold in a spot which will do anything. Sassy able to close, and Loud make that one look easy.
That is a very impressive round for Loud for a number of reasons. The way that they play so passive on the B side, the fact that, you know, when we compare some of Team Liquid's early rounds, their B holds often meant that Solkus went down in the first couple of seconds, that the players around yellow...
Much more aggro.
Absolutely. Right here, Loud, they take a step back, even though you have someone spotting it, he's running back, taking his orb with him, setting up post plants, and the fact that that orb is on the ground, and they've already seen a snake bite come through, it sort of builds up to Liquid saying, let's take a little bit more control, let's play aggressive. And like you said, I like that play. It's a good play, but they didn't know how many players were already waiting for them.
Aspas is going to get tagged up close. It doesn't matter, though. His teammate of Sadak has already got the pick onto Navira. It's looking like the beginning of the end for this first map, and, well, with this aggressive position, there's potential. No, they actually smoke him off. So they do actually get the res through without too many problems. However, there's still 3 players waiting on this site for Liquid.
Who says Jet isn't a smoker, you know? There's proof right there.
Oh, you want to change it to controller, yeah?
Yeah. Primary controller. No problem. 4 rounds between them. Team Team Liquid have a really tough road ahead of them, and even more so if Aspas is able to do that. We've already had an operator pick the res, equalized it, but we're back into Loud's advantage, and Sadik is set up yet again, ready to TP out. He'll tank. Oh no, what a shot! Little bit of damage connected, good position, but Team Liquid still end up coming ahead in those duels. And as they fight for the site, I think they're gonna get a plant for free.
They've also got the Viper's Pit after plant with vision as well, and Jumpy already picking off another sneak through, but Aspas has managed to find one, looking for a little bit more, but Link's gone through the other side. If he gets this kill, the Viper's Pit is gone, and actually the spam from Aspas will find another. Now the afterplant is still in play. You've got this close position from Yuppie. Who's expecting him to do that? Third kill on the round already, and of course you've still got those nano swarms available to deny any sort of defusal. Aspas desperately looking for the spot of his opponent, but he's found absolutely nothing. In fact, he's playing ring around a Rosie with a player that's not even there. It's a complete fallback from the remaining players, and they still have utility to play with. He has no choice but to duck out of this round, and Liquid will live to fight another day.
Especially with that operator on the floor, it's worth just picking up. You know, Loud aren't in that poor of a spot economically, especially with Aspas saving, but the reality is you got 3 more rounds to play, and you never know what that can look like. Definitely the right call. Up against Util, up against an operator, and in the hands of Yumpy, who is 22-16. He's having a better time with this operator than Aspas is on the Jet. And I mean, it just comes back to really show you why it's, you know, any other team. I'm trying to think of absolutely any other team that I would look at, see the Sova with an op,
I'll be honest.
the Jet without, and go, oh, that's a good idea.
It's not the same. But if Nuke picked it up, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, well, okay. Again, though, we're picking out players who could do anything.
Yeah.
You could, if Nuke picks up a stinger every round, I'm okay with it, you know? Like, we can't really argue with that.
I like how they moved the trap back into a spot that would be harder for Scream to smoke, just in case he tried to do that again.
Yeah.
It's hidden around the corner, so it will be an insta-pop. They managed to force out Sadak in the early round position. Again, our controller of Scream tries to smoke off that cross and almost bait them into thinking someone has gone past. However, they have not.
Someone's going to think you're serious, Tom. You're going to get a tweet after this.
Oh my god.
Right here.
Jet is not
Actually,
a controller.
it's a duelist, man.
What a noob. That bit's true.
Gold casters. That bit's true, too. For you, at least.
Gold's pretty, man. You know?
Gold is pretty. It's the prettiest metal. It's the prettiest metal. Oh, here we go. 3 rounds between them. Team Liquid mounting the B attack. We're going to see the plant attempted. Sadik still up top. An aggressive wall out of them. That's going to get a plant for sure. Maybe not for sure, but they've dealt with Sadik. And then Sulcus decided he wanted a little bit more.
Yeah, I wanted to try and take them down. I guess maybe expecting that there was no escape. The problem is they've got the rest, so Sadak is right back from the fray. Yumpy for the swing, and he's going to win that battle. Puts him back in the grave, and now this time, Link actually has the timing, but it's a double rotation. They've got Scream in behind as well, so even if they kill off Link, he can be as aggressive as he wants. He can fight all the way forward if he wants to, and Scream will just be waiting in behind. The fact is, Link might be enough on his own. He's just battling versus Pancada, and finally, he has fallen, but the time is already gone. Scream's like, don't worry, guys, I'm coming in on the flank, but it's already over.
Enemy remaining.
He got there in the end.
He did. That's why
he normally laser smokes.
That's why he wanted to fight someone from behind that time. His aim was a little off, I guess. That's a first. Take a picture of that one. 2 rounds to go before Team Liquid can hit an overtime, and it's starting to feel a lot more doable. It's not like these rounds are being decided by massive plays individually. This is a different game plan that's worked out, even with Sulcus. And I think the reason he wanted to get aggressive was the fact that they had the res online, tried to take the space ahead, maybe catch them off guard on the way through. Again, not a bad idea out of Team Liquid, and I like the aggression they go for. It's just that Loud seem to constantly already have 3 players or more around this side of the map, and so they're ready to catch that aggro.
But that's why I like the reposition of the plant, because it's a little bit safer than the standard wall, which everybody on their team has been spamming all the way through. It's just the previous time they were somehow ready for that one as well. This time, though, looking a little bit more standard. Aspas, we haven't seen him play the operator too much. It's mostly been on Sadak, but he's taken the reins in this round and is just looking to try and dominate on that A site. He's going to come under pressure, though, but he might be able to avoid the drone. He's just hiding behind the wall, but he has eventually been spotted out.
He's going to be able to destroy that drone. Scream really wanted to take him down there, man. He is running it down. Link has been flanking again and again. Loud seem to be ready for it. They're still being quite cautious of this angle and of the orb. As the orb goes down, that seems to change. Now they focus on the site itself and getting back in there to retake. Of course, Link can't actually push up just yet. There's a trap down there waiting for him, and it'll detect him if he tries to make his way through. He's going to destroy it and run forward. They're now looking at their back, trying to take down these flankers. They get one, but again, that second... Oh, no, Scream! He's whiffed it out. This could be dangerous. He goes down, and it's already being diffused halfway. Yep, he's going to run in. He'll get there just in time. Oh, no! The Sadic gets it done. They're not very good in it. It was 13-10. It was a damn close game, and a lot of really big clutch rounds on both sides, for sure. This was a good game. Liquid have changed up their plan, and it's worked, but not well enough. And now they're going to have to make the reverse sweep, starting out with Loud's map pick of Haven. It's not a pretty picture. The good thing is, I mean, that spray, I almost forgot about that from Sassy, the way he kicked it off. My God. We had some beautiful plays in this game right here. I told you coming into it, Tom, I said Icebox is going to be a good map, and well, I didn't expect it to be this one.
The most interesting thing, I'm sure the Des will talk about it as well, going into Haven, is the fact that the last time we saw Liquid on it, they played one of the weirdest comps we've ever seen. So there might be something completely new, so it could be a surprise. I think that the map pool still looks fairly decent for them. And although I do think that Loud are firmly in the driver's seat going into a map they've been incredible on in their own region, and the last map also being one that they're very good at, it still could be something interesting in this series. I think anybody would be a fool to count out Liquid at this point.
For sure, look, we got 13-10, ridiculously close start. If this was a blowout in favor of Loud, I'm going to think that it's over and done with already, but Liquid, he catches his toes. They only barely fell short here, right? And this is a situation that I think these guys, they'll take a little moment, they'll bounce back into Haven, and we'll end up with another close one. But the reality is, the series is now, we came in, we didn't know who the favorite was necessarily. Pretty confident it's Loud now.
Well, that is it for now. We're going to be heading off to a break, then it'll be back with the desk, and then we have the second map of the series coming up just after that.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
I hope you guys at home have some decent earplugs because it's getting pretty loud in here. I'm so sorry. I had to say that one out loud. But I hit you with a whammy. I hit you with a back-to-back.
I think we're done here.
Okay. Yeah. Did you like Xbox? Did you enjoy it?
I'm just not going to say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but we wouldn't be able to hear Bala anyway because it's so loud in here. I'm sorry. Anyway, Icebox, we knew it wasn't going to really favor Liquid coming into this. At one point, they were kind of getting themselves back in, but Loud in the end, you know, they're just too strong.
I mean, to be honest, were they actually getting back in? Because I feel like we got the Liquid that in the first half got the pistol round, and on the second one starts again with the pistol round. But then Loud, you know, after losing those two, he's like, they're just chilling. They're just literally just pushing in. They're not afraid to take the duels. You know the situations where we look at the players and we're like, oh, why is he re-picking? Why is it? They weren't even hiding. I mean, they were just going for the kills on the retake, and everything was working for them.
Sure, and I'd say that slight comeback actually was Loud's fault in the first place. I mean, there was a lot of unforced errors, like Kakuka, you're saying, where, for example, Aspas pushing into a player that's about to get locked down. Like, there's moments like that, but from both teams. I mean, Scream in the last round.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's an experienced player, and he whiffs the knives on the player who's not even looking at him.
Scream the body shutter.
Yeah, that's never something that you've ever heard in your life.
It doesn't sound as good to say that they talk about his body shots, does it?
Yeah, I know. Also, we talk about Jess. I think we also need to talk about Aspas because we were talking, you know, about a young player that comes in, and of course we want to see the Jets and everything. I was actually kind of surprised because when I was looking at the stats, even though we know that everybody in Loud actually popped off and the individual performance was great. I think he was 2 and 7 in first kills, first deaths.
2 and 7?
Yes. So he was like, I don't want to go first, but at some point he just decided he wanted to keep going. Still, I mean, it's a great combat score, get that.
But he's still also topped the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I mean, look though, it's 22 kills, and then down there as well. I mean, there's 20 kills for Saucy. There's a couple as well, very close for Les. All these guys on Loud fragged, and I think that speaks to this team, but also on the other side, Yappy's really having to carry a large load, and that is not normal for Team Liquid. And part of the reason why you're seeing this game go in this direction, 13-10 for Loud, it's really interesting to see how the same narratives for Loud continue here at LAN.
Yeah, completely. We were mentioning Yampy as, you know, one of the Lanimals, one of the ones that is going to pop off when it comes to this moment. So we actually have this graphic here, Aspas versus Scream.
I think it's really important to point this out because we have one guy on the right who's carved a legacy for himself, who is someone that people don't usually out-frag on the server. But we've got Aspas Bala on the other side. This guy's 18. He's 9 years younger than Scream on the other side.
Yeah, and this is his first Valorant LAN. Like, that's the type of thing that you have to pay attention to when you're looking at Loud, because there's 3 relatively inexperienced players, at least in terms of Valorant LANs. And then you have Sadek and Sasu who have been to so many, and they're leading this guy to frag out, absolutely. And again, 2 and 7 first kills to first deaths, but he still puts up a performance like this, doesn't lose any motivation. He is so good, and I think this map showed why.
I really want to quickly add because he went 2 and 7 opening kills with Kakuka. He went
Scream.
7 and 3 against Scream.
Yep.
Not many people can say that. I think
don't think anyone can. Yeah.
I think that it also has to do with the way that the teams were facing the rounds and facing the game itself, because we saw Scream, you know, sometimes maybe taking too many duels or just going too extra aggressive just to, you know, go a little bit along with Yampe that was carrying some of the rounds. And Aspas was always followed by somebody else. It doesn't matter. He knew that even if he dies, somebody else is going to be there to take the refrag and the round is going to be theirs.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple people less on the flanks. Like I said during halftime, he continued to be a rock for them. I mean, you saw how many times there was the Shock Dart Molly combinations with Saucy. There's a lot that Loud can actually deliver and give to this team against Liquid right now. There was so many times where you're just like, wow, Liquid is not prepared for this match at all.
I mean, the best part is we've seen 2 incredible Jet players, but Kakuka, there's a third one in the equation.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to go to Haven, and if nothing changes on the side of Liquid, we're going to see Yampe. We were talking about, you know, how great he is when he is on the LAN, how he's performing performing, how he plays operator, no matter the agent that he's playing, and we're going to really, really need him on Haven. Now, Liquid has left his map open. They know that it is a chance. So we'll see how he performs, because I have a feeling, now that we have seen the changes in Loud, especially on that first map, that now that they've picked Haven into Liquid, they're going to be bringing in some changes, because I feel like in this, and in 404, they've only played one time, and I don't feel like they're completely sure about their composition.
I absolutely love the fact that you brought up Yampy playing on Jett now, because this is now another challenge for Aspas, right? Another challenge where he just
in case
took down.
Scream wasn't enough.
Exactly. Well, and now you're going up against a guy who really is playing phenomenal here at Reykjavík so far, and it's probably going to continue if Icebox was any indication. So for Aspas to already be in that mode of taking down large challenges, this is a place where I think a lot of people are going to start turning their eyes and paying attention to this kid right here.
I also want to point out, I think that Tom was mentioning during the cast that some of the rounds that Liquid got on the attack were like set strats with like, we have this ultimates and this is how we're going to execute the round. And it works just because of the pressure that you have, but it's something that you can only do in like 1 or 2 rounds tops on your attack. The point is, the adaptation was not there for Liquid, even though they decided to pick it. I'm really looking forward to see what happens onto Haven, because the window of opportunity is so much bigger on that map.
I mean, how much do we read into Aspas being the next big star, the next generation of these talented fraggers? Because we've got Trent. I think everybody is pretty aware of how good he is before we've even seen him at LAN.
Sure.
But for a lot of the audience outside of Brazil, this might be the first time they've seen him, and he's just diffed Scream.
Yeah, straight up, or heard of him. That's why I'm saying these types of things. That's why it's very cool to actually see how he plays up against these guys. But it might sound like right now it's all riding on Aspas, but I don't think that's actually the case, right? Because, I mean, we just saw the scoreboard. We saw how even it was among everybody. But you want to hear a nerdy stat?
Go on, do it.
I'm not actually going to give a stat. It's just that this team has the lowest standard deviation in terms of load on the rest of them. Like, that means how much pressure they put on a certain player. Whereas Liquid is kind of similar, but every other team has so much. I mean, you're talking 40% of the entry kills, for example, being taken by their Jett player or their primary duelist. That's not the case with Loud, even though Aspas is super aggressive.
Yeah, and speaking of some of those impactful players, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, and it is the man of the hour, the bold, as Tom and Mitch would say. It's Sassy
too many
here.
in the server.
Yeah, but Sassy, I think, proving your point, Bala, any one of them can do something like this, which is just dirty.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. What a spray transfer.
I mean, the problem here is that, you're playing without flashes completely on Liquid. You have to go across that toxic screen, and you decide to do it while it's still up. Of course, someone is going to be looking at you on the other side. The timing is not going to always be on your favor, so there's a chance that is going to happen.
I do want to talk about the next map a little bit because
Sure.
how concerned are we right now? Because Icebox, we were all already questioning that pick. It felt a little bit weird, but the next map, it kind of makes sense on the side of Liquid at least.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we're going to go back to those days with Neon, with Solka just going in, even though we've seen that for some teams have worked pretty well. I'm actually more concerned about, are we going to see that double controller again? Because it didn't make me feel, too secure about that. I don't know how you see it, Bella.
Yeah, it gives me butterflies. That's what it does. It just makes me nervous. That type of comp on Haven, I think.
Do you want to see Link on the Breamy?
You just don't have enough stopping power. I mean, one incendiary grenade is not going to do anything. That's the type of thing that I fear for when you go to Haven. I don't expect it, and I hope. I mean, obviously, Team Liquid has been thinking about that entire narrative for the entire tournament as well. So hopefully we see something normal. But on the side of Loud, this is a map where I think they're very strong, and it's one of those maps as well where they sometimes play that breach, and their coordination is fantastic on this map because they can actually pivot so many places at the same time. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they play up against Liquid here.
Can I give you guys a nerdy stat? Well, it's not really nerdy. It's a pretty basic.
It is nerdy.
It's pretty basic.
I wish I had my glasses. I could still push them up.
It's a pretty basic stat, but obviously we know Liquid this year on Haven, not been the best, not been the worst. I think they've won 3 out of 5 times they played it. We all know the Loud. They've won every single Haven map they've played. They are unbeaten. In fact, they're unbeaten across majority of the maps they've played. But with the exception of NIP, no other team has managed to get more than 5 rounds against them.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're good. It's like they dominate. This is like they 13-3, 13-4, 13-5, everyone. And NIP, yeah, they got 11. That's the most anyone's ever got.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think what we just saw on Icebox, actually, I mean, Tom was mentioning it on the cast as well, how good good their default is. And I think this is a map where that really tends to itself. And also in Brazil, it's kind of something I think a lot of the teams are still working on, and how to, react to conditioning, how to react to defaults, and not play into those specific plays. And Loud does such a good job that when you play into them, they'll dominate you. So
yeah, that scares me a little bit, because if Liquid doesn't change anything, which I still think they will, okay, and they stick to that double controller, they will not have, a Killjoy Cypher, something that I feel like it's so necessary, especially when you're playing on a map like Haven, which is, so wide and you have so many sites that you need to control. It really scares me, at the time you take the duels, I feel like Loud is always going to have the right timing over you.
Well, Liquid, they're down, but definitely not out yet. Let's get to know this EMEA team a little bit better.
Hey guys, I'm Scream and I play for Team Liquid. We got the chance to be qualifying here in Iceland, and we're gonna show people that we actually deserve it. We have nothing to lose. We're just gonna enjoy, have fun, and if we have a good day, we can beat everybody. Team Liquid has the best individually aimers in the world, so I think people, they might be scared of the headshots, That's our main strength, so definitely, be careful.
Is right there, he spotted him. Soulcast helping him out. Up he goes, the updraft is good, and Scream does it in style. What a 3K.
My brother Nivara is coming straight up from CS. He's been in one of the top teams in CS. He has a really good experience. The fact that he's really calm as well. That goes also for Link. These two guys are very calm, in clutch situations. They can really handle the pressure pretty well. Soulcast is one of the best aimers in this game. It's one of these guys who really surprised me when I played with him. Kind of reminded me of myself 10 years ago.
No way! No way!
And then we have Jumpy, who has this craziness in himself. He's a very, very, very aggressive player, and all of these players mixing is a really nice cocktail. I'm really glad to be playing with these guys.
Honestly, I love the energy these guys give, but he said the Link is really calm in clutches. That blows my mind, because if you guys have ever met him, he's really outgoing, he has a lot of energy, but I feel like when
that means you're not cold in clutches?
No, but I almost feel like that's what makes him so good, that he can control that in those situations.
There was a couple moments that you actually saw that on Icebox. I mean, remember down in Orange, there was somebody reloading, pressuring, and trying to get the spike down, and when there was a mid-split coming from Loud, and he was just sitting there, listening for the reload, took his time, and got the kill. It's moments like that that I really appreciate from Link, and shows the fundamentals.
I think that right after Jumpy, if we talk about, consistency in Liquid, it has to be Link, because it doesn't matter what he's going to be playing, he's always going to perform.
Yeah, I think I've always said this. Too underrated. We need to talk about Link more.
Yes.
Especially in a matchup with Sassy,
that was certainly...
And with Tom casting.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It was certainly my opinion before this event, but this event, I feel like he's lost a little bit of that consistency.
I think it's more of a general thing. I think it's a general feeling also coming into regionally. You know what I mean?
I mean, everyone talks about Scream, Navira. Yumpy's a bit of a Lanimal, but the amount of rounds that Link wins them when it comes to how impactful it is.
I don't disagree with that at all, but in terms of actually watching this event, it feels he's inconsistent. It's not just feeling. I'm literally looking at
Get on the bald buff train.
I'm on the bald buff train. Hey, I was the one who convinced you originally for the bald buff, so I'm just saying there's a level of Liquid right now. I mean, a complete difference, because like Scream was saying, it feels like this event, they're playing with no pressure. They're just playing kind of confident. They're just having a good time. And Slicky actually said also in the post-match interview after they qualified for playoffs that this is a time where they're just kind of experimenting and making it so that, Scream could get some experience IGLing, and some of the other players as well who are IGLing on different maps can get that experience as they transition into a new system, honestly.
Maybe we should get a poll going to see if Bala should go bald and join the bald buff train.
So.
We're going to make that, yeah.
Oh, no.
We're going to go to a break real quick, but we're going to get production to make a poll for you guys on Twitter to vote if Bala should go bald in this tournament. But yeah, we'll be right back.
We'll do it live.
Welcome back, everybody. We're heading into map 2 soon between Team Liquid and Loud. Before the break, we spoke about a potential poll regarding Baller here, and we actually have it. So I need you guys to scan the QR code you're about to see on your screens and go vote on what haircut you want Baller to get. Do you want him to get his hair like Sassy's, like Tom Biz, or Link? What do you think, Akuka?
I go for Link.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think that's my pick. Yeah. What do you think?
We heard Tom. Tom's behind us out there right now.
Do not ruin these locks. Don't do it. You know what? There's actually one part. I think honestly, if Loud win the tournament, the true bald buff is Saucy. The original bald buff is Saucy.
Would you let him shave your head?
I would let Saucy shave my head if they win.
Okay, that's on camera. So lovely.
I have no choice but to support Loud now. Like, I just have no choice.
That's free. That's free.
I'm backing them for the whole tournament now. We have to do it.
Doesn't sound bad.
But what would I get for you to join Baller on the train?
Shaving my head. I've been growing my hair for years. You know, when I was a teenager, I had my hair just like this, and I cut it for like my ear.
Wow.
That's
no joke.
So much.
Just because a teacher told me that I was like too obsessed with my hair, and I was like, I don't care about my hair.
A teacher?
And I literally, yeah.
Okay.
It was my math teacher, and I was a straight A student.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's just boring.
You're backing Optic, so if Optic win the whole tournament, no
way,
not happening.
Oh, what about if Paper Rakes wins? Will you shave your head?
Do you know what? I would be okay. I don't know. I think I would be okay with that. I would dye my hair purple if Paper X win this tournament. I would dye the color of their jersey, like the replica. Yeah, I actually would.
That is too much.
I would do it, and I'm really confident that they would win. So I know purple looks good on me.
Yeah,
Optic doesn't have a bold buff. Why would I shave my head?
Well, he's doing it if Saucy wins the tournament.
Yeah, but Sassy's bold. Who's bold in Optic?
We can convince someone in Optic, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Sure.
I'm sure we can do it. But back to the matter at hand before everything goes crazy.
To you guys.
But yeah, we're gonna be moving on to map 2, Haven, Loud, and Liquid. We spoke about how dominant Loud are here. Do you guys see a way out for Liquid? Is it reverting back to any of the craziness that they bring, or do you want to see them kind of stick to what they know?
I mean, I don't completely mind the Neon comp. The double controller, no, I don't like that at all. But the Neon comp, it's okay, and obviously that's not something that most teams are experienced with. And I'd say almost certainly wouldn't work. Or Loud is not experienced in it, given the teams that play in Brazil as well. Although I might wager that they actually have experimented with Neon themselves, given the history back at Reykjavík in 2021, where they ran Yoru against Team Liquid way back when.
I still think that I expect changes for both the teams. I don't think that any of them are going to stick. Maybe, on the side of Loud, they're going to stick to, because I think they only played once in this patch. So I still feel like they were not too comfortable. You were talking about, how NIP was the time that they got most rounds out of them. So, yeah, I expect the changes from both sides. I don't think that any of them were 100% comfortable. And with Loud picking this,
you never know. You never know. We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for this one. Kakuka is expecting some changes. Yumpy has just come out and said, okay, we'll give you some changes. He's not playing the Jet here. Scream is going to be on the Jet. We have a Killjoy instead of a Cypher as well.
Oh, man, I like this.
And yeah, this is a very different look.
This is exactly what I wanted from Les, to at least go on the Killjoy. So I'm really liking on that side. Sadhack, I would like to be on the KO, but I understand why on Haven he wants to go bridge. So on the side of Loud, I like it. Now on the side of Team Liquid, I think I really dig it. I think that Yampy, of course, is an amazing opper on bridge as well. I think like Nivera controlling A does a great job. Am I 100% sure on the Scream Soulcast? Another head-to-head between Aspas and Scream.
I mean, I like this Soulcast pick, Bala, just real quick, because Soulcast was one of the best guys in all of EMEA.
Yeah, totally. He was the original pioneer of that as well. Yep. And this is actually very similar to the comp that Cloud9 runs in NA, and it's triple flash. So you can get a lot of execute power, the only difference being Nivera on the chamber, but we all know why he plays that. On the other side as well, this is a very DRX comp from Loud coming out. The adjustment from Cypher to Killjoy, I think on this map specifically, is perfect. And with the Sova Breach combination, there's a lot of possibilities there as well, as in terms of keeping the pressure on the entire map, keeping the information flow, and actually blocking the information flow as well.
Well, a lot of comfort picks here on both sides. I can't wait to jump into map 2 and back to your casters, Tom Biz and Mitchman.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, there's 2 of us here. That's right. 1 and 1 makes 2.
I can't wait to shave Baller's head. I'm really excited for that.
You want to join?
Be a great piece of content.
Honestly, I've thought for a long time it was just your plan to get
What would you have to do to shave yours?
Yeah, see, I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming. Tom, I barely look good with hair. I don't think I'd look good without it.
I could see you.
Let's take a look at some good old Valorant, though, because we're right on into map number 2. It's Haven, and Team Liquid are going to be kicking things off on the defense. They lost map 1, which was their map pick, and now as they come onto Haven, Loud will look to close this out. Looking at a C play to start things off, but a lot of control coming in for Loud, having their turret on mid, having Sassy watching for the A long push. I don't know that they'll necessarily come with the same pace we've seen from them before, and in fact I hope they don't, because look at Team Liquid, 3 players stacked up on C. They seem to have a very good idea that this is what Loud would like to do in the pistol.
Oh, that's going to be so much information. Spotting almost the entirety of the team, but they're going to try and execute off this, clearing some of the closer angles, and Yumpy's still just going to sit back. The flash through! Soulcast already manages to pick up a couple. We talk about comfort for this man. This was the agent. He always found his form. And well, now, the remaining 2, their positions known, trying to make their way, continuing into this C site, but the entirety of the team are here. They should be able to get one with the shock dart, but it will not be enough. Liquid kick things off with a bang, and they will get the pistol.
And good prediction from them. I don't know whether to chalk that up to them doing their homework or maybe playing a little bit of a gamble. The early control over A, no one pushing up. Whatever it was, Team Liquid gambled on the right side. They win the pistol with what is now a very exciting conversation. Solk is playing on the Sky. Yeah. As you said, Tom, this is where he redeemed himself. There was a point where people were calling for him to be dropped from the Liquid roster, going back to First Strike. And he turned around and came from a pretty underwhelming player to one of the best Skies we had in the world in what felt like overnight. Now that he's back on this here, well, I'm excited to see what he'll be able to do.
He stuck around. I thought he was going to leave after the first shot. He missed the first one. To stick around for a couple more. All right. I see you, Navera. To be honest, I think that's what this whole comp is. Like, Yumpy's always seemingly really enjoyed or really succeeded playing on Breach. Navera on a Chamber, it's obvious, so I don't think anybody needs to talk about that. Scream's Jet in the last map looked great. I guess Link seems to be able to play anything, so I don't know if this is his favorite. I don't think we'll find out, but yeah, I think that's what they've gone for in this map, and I like it because it's the way of life with Liquid. You'll go for some cool, interesting comps, and then you go back to the basics and they just look sick.
Another.
All right.
A headshot onto Aspis. He's going back out for more, this guy. Well, Navera's on the way towards the Tour de Force pretty early on, and Team Liquid are building up cash with a Prime Gaming Flawless. It's a great start to their opponent's map pick, but now the weapons get pulled out by Loud.
Yeah, the thing is, if Navera can get aggressive here, either find a pick or get himself an AWP, he's getting incredibly close to that Tour de Force, which we know that he can dominate with that in rounds. So there's definitely still some danger here. All the other ultimates are not even close to being online, so realistically, there's still going to have to be an awful lot for Liquid to be able to win this one. And on the other side of things, this is where we get the fall buy. But there's pieces missing, because they've only had 2 kills onto Pancada, and everyone else has gone a miss.
This man in position yet again. And of course the shot lands. It just doesn't seem to miss. With that shot connected, Navera's back to the A site with indeed just 1 orb left for a Tour de Force, which could be a big difference maker in this round. Yumpy does well to find one from his position. Navera's locked out though, caught behind the smoke. He pushes through. The Headhunter not doing anything for him. And without a method of escape, he is going to be dealt with. That's at least Tour de Force online for the next round, and a good bit of damage done. But with Scream going down, this is going to be a really tough round for Link to get anything done in. Well handled by Loud in the end, and I think they've achieved the bare minimum there, especially with how poorly it starts. Losing a couple of players, they've done well to get out with 3.
Yeah, no, incredibly well. I was either thinking that they'd get away with a maximum of like 2 or maybe even lose the round just with how much success there was in the early rounds. But again, recovering well, making sure they clear all of the angles together. And again, I spoke about this earlier, seeing Sadak move away from what was basically a solid Sentinel player in his previous team of Vikings, moving over to seeing Initiator play. I'm still a little bit sad we haven't seen the KO yet today, because it's one of the most enjoyable players I think we've watched. So you spoke about the pop flashes that we saw from Jandy the other day. I think he does it better, which is a claim and a half.
And I mean, there was a conversation that we had with pretty much every player we've ran into so far. Shanji has been someone that has blown them away with the KO play. So I'm excited to see the future of that agent. I think moving more towards a kind of duelist play if more players follow suit, or maybe we'll just have Shanji dominating in that. But for now, we've got a little bit of a technical pause coming through, a little bit of a gear malfunction. The players are going to get that sorted out, and we'll be back into the game very quickly because we're not Pampot.
I don't know why you've said that. The thing is, I don't think we get as many as them, but you curse way more.
Yeah.
Way more.
To be fair, every time I've said, this will be a quick one, it has gone 10 to 15, so...
I still remember when they had one that, like, it had to be moved to the next day. So we've got a while before we have to compete with something like that.
We had, what, the 2 longest games in the EMEA or in VCT history, but they had one that went 24 hours, so from start to finish.
They win on that one.
That's a tough one.
But coming into this round, although, again, it's going to be both teams on a 4-buy, the little bit of damage will mean that, again, there's going to be a little bit of shields missing for the side of Loud. More importantly, though, Navira, even getting that one and dying is enough to have that tour de force. So going in the direction of A, most of the time, is going to be a high risk, because he's just going to be looking to try and dominate in that angle. And then, again, because they have so many flashes on their side of things, they can actually afford to re-aggress at times. Like, it's not a situation where, we've lost that piece of the map, we just have to put utility down, try and bait them into moving into other positions. No, you have players, and with the Jet as well, that can basically flash, re-aggress, and then get out of there without too much trouble. So Loud are going to have to be very careful, because, as Bala said on the desk as well, the default's incredible. It's something that can be very difficult to play against. Liquid look like they have a composition which is almost designed to disrupt it.
And I'll look at Liquid and think, on the defensive side here, their rotations can be incredibly fast. Having Navera as a flex player between any site, he's going to be covering off the likes of Garage and Mid most rounds, and maybe flexing up where he's putting those traps as well. Obviously, you got to keep moving them around, or they're just going to take him down with the shock darts and start a round. And I think for Liquid, having someone like Navera already showing up and coming into round 4 with the Tour de Force online if he chooses to use it, which I imagine he will, that's a pretty scary prospect. And we're going to get to see exactly what round 4 entails, because Tom, just like I told you, man, it's a quick tech pause, bro. Don't worry about it. A couple seconds and we're back into the game.
Stop talk. Play game. Here we go.
Need a drop.
Time to kick things off. Well, you can see that Loud have got their rifles to play with, but Aspis is going to have to go down to a weaker weapon. He's just bought the Spectre, and they're all caught by that stun. Navera's out here with the Tour de Force, looking to catch them on the crossover, and there's a free shot for him. Even more gone for, but he won't land it.
And it seemed close, but not quite there. Even still, though, the fact that he's managed to get a free opener for them, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult, because that's also flank control gone. Less being lost means that there could be aggression elsewhere on the map, and that's something that will have to consistently be in the back of the mind of the Loud players.
Sassy was about to fire a recon through. They decided instead to just clear out the angle, and a flash comes through, and here's the push. Nice space taken, and now a bit of pressure on to Navera. Evidently not! 3 kills, and the round is theirs. The Tour de Force being as central a piece as we suspected it might be.
Yeah, again, it's a Prime Gaming flawless coming out from Liquid, but the main thing that I think nobody really expects when you're playing against a chamber, because the majority of people will be like, okay, I've got 1 kill, now I'm going to TP out. He doesn't do that. It's 2. It's always 2, every single time. He just makes sure, okay, I've done as much as I can. And the fact is they have to focus on him still, and it gives space to other players. It's the most quasi-duelist, and for someone who was a phenomenal AWPer in previous titles, he's so good at just finding the value of a weapon that fires that quickly.
We're coming on into round number 5. Loud, weak weapons all around, and they're going to up the pace to make up for that lack of ranged weaponry. Navera's in a little bit of trouble here. He's not going to be able to push all the way through, but Scream, well, he does exactly that. He goes right on forward, updrafts above. He's repositioning like a madman. Loud just cannot find him, and with the spike now dropped on the floor, they're going to have a damn tough time getting back in here, especially with Scream popping heads like that. And Cat has got a little trick up his sleeve, though. And look, these players are low, but if Sassy especially can manage to sneak on through, now with those traps gone, he's actually gone all the way through Garage. And with a little bit of noise here from Pancata, maybe they can catch him off guard. Sassy walks right into Link, but somehow wins that duel. This is scary for Liquid.
Oh, it's scary. Just for a second, it's scary, but now it's left on to Sassy. They spotted him elsewhere. The peek back through. He's still managing to connect these shots, but thankfully, Soulcast is going to put him in the dirt. Now you have to remember, that was what, a 2 versus 5 with the spike down.
On an eco.
That shouldn't have even been close. This should have been another Prime Gaming flawless, and instead, only 1 player survived.
Yeah, and it looked like it was going to be right. Scream just cleaning up those kills on B mid. Everyone else gets a little confident, goes in for the duels, and wow, well, that's a ridiculous shot in the first place, but that's actually denied from the plan too. Flipped the round entirely, so they had to make the space, but somehow Sassy managed to. I mean, 3 kills out of that Spectre, and the best part about it, Tom, all of those players, he's actually dueling. It's not like he caught Link off guard. It's not like he flanked.
They were looking at him.
He was like one-on-one dueling Vandals, Phantoms, and coming out ahead. That's pretty unbelievable.
Well, we're going to get a timeout for Loud early in this first half. I don't mind it. They're going into a buy. They've got some pretty impactful ultimates, and their youngsters have got off to a bit of a slow start, so I might just want to give them a breather. Like Aspas currently right down the bottom of the board with less, and they've been caught out by a lot of this aggression that's coming through from Liquid. So I think they're just going to try and maybe correct some of those errors and maybe even just try to avoid Navera altogether. I know it sounds like a ridiculous thing to say, but I feel like this team is used to being able to get that control a little bit easier than what we're seeing. And the resistance that is currently there for Liquid, well, not only do they have one very competent opper, but they have a second as well. So if things start to get too out of control economically, we could even see Yumpy pick one up and then half the map, well, 2/3 of the map will be locked down.
Yeah, things can get pretty scary for Loud. I like that they're calling this timeout because like we discussed before, a player like Navera, already popping off, already having some insane rounds, and he's going to be very difficult to avoid because he's not a static player. He's the flex. He's moving all across the map. Even, just take a look as we check back in here. 10 seconds left. He's on his way over to pop the traps down, going to TP himself to the A site, and then I presume that's going to be some maybe short aggression coming out of him, peeking out on long like we've seen before, holding the control. But we can see that swap up. He can be on C side, he can be aggressive down mid, just like Scream is. With the Blade Storm in hand, they have been caught off guard by Liquid's pace this time.
Les is having a nightmare. No matter where he goes, he's dead within the first 20 seconds of the round. And the fact is, that adaptation from Scream was basically, oh, you're expecting my brother to push. Well, you know what? I can do it as well. Navera, he sticks around. It's just so bold. Like, if that's an instant headshot out from Aspas, it's a space loss. But they actually correct and find him with the Hunter's Fury instead.
Did that connect just there? No, it didn't. Okay, it looked very close. Solkas could have been in trouble. Still, the retake has to be played for now for Team Liquid. They've got a Rolling Thunder to work with to potentially fight their way back in towards this side, and it looks like that's what they're setting up for right now. Rolling Thunder for the side itself. It's not going to catch anybody out towards short. This is huge for Loud. They've got the manpower still to work with. And as Team Liquid run forward, they're not expecting them to be stacked up like this, ready to take the duels, having retaken the map control after the Rolling Thunder. Well handled by Loud. Screams, making a good attempt at it. Up in the air somehow. Oh,
how does he get sassy? How does he get sassy? Oh my god.
If you can imagine the world where he hit those tags in the first place, he would have ace clutched that round. That is a Scream round and decided by a split. Like, look at this. He's so close to getting him.
Can we just delete the first bit of this? Like, I don't want to see this again, ever.
Oh, man.
But this.
And it was the right-click classic out of Aspas. It's just unbelievable. And the fact that he survives it with just some bizarre jet movement, that was something else.
A lot of ults used in that last round. Aspas is just running and gunning. He's going straight forward into the site, completely blind in the corner. He's playing with just a classic. I don't know what's gone wrong there. Les has been able to trade things out. Pakana gets another, and in fact, it's worked successfully, if anything. The distraction of his teammate, Navera, already pushing back through. He's going to drop the spike. This will buy them time, but the lockdown could clear them out in just a matter of seconds. Soulcast able to trade, but he has to fade out of there. Into that 1 versus 1, and Les is going to use the time to get a plant.
They have done so well to bring this one back. 1 versus 1 for Solkas. No idea where his opponent has gone, and the angle's being held on the left. Last tagged up and taken down. That's Team Liquid with 5. An impressive comeback into that round. I thought they'd been rolled out of that site. Like, that was going to be Loud's round, hands down. But some big plays at the last moment. I think it especially starts with Link, because he was in this corner. He got hit by the aftershock. He TP'd out. He hit in a corner full blind for like 10 seconds. Probably 4 or 5. But there was a player right in front of him, and it was Aspas running around, trying to take him down. And even full blind, he was able to get the kill. It was kind of unbelievable that he stayed alive as long as he did. And then as they tried to root him out of position, his teammates are kind of trading back and forth a little bit. Very nice.
The problem right now, though, is the hard reset. The fact that they basically had 1 player alive in the previous and then managed to lose this one basically in a 1 versus 1, it means that the buy that comes through sucks for Loud. Navira, even stunned up, he's going to stick around. This is such a silly position to have an operator, but because he could escape, there's really not that much risk behind it. Spotting the players early. And well, now they're starting to re-aggress onto long as well to try and just reclaim some of that control.
There's the flash from Yumpy. Getting him back out along. At this point, though, if you're Team Liquid, you know, you're seeing little contact. That's what we needed, right? A little bit of information, confirmation. Players are still outside this position. With the flash actually blinding some of the players, they get that info. Loud are going to be slowly moving their way back into the A site, but Team Liquid are more than ready for it with 3 players in position. And one of them is Nivera, still with his TP online now, holding on the back of the site. He has tanked the stun. He's been flashed. He stays in position. He's stunned up again. Here we go, and he's no-scoped it.
Of course he has.
No-scoped.
Of course he has. It seemed like they did everything right, but Navira, it just ruins it for them. His pistol's not been quite as good, but he'll correct it in the end. Navira with another triple. I feel like we've had many of those, and guess what? It's tour de force.
Oh, has he got it online again? What a surprise. It's actually unbelievable, the game that he's having right now.
I just love that he's completely stunned up in a corner, can't do anything. He's like, I think I'll stick around.
He's getting blinded up, stunned up. I swear he got stunned by both breaches as well, or very close to, either way. Unreal. The no-scope, the TP, and then the headhunter to close it out. He's doing it with every weapon at his disposal. And Loud investing their money. No ultimates really online for them here, none that make that much of a difference. It's the operator that they've got to be wary of. Yet again, that cloudburst is going to go down in just a second. Luckily, Navera wasn't holding the right side. He would have had a kill if he was.
Yumpy's still holding in this corner, though. Like, with how they've been playing so far, it might be a surprise, but they're waiting. They've seen Navira there too many times, and even though they've spotted him elsewhere, they're not giving up that position for free.
They didn't turn from the fake flash either, and I think that feeds into the fact that they... Man, he can't keep getting away with this. It's just constant. If he had it, I swear I was going to rush the stage.
Yeah, if he connected that one, I think we would have had to check him PC, but they're going to get the plant down. A 3v3 situation. Ultimates, or at least ones that are going to be useful, are not really there at this sort of position, and Scream's on a long flank. Still trying to come in from behind, but the fact is they're going to know that he's there. They've got an alarm bot available just in that corner. Smoke's going down. But still just up in heaven is Navera now. He's going to go past it using the cloudburst. I don't know if they've actually heard this one. And because it's so late in the day, they might not be expecting him to be this far. Aspas is going to go down. Still, though, the time is ticking, but they still haven't realized! And Scream is just going to get rid of all of them!
What a devastating round for Loud if this defuse comes through, and it will. Oh man, 7 rounds for Team Liquid, and some of them have looked so good for Loud, like they've done a lot of the right things, but whether it's Navera coming up with huge kills or Scream, I mean, the silencer did its job, I guess. They had no idea that he was here. Like, the reaction just wasn't there, and I mean, for less, he's in the middle. He actually killed Link, right? So he was fighting. He did not have a choice to turn around. Omen was reloading. It was so unfortunate for Loud. But that small gap comes back to punish them, and now 7-2 they sit. This is an abysmal attack for them so far. And Tom, it doesn't get any easier. I mean, look at what they're working with.
We need to start counting the rounds to Liquid are winning with one player.
Yeah,
because it's getting to, it's getting to the point where there's been so many clutch plays and so many of them have been going in the other direction. I think one of Loud's rounds is also only with one player alive as well. So yeah, it was the dancing round where Scream doesn't quite manage to get the kill. So
where Scream doesn't manage to ace.
But the thing is, because of that, they're the ones getting reset every single time. If they were winning a couple of these rounds, they'd have so much chance of economy. Where are you going? He just jumped straight into the entirety of the team. Scream, while Blind manages to get one, but they're trading things out relatively well.
Oh my, well this round is just ludicrous. You can see that Liquid are confident, they're dueling, fighting constantly. Sassy pulls it to the 1v1.
One player!
Trades it out, and yep, that's another one on the tally, isn't it? It's actually unbelievable that they have this much confidence. Let me start with that, because Loud didn't have a lot, right? We said it coming in, they got their Bulldog, and other than that, it was playing around pistols. And for Yuppie, it's like, oh, there's like 3, maybe 4 garage. I'm gonna jump in there. I'm gonna jump in and see. You want to flash? No.
So, Recon going out. It's like, but wait a minute, we're not playing Sova. It's like, I am the Recon.
That was pretty wild out of him, but you know, sometimes you're feeling it, and I guess he wanted some frags. Oh, I've seen this from Scream before. I've seen it many times. Cloudburst gonna block out the turret. He's on his way through the window. Surely they're aware of it, though. Yeah, they're holding it. Les is ready for him to come around the corner. He was. Timing is gonna be key here for Scream. He's been spotted, but it doesn't matter.
He's cursed. Les is the most cursed player in the game. He's getting battled every single round. Nice trade from Pancada, though. They've managed to get themselves into the site. And also, they're going to hold back anybody from rotating in. So an afterplant looking likely, although Solkas actually gets the kill onto Sadak.
Through the smoke, just blind firing, and Sadak goes down. That's a huge kill. And look at Team Liquid's response. They get the frag. They know now they don't need to rush forward. They don't need to panic. Instead, they're going to do what won them the last round, which is send Scream behind. But even worse for Loud is that he has Solkas backing him up with a flash online and ready. And this is perfect because look who's out here, ready for the Hunter's Fury lineup, but not ready for the flank.
It's a little bit shaky, but yeah, they've got rid of that Hunter's Fury. That was the goal from Liquid, killing off the player behind. Now Aspas, he needs to try and get aggressive. He's managed to find one, but the trades are there. It's left all onto Pancada, and there's, again, just nothing he can do. It is going to be that defusal coming through from Liquid. These flanks have just been so hot throughout this game so far. And the main issue is, I think they're just entry fragging less every single time because they're playing these ridiculously aggressive mid-holds. He's like, I'm waiting. I know he's there. I'm dead.
That's a funny thing, because this is what you were referring to as an entry frag. The man in attacker spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Guys, I can't fall any further back. I literally have to just stand still at the beginning of the round.
Normally, that's where your teammate in ranks going, guys, stop pushing, stop peeking early. Stop peeking. It's like, I'm not peeking, bro. 9-2, and you know, it's so important that it's less going down because that's allowing for these flanks to come through. You don't have the utility to cover your back because your Sentinel's gone. He's going up again. Navera just does not stop with this aggression. Oh, he's holding the angle, and at this point, look where he's tucked, unless they use some utility, which they do. But he's still here. Of course he is. Doesn't get the shot, though, this time.
They need 2 drones. One that he shoots and the second that tags him to know that he's still there. It's just ridiculous. And now they've got the smokes to try and hold them back a little longer. They've also got Solkas still in an aggressive position. He's been having a pretty decent game so far. Now, this is a spot that they've been in multitude of times, but they're just waiting for the contact. The second Navira takes a shot, there'll be a flash.
This is a disgusting setup. Players are spotted as well. Out towards A long. They know what's going on. Solkas pops the flash just for the information. And this is where Navera should be able to take the opening contact, but he's pushed off the angle now. Has to get out of there with the TP fast. There's the flash from Solkas. Great reaction. And a double kill for him as Aspas clears out the site. That's going to leave Solkas trapped alone in the sewers, but he's not afraid. He's taking every duel. 3 kills under his belt already. The agent that he's shone on many times before. I ducked myself there during that.
Try and move out of the way. They still haven't cleared him. They need to get rid of this man before they can even attempt to go for a plant. You can see Aspas at this point is almost wondering, is it worth just trying to fight into the spawn? But they're running out of time. And now Link comes in from behind. It's just looking done. He doesn't even have time to do anything at this point, and Navira's going to close it. An incredible defensive half from Liquid. They've been popping off all the way through it. You've got the brothers going ham. You've got Soulcast having one of the best performances we've seen from him in a while, Mitch. I don't know if there's anything Loud can do here.
Well, you know, I'm not going to even bother trying to figure that one out because we've got some big brains on standby.
Is it Brazilian Bala? He's got this one.
He's got this one locked down.
What are they going to do, Bala?
I think that was to you, Bala.
Yeah, that was dominant. I mean, I don't know what they could do. There's really no answer. They're abusing the crap out of Les so often. Scream is playing so aggressive. Even that last round, he's pushing down long C. There's so many flanks over and over and over that Loud's just not dealing with, and they're not able to set up in their executes. But even in the executes, they're not finding anything.
And it's not only about that. I look at Team Liquid's composition and I'm like, oh, they have a lot of flashes, they have the Omen. There's a lot that they can do for a retake, but they're not even considering it. They're just going for the duels over and over again. What surprises me is that Loud is not, you know, taking a little bit more time to actually like set up a default and just wait a little bit. No, they choose one side and they just go for it for the rest of the round. Even if they freeze for a little bit, they say it's A, they just commit onto A. And Nivera, Soulcast, I don't know.
I mean, them running at Nivera over and over again. Bala, this guy is farming right now.
Yeah, he is, and farming in positions that I really don't expect him to. He's so close up on A. Cubby, like there's so many moments where I'm like, why is there an op there? And it's because he's playing Chamber. I mean, the first round that he popped off, I think when he had that op against the anti-eco, I'm just like, what is that from this guy? He has been so good, so consistent, a rock for Team Liquid, and a major reason why they're 10-2.
Yeah, completely. This round, every single one of them, he went for every single duel.
This
always,
position.
yeah.
What is this?
This was just ridiculous. And he gets
do we have
out.
the no scope? The no scope? Because
I hope we have the no scope because I think that summed up Kakuka, the kind of player he is.
And,
Here we go.
it's exactly
Come on.
It's just ridiculous. This is the wall that G2 found on Haven that they couldn't literally trespass, and they just chose to go A over and over again, and Nivera is just not going to allow you to do it.
I mean, we talk about Lanimore's Bala. This guy, he's right up there.
Yeah, he absolutely is. You know, not necessarily up with the stats of Yampy, but he's still also considerably better from his online to land performance so far in this tournament. I think that game adds to that tally a little bit.
Really looking forward to what they're going to do on the attack, if they're going to be so decisive, if they're going to be extra aggressive. Of course, they don't have the Neon to maybe rush things a little bit more, but I also want to know if Lau is going to pay them with the same coin, being like, yeah, we're going to be as aggressive, or are they going to give them the space?
Yeah, I want to get back into game now. I want to see what happens in the second half. Mitch and Tom, I know there are two of you up there. Are you happy now?
Well, I don't want to say we're happy, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Certainly on the right track, as Liquid have been for the entirety of this first half. Now moving into the second, their attack will be challenged. But based on what we've seen so far, I mean, they were attacking for most of their defense.
Yeah, basically. I will say that's one of the more interesting things with Liquid in the past is they normally play quite slow on their attack and almost wait for that entry to come through. Even back in the days where they had like Killjoy op for Yumpy, that was their style. They really relied on those opening kills coming through. So we'll see. Maybe that'll be something that affects them. And on the other side, Loud are not shying away from a little bit of aggression themselves, still looking to try and control over onto A. Navira is just walking. He's just gone on a little stroll. Now, they've been spotted. Scream was alongside him, but they've almost baited this out so that he can just waltz into the site.
Yeah, it looks like they're ready, though. They've given it up. They're playing the retake, but do they expect him to be this close already? No, they don't. Sadik down. Big kill for Navera with the C-side under their control. Smokes on the cross. They can get a plant down here easily. And there's even been a tag up onto Sassy. Now sitting on 71 health. Fire at his utility and see if he can catch a few players out, push Soulcast out of position maybe, and they've caught him through the wall.
The thing is, the flank is gone already, and they've got such a deep plant that not being able to clear these players out is going to be so difficult. You've then got these late lurks potentially coming through as well that you have to keep an eye on, and then you're also fighting against the clock. This is not going to be an easy retake. Paranoia even used to try and slow them down, and the peak's just there from Navira. He's just feeling it at the moment, taking aggressive positions when they don't even need it, and then Scream is there to back him up at the end. another round on the board for Liquid, and well, we had one caster in the first map, 2 in the second. They might have to bring a third one in, Mitch, because I think we're heading over to Ascent.
It certainly feels like we're going that way, doesn't it? The decider of Ascent certainly on the cards with Liquid picking up that pistol. And I mean, for Nivera, you are seeing the value that this agent brings and why so many people have come to fear the Chamber. He can play in a position that, honestly, anyone else stands there, you're throwing. You're throwing that round 10 times out of 10. But for him, he swings wide, hits a shot on a gun that one-shot headshots you, and boop, he's down on long again in the same second. And it's one swift movement. You notice that with him. When he goes for these hyper-aggressive duels, like, for example, the operator on short, right, when he would get tagged by a drone and then he would stay around, it's like the shot lands, and the second that he clicks that button, he's TPing.
That's the thing. He's been sticking around a lot, but correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he's got it wrong once in this entire map, which is nuts.
The only time that it actually punished him was when they Hunter's Furied him when he went back outside of A, because he had to put it down quickly.
That round.
Yeah, and exactly. So there's really not been many problems. Anytime that something breaks down on Liquid, it's like one player having a little bit of a hiccup, and the rest of the team is there to pick up the pieces.
This is a good start, though. The aggression of Aspas has found them on. Of course, this is a force, like Louder not wanting to let it go 12-2, and now he's repositioned. Doesn't have his dash. If he gets a kill, he can have it to escape, but doesn't even need it. Another kill for him in the round, and Soulcast trying to get a little bit more aggressive, but doesn't really find anything. In fact, gets pinged up, so they know he's hit, and the pop flash is nigh on perfect. This time is the first time Nivera didn't escape.
Finally being punished, and it was on the aggressive front. Shock dart through, that's Link tagged up even more. This is starting to feel like it's already won. Of course, 2 players left alive for Team Liquid here, in the flank of Pancada is about to close the round down. There we go. The 1 HP Link left, and oh, well, they've let him go because Aspas is low as well. He was being a little cautious.
10 seconds left.
Might give him a plant. It's almost there. They're going to spray it, though. Just 1 hit needed.
All right. Well, he's found something at least. They'll hear the reload, but playing within his own smoke. If he can even take another player down, just make it a bit more costly, that would be everything. The turret isn't actually going to give him away, so he's able to just hide, but Sadak is not falling for any trickery this time. A third round, an important one at that for Loud. If they're going to have any chance of bringing this one back, they at least break back early.
Well, yeah, they needed to really win the pistol, so that force by round 2 makes a hell of a lot of sense. Like you said, you don't want to let it go 12-2, 10 consecutive rounds. And when you look at Team Liquid and what they have to work with in terms of ult economy, they would just build it up, play 1 round full ults, build it up again, play a round full ults. Like, you're not winning 10 in a row.
It's like a rolling Thunder Seekers. It's like, that's going to give you a sight after plant almost guaranteed.
And then Nivera comes in to play the long-range post-plant on C with a tour de force. GG.
It looks like they're actually going to go for a hero rifle here. Now, Nivera has been in God mode, so I can understand giving him that ability. And if he can farm up a couple of ult orbs, get a little bit closer. The only thing I'd argue is maybe you should give it over to Scream. Yeah. But at the same time, if he gets 1 orb and then dies, that's the ult. If he gets 1 kill and then dies, that's the ult. So I guess they're just gambling on that.
I think the key thing as well here for Nivera, he's trying to bait them out. Oh, I just got a classic here, guys.
Yeah, no, Scream, there you go. Scream's got it.
Oh, he swapped it over.
No, I mean, Scream's got the orb.
Gotcha, gotcha.
So if he dies here, he has Blade Storm, they have enough to buy in the next round.
And that's perfect. And for Nivera, it makes sense for him to have it as well, just on how aggressive we've already seen him be capable of playing, pushing up into sides, TPing out. Right now, he's going to be sitting in the cubby, waiting for a push, trying to catch him as they move forward.
Site. Look at this. They've got 3 players in a crossfire with a paranoia set up ready for anybody to run through this. I'd be surprised if you get anything on the Liquid side, but never mind. A good start for Scream. He actually got the Blade Storm then, and then they trade out these kills effectively. The rifle is still standing, and there's some weaponry to be had, and instead, they're actually going to opt to try and fall back in a different direction. They've spotted out Sadak, and he's going to get connected on through the wall. This is falling apart for Loud.
This is starting to get really scary with the C-side down. That plant's going to come through.
Left.
They have a Marshal for post-plant, still the rifle on Nivera and pretty much full health. He's going down to long to hold their flank and play that post-plant control.
Uh-oh.
But there's no plant! They just let them walk right out of Garage, a huge mistake. That pulls Nivera to the side. He's got to cover them now on the way through. He catches the first! And the second as well.
It looks like he leaves before he's even got the kill. Like, how do you even react to that? 12-3. The worst thing is as well, if you're Loud, you didn't even know he had that rifle yet. Nope. You couldn't have known because all the other kills came through with pistols or a Marshall, and he's just been lurking on the other side. It's so beautiful to see Yumpy correct that, just knowing exactly where he would have dropped down to, and wow, they were just there to close at the end. Look, it's so instant.
Yeah, I think that was, he realized I can fire a couple of bullets and then I just need to get out of there. And, well, it just so happened that he connected on the head with the last one. Just happier to just stay alive. That's 12-3, and that's map point on Loud's map pick. Team Liquid are absolutely rolling. Yumpy's just taken a fight down A-Long with a Spectre. Hello. Goodbye. Of course he wins that.
How does he get that kill as well? Scream's still just running up to the site. They are just decimating them. Call this one done. We're moving on to map number 3 because it's down to just one man. Picard, or Pancada even. I've forgotten his name for a second because that was just such a brutal way to close out this map for Liquid.
Oh, wow.
It's just...
Yeah.
Navira got the kill.
You know what?
Navira got the kill.
You know what? That just about sums up this game. That's that round right there. The way we close that out. You've got Yumpy, first of all, Spectre dueling Long. Runs into a smoke, not knowing there's a player there, still wins the duel.
Picked up a gun in the middle of it.
Then they go to site. You got a Blade Storm on screen, but oh no, he's flashed. Never mind, he headshots the dude anyways, follows up with another, and then whatever the hell that last kill was. 13-3. That's exactly how you want to bounce back into a series after a risky map pick that didn't work out. They've just come in and rolled Loud.
And that's the thing as well, if you're Loud on the other side, right? You know that Ascent is a pretty good map as well on the side of Liquid. They're happy to play it. Both teams are. In fact, it's probably the best map of Loud. They got a great map for here. The problem is, this team doesn't really lose. As I said, they lost 2 maps, I think, in a run of winning 30. They're now the first time playing on the international stage altogether. Someone like Les, incredibly young, got bullied that entire map. But just there was nothing he could do.
Yeah.
Now you have to try and reset going into Ascent after you've just been decimated by this team who have just switched back to a comp that they felt a bit more comfortable with. That is a terrifying look for Liquid. And while now going into the next map, as said, Loud have got a few minutes to try and fix just their mental state.
It's not going to be an easy thing to do for sure. I mean, when you look at this from Loud's perspective, this is a team that has come into a hyper-confident map 2 Liquid, a team that said, screw it, let's start playing confident, let's run at them, let's take 3 shots with an operator while tagged up by a drone before I TP out of there. So at this point, it's like, you do not know any corner. Navira could be around that, waiting for you, or just about to swing around it to take you down regardless of what round it is. It's a scary concept, and now they've got to deal with a confident Liquid that I don't think anyone wants to play against. But Tom, you know what? That's the end of map 2. Let's get on to map 3, which will be coming up right after this break.
What a response from Team Liquid. That is what you do after you take a loss on map 1, but they do it even better. Bala, you were talking about, you know, in terms of the history of Loud, we've never seen them like this.
Yeah, and they have such a strong history so far, and this event is just a continuation of that. But yeah, the Brazil dominance was real, and they went, what, 30-2 in map scores? So they only lost 2 maps ever. That's the third right there, and it's disgusting from Team Liquid. They dominated them.
It's so different from the Team Liquid that we saw on that first map on Icebox. You know, a little bit of not getting the response and actually just missing on the duels, not being those refrags. That is nothing like what we saw on this game. I think that in the overall, they only started with the player down in 2 occasions. So that is insane in 16 rounds.
Navira was having a good time, wasn't he?
That's how you call it?
I'm trying to, like...
I think it was the time of his life.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, not rub it into the face of Loud, but, like, he was everywhere. He was just doing his thing.
Scream as well. Like, they're only, like, 4 points away?
Brother buff.
Yeah, completely. It's sad that we have to bring it back, but it was insane from both of them, the way that they were opening the duels, just hunting the players. We saw Loud actually being scared of them. That's not something that we expected to see today.
And I was actually surprised that there wasn't even a little bit of a comeback on that second half, even a little bit, even though there was opportunities for it. I mean, there was that 2 versus 3, I believe, that Loud had massive chances where we had less, almost, he got the spike down, and then there was Sasi coming in, and they just dominated. I mean, the aggressiveness on the defense was one thing, but once you actually got to the attack side, I obviously there wasn't many rounds, but it was lackluster still. A lot of unforced
I
mistakes.
love this round.
This is so
Oh my, how did he get the last one though?
We were talking about in the first game, that minute whiff of, you know, talking about a Scream hitting body shots. Yeah, not this one. Definitely not this
Iftar
one.
buff, Ramadan buff.
Yeah,
I don't get the fucking notification again.
I'm glad we all paused to be able to catch that. But my question is, you know, we talk about, you spoke about the history of Loud, how this is the 3rd time they've lost.
Yep.
They've obviously never lost this badly either. So how do they respond to this? You don't have experience in losing.
Yeah, again, the worst loss in Loud's history. I already talked about the map score, right? They were 30-2. Now they're 31-3, so it's still impressive. But when you look at it, they haven't been in this situation before. They lost once in their first map. It was a 9-13 scoreline, and they come back to clap back hard. But that was in Brazil. Now they're on a LAN stage, and 2 of their players, Les and Sadhak, really didn't play that great. They were clearly uncomfortable in the new agents that they picked. Well, Sadhak has played the Breach before, but Les was moving from Cypher over to Killjoy, and it just wasn't pretty. So many times, actually, Scream was able to take advantage of his utility. The turret smoke that he did that one time when he walked down.
And the alarm bot. He didn't care.
Bot.
He was literally just using the smoke to counter his utility put on the floor. He just didn't care.
Exactly.
Let's see how it does on Ascent, because Les is going to be playing on that Killjoy. And, you know, sometimes we mention Liquid and we mentioned, you know, the ability that they have to build that momentum and just work off of that. You could see it in the camera. You could see it in the server. The big question is, are we going to see it on Ascent as well?
I mean, I cannot believe we're talking about a Team Liquid that is this dominant because they're playing Confa picks. They're playing Confa picks. They're playing, like, when was the last time we see Soulcast pick up the Sky? I half expected, you know, they would just give Scream the Sky, you know, maybe force another one of their players play something they're not comfortable with, but maybe this Kukuka, we found the winning recipe.
Yeah, completely. I think despite of what they're going to do on the next map, they needed this confidence. You know, the feeling that you get when you're like, you know, it's working. You know, it doesn't matter how the utility is being used. I'm pushing and I'm getting the results that I want. So as we head into Ascent, the decider, we know that this is the map that Loud has played the most, and they're completely undefeated until now.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah. Until now. That's what I said. Until now.
I kind of felt like it was going to be like a until they met Liquid and then they lose. But similarly for Liquid as well, they're really dominant on this map.
Yeah, they are. And that's the part where that was a successful map for them so far in the group stage and why they're here right now playing against Loud. So it's a big piece. And I think that Loud has shown a lot on this map, though, because they played it so much. And we already saw, actually, Slicky go towards Icebox. You know, that was a decision that he made, and it didn't work out. But you know that this is a team that heavily relies on prep and studying their opponents. And I think there's a lot you could take advantage of on this map, specifically when there's ults online for Loud. They're going to use them in specific ways. So there's patterns, I guess, that you can see, and if there's any team to take advantage of it, I think it's Sliggy.
I really want to see the KO versus KO if we don't see changes in the compositions. I want to see how the teams take advantage of that. I also remember that we were talking about the results. Even though they've played it twice during this tournament so far, both have been wins, but both have been in overtime. So is it as consistent as we expect? Still, this is the map that brought us the first Team Liquid playing the double operator. This is the map that started Nivera's careers in officials. And he got the ace on the first round. He's done it before. It's always this map, and Nivera is on something today.
So have we changed our allegiance then? Because I felt like you guys were on the Loud train after
I voted for Liquid today. I went on the EMEA train. I just cannot be a traitor anymore.
Well, I think it's going to rely a lot on, there's a lot on the agents, the comfort picks now for Loud, because, again, this is where they're comfortable. You're going to see Sadak back on a role that he is really good at. You're going to see Pancada as well play something that he's really good at, and you're going to see Les back on a role that he's comfortable on this map that he's played over and over and over, whereas on Haven, it's a little bit more of turmoil for Loud. So I think there's a major difference in the two maps.
Yeah, we're going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select in a second. But first, if you guys remember, we asked you at home to vote for Baller's haircut on who you think he should emulate. And what a surprise. The people have spoken. Baller, it's sassy.
Dang. Poor Tom, though. 7.8%. I don't get the...
That was rude.
I just heard him go,
him too.
Behind me.
We love you, Tom. We love you a lot.
Yeah, but I feel like I kind of saw this coming. You know, you put Sassy in a poll, he's going to win it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the only person that I'm going to let
Look at it. Look at it. That's how you're going to look.
Yeah.
You like the sides?
No, dude, it's a bald buff. This guy is nasty, okay? Watch this next game. Watch this next game.
You think he's going to pop off?
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is his map. This is his playground.
I mean, if we do look at the agents as well, we're going to get a mirror matchup potentially for the first time, because we didn't get that on map 1 or 2. Do you like the sound of that?
I like the sound. I think that Jumpy was not super flashy on Haven, but it's not like I'm going to be like, oh my God, Jumpy's underperforming. No, it's like the rest of the team is just performing so well that, you know, there's only so many kills that you can get.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're all dead.
So now he's going to be going on the jet. Let's see how he's doing. Let's see how he's feeling, how the operator is going to feel in his hands. Probably, it's not a concern for me, because we know that Nivera is probably going to be playing the operator as well. I really want to see how Loud is going to break into that, especially with the KO.
Yeah, I think Nivera is a linchpin that they have to go after. Sadak is going to have to target him with his knives.
Exactly.
It's going to be interesting to see, especially depending on which side who starts, the battles between the KOs and over that tree position and the information that you're gathering as well. But there's an element, too, that is saucy on this map. He is so good. I've seen you guys talk about Nivera and his pistol rounds on this map. I've seen so many rounds where Sassy is clutching 1v3s. This is where his moniker comes from. This is where people are super hyped for him.
To be completely fair, I was asking around, just because we hadn't seen Loud, and I was asking around the teams, hey, have you been practicing against Loud? How are they? Most of the responses were, I do not even know why they buy rifles, because they're so good with pistols. I don't know what to just save the money. There's no point in it.
Honestly, if we look ahead as well, this map is obviously a very important map. It's going to grant you a ticket to the next round of playoffs, but you're facing G2 if you win here. G2 is your next opponent. If you lose, you've got Zeta too in the lower bracket. So I feel like it's between like a rock and a hard place. Like both teams are going to be really hard to face against, but Team Liquid versus G2, we've seen that like a billion times.
I mean, I want them to win, but it's
wait, you want Liquid to win, but you don't want Liquid to play G2.
Yeah, can we change the bracket, please?
Maybe if you ask the tournament odds nicely.
No, we're fine.
But we are going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select anytime now. But yeah, Bala, G2 being the next opponent, it's not easy.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not at all, but they've still got to get through each other right now. And we're going to see the agents. I don't expect changes. We've already talked about it. Potentially going to be the mirror matchup, although Team Liquid has been changing a lot today. So, no, Jumpy back on the jet.
I think that, if we see any changes, are probably going to be on the side of Loud, but I completely agree with you. I do not think that any of these teams should change anything, and I don't think we're seeing any surprises. Yep, that's logged, is a mirror matchup, is exactly what we expected. I cannot remember who's starting on the attack.
Up at the top of the screen, attack for Loud.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm blind.
That's gonna be really interesting for sure. But let's jump into this decider with Mitchman and Thomas.
Thomas? Who's Thomas?
Biz, guys, Biz.
It's the Bizzle. We've got him here. T-Bizzle, what did you think of the poll? I mean, the results not quite going in your favor.
The thing is, people want him to be more bald, and because I am the least bald, that's why I got the least votes, you know? See, this is all an illusion.
This is the power of makeup. It's a pretty
I have
thin
a lot
margin.
of hair.
Ah, it's just all at the back. Little rat tails. It's got to be beautiful. Love it. Love to hear it. Well, we're diving on into Ascent, the final map of this series. We had a great success for Loud to start things out, but now they've got to pick themselves back up after a 13-3 devastating loss on their map pick. Now it's time to step back up.
This is a map they've played an awful lot. It's one that they're dominant on, and for Liquid, it's been incredibly close. Like, both OT wins so far in this tournament, but we've learned that that doesn't mean a lot when you're facing off against this squad. Link is the switch after the bait has already been made. They can't expect him to be in this corner. I feel like Loud are the sort of team that would check this, though. I don't think they would leave this without anybody looking in that corner. In fact, Aspas is still a little wary of it. If they leave Link alone, he's going to get so many kills here.
They're checking it for the simple reason that they think maybe he could have put... They're not checking it! Oh, no! I thought with the flash where it was, maybe it was a right click, they'd go in.
Bala said that Sassy always wins pistol clutches. So that means there's still hope in this 2 versus 5. The smoke going down doesn't leave them in a great spot. They're going to have to try and fall back from this position. And because the aggression is, well, surprisingly, Link hasn't moved. He didn't really take any damage, so he's just stayed in that position, managing to kill them all out. Yumpy selling the perfect bait as the Jet, and, well, now they have to try and clear everything in 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
That is just not the way you want to start this out. Outplayed with 4 kills for Link. He's close to the ace and not going to find it this time. You know what, though? I think he's done enough. Because it's, you know, we've already gotten rid of Sassy, the clutch player with pistols. 10 seconds on the clock. Pancada's making a damn good attempt at it, though. Trying to bait out a player on site. Eventually, he'll have to plant. He gets the headshot.
Oh, the shot dart doesn't hit. He's going to have to push him, and he doesn't quite manage to do it. Maybe Bala meant Pancada when he said Sassy, because that was a ridiculously good attempt. I don't think many people would have predicted that both Omens are going to get 4 kills in the pistol round, but
14 seconds left, 1v5, and he walks out like that. That's absolutely, he doesn't walk out.
He's almost got
shot
from the shadows.
Oh yeah, huge ult built up. This was just disgusting. I mean, the bait play from the start, you could see that it sold it, but Aspas actually stopped peeking it for, I would say, like 4 seconds. And I thought that they were setting up the flash because they'd given up control, that maybe they thought he'd gone confident and pushed out. But I guess with Yumpy already using up his dash and putting a Cloudburst down, he sold it well.
It was some of the best acting we've seen this year, and it did actually also result in someone getting slapped.
That it did, Tom. That it did. Right, well. It's the second round here. Loud of, got a few pistols. see what they can do. I didn't see that one coming, you know, Tom? Checks left, does he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna check that. Take a little bit of damage through the smoke, but again, they're just locked back. I feel like there's something else that just Link is so irritating with. He just gets these smokes in position. Pancada, though, is still just going strong with the pistols. Kakuka on point with that one. Maybe they don't need to buy up those rifles with how solid they're doing in these sort of rounds. But again, another smoke falls. It's going to buy a fair bit of time for Liquid to just rotate in. They have this crossfire. Link even locking them in on the flank as well. So any escape is futile. There's nowhere they can go at this point.
Time to move on into this site. They're going to be spotted on the way. Rotations from Liquid already here, as we said, and Marshall's going to be picking off a couple as they come on through. Nicely done, Team Liquid, 2-0. Only 1 player goes down. And I think you can be pretty happy with that result. 2 Marshalls coming into this round will be interesting, though.
Yeah, I guess when you have... That's the thing. In this map, Liquid love to run a double op setup, so running a double Marshall setup is not necessarily the most surprising thing in the world. It's just how they're actually going to utilize them in this sort of round. Like how they're going to aggress, how they're going to sort of take that control away. For the remaining players, not going to be a massive amount going into the round. Scream going to stick to a pistol, but he's had some incredible pistol rounds so far in this match. Like winning them on Icebox with the Jet updraft over the top, managing to find, I think it was a couple of kills to then get himself a Bladestorm. So you can't really count him out, and I think it's going to be super important for Loud to actually take this round because they got boomed in the last map. You've now had that in the pistol. Okay, a little bit of confidence built for Pancada with how he managed to almost clutch that one. In fact, he's the only one with a kill. I've just noticed that. 5-0-0-0-0. It's not great on the scoreboard, but at least he's going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, after the first 2 rounds, though, obviously you can shake those things off as the rest of the players. You're going to be coming in with rifles. Now, just to let you guys know, this tech pause, just a little bit of an issue. I think it's Loud's coach, just resetting up his monitor.
Yeah, he's a little bit quiet at the moment. But did you see that one coming?
No.
You look a bit more angry about
this one. This one didn't have the same effect on me, Tom. Didn't release any dopamine.
I could see the rage in your eyes.
Yeah, I did the opposite. You've all that good work you did earlier on. It's gone now. It's gone. It's reset.
Yeah, you got to reset the momentum of a joke. I can't be coasting off of previous jokes.
I see. You like to make it difficult for yourself.
Yeah. I like a challenge.
Well, there's certainly a challenge here for Team Liquid coming into the full buy round. I really do want to see how they use these marshals, because to me, like, if you're going to fight for mid aggressively, I can see that. You're going to go in the extremities and try to push up. But I'm looking at the minimap and where players tended towards, and you've got one player either side, so it looks like maybe holding the extremities, letting them push through. And with the success rate when it comes to especially Nevera's marshals, I mean, he was unbelievable earlier.
I feel like you can say with both. Like, Yumpy's Marshall is filth, especially on this map. Like, I'm more so looking at the way he plays through, like, smokes. Like, on the attacker side especially, we've seen rounds just won by him just shooting straight through a smoke and connecting people, because it seems like out of everybody using this gun, he's very good at just tracking where someone's gone. So it's like, okay, I've taken a shot here, they've run behind a smoke, I'm just going to pre-fire into this wall. And he'll just get the tag, like, 9 times out of 10, which is an absolutely ludicrous thing to be able to do. So there still has to be fear in these sort of rounds for Loud, and again, like, I think if Liquid get off to a flying start, they win this round, I'm really worried for them. Not because they're bad at this map, not because I think that some of the more experienced players won't be able to reset, but we saw how hard Les got boomed in the last map. We saw that Aspas had his few moments, but a lot of the time he was losing his teammates as he was going into the site.
Yeah.
Those are young players playing their first LAN event, in Valorant at least. So if they just get wrecked in one map and then the beginning of this game they get wrecked as well, on the other side, this is a team that can steamroll anyone.
Yes.
And I mean anyone. Like, Liquid are probably the greatest upset team in all of Valorant. Like, when they are firing, they have the highest firepower, I think, of any team in the world. And they built that intentionally.
Yeah.
So the one thing we criticize them for is they don't have an in-game leader, because they have the best firepower of any team. They just don't have the space to do it. So give them a 6th man who can talk, they'll be unstoppable. But unfortunately, that's not the case. I guess that's technically Sliggy, but we have to limit him, otherwise it would be unfair.
Exactly. You know, one other thing I do consider in this situation, you've seen the shots of the stage there, and the players are in their prac rooms back in the hotel, obviously, with the quarantine conditions, and I would say Brazilian LAN presence is one of the strongest things.
You can just say
in
South
the
America
world.
at this
South
point.
America,
I'm watching
absolutely.
Jesus, like that was the way. Like that was the way at Champions. At least I feel like they managed to just get past anyone. Like, they would climb over a hurdle that you just seemingly didn't even see was there, because they would have screams that you could be wearing soundproof headsets from miles away, and you're like, yep, no, that was Kesnet. I knew that was him. And it has been the same with the Brazilians, like Jandy as well. When we were watching an IP, when they were winning a round, he is off of his chair. And that's the thing, like, I think that if they win a few rounds, they get a few big clutches. Like, Pancata won that round, I would almost say that this is firmly in their favor, but he didn't. So it makes it that little bit more difficult.
You know, I found it funny when we were talking to Fnatic the other day about Zeta, just to bring it to the exact opposite, the contrast between them. You know, Hyber and stuff were saying, like, yeah, our plan was to get in there, be loud, get in their faces, you know, really make some noise. And he's like, but we won a round at one point. He was like, told me whatever clutch it was, and they all went, you know, woo, yeah. And then he said, like, Zeta wooed back. They cheered for them. They were like, hey, you won the round. Good job, guys.
Remember when Ascend won Champions and they were losing the map and they started doing the claps?
Yeah, we will rock you. Yeah. But
they,
it's the thing,
then went on to lose that map, though, which made it even funnier.
I'll say, like, when you're against a team like the South American teams and they're getting loud, they get in your head in a way that, you know, for some players lights a fire under them. It's like, all right, let's beat these guys. You know, let's show them. With Zeta, the thing I've heard is it's just so hard to want to beat them. They're just such nice guys. You're like, I don't want to be mean to you now. I don't want to say, like, hey, you suck. You know, I'm like, hey, nice shot, bro. Good job.
I don't know. Maybe if they play against Buzz, because Buzz seems to be
he's got
a little bit mouthy.
He's got a mouth
on him. But it's very enjoyable. And that's the thing. I feel like that's always one of the worries in esports. Trash talk stays on the stage. We all know that. Like that's just the teams having a bit of fun. And whenever it leaves, that's when it becomes a little bit more of a problem. But it's been really enjoyable at this event. Like, everybody going back and forth, as you said, like Zeta almost taking it in their stride and being able to use it to fuel them to come back into games. I think we've had so many surprises so far. This game, though, is one of those interesting ones where I don't think I would be shocked with either team winning. Like, I think coming into the event, Liquid looked rough, but they've always been a team that, especially when they go back to the basics, they go back to the things that they're good at, they're very, very good. And obviously Loud, as I said, they've been basically unstoppable in Brazil. So if either of these teams were to win this final map, I don't think there's anything too much to be surprised about. I think going into some of the other games tomorrow, like, I think DRX versus PaperX is actually something that's going to be really interesting, because realistically, DRX should be fairly decent favorites going into that one. I think, again, they're a team that scrimmed a lot against each other in the past, and DRX are a very, very prep-heavy team. I will say that PaperX are very exciting, so I'm hoping there's going to be something interesting there, and we've had quite a few upsets so far in this tournament.
Quite a few. I mean, that's an understatement of the year, Tom. I haven't seen a single pick-in with more than like 3 green dots on it. It's been.
Well, there was one guy who had all of it correct.
No, he's made 10 accounts. It's the only one. I refuse. I refuse to accept there's anyone out there that has predicted this tournament accurately the whole way. It's fair play, though. Fair play. You got all the green up there. I don't know how you managed to do that, because I look at every single game thus far. Even the ones that go the way you expect them to, in terms of like who wins, it's still like either way closer than you would think, or there's just some insanely different things about them, like Shanji taking out the KO and having the best KO map I've ever seen. Yeah. You know, it's just, you just cannot predict some of these things.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think it's been an exciting tournament, and I think there's going to be so much more to come going forward. So I think that's going to be very enjoyable. Of course, still currently stuck in the tech issue, so it's not great. Hopefully we'll get out of this one soon, but really, okay, if I had to put you on the spot, if you were going to bet your hair on it, who's winning this map?
Oh, hold on now.
I'm not saying you are, but if you had to.
Yeah, see, it's a dangerous concept, because I know you. I know what this changes to. I mean, look, with the way that Liquid are playing right now, I'm going to swing with them.
Okay, so Mitch's hair is on Liquid.
No. It would be if I was out of my mind. Who's your hair on? You know what, though? We should do a reverse. One day we should actually do that. Not right now, but we could potentially... So I could shave my head and you would have to wear a wig. But like,
okay, wearing a wig is fine. As long as it's not a wig of your hair,
no.
I'm okay with that, because
it's not a Practical Jokers, all right? Although, I mean, you'll pull off a Murr cosplay, but I'll say I'd love to see just a wig that's like glued on. You know, you got to wear it for a month.
A month?
A month.
Okay. Well, luckily, since this conversation has gone down the pan, we're going to take a little bit of a break to try and fix the tech issue, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities, so you can do more. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Okay, now let's work off-site. Public Wi-Fi? No thanks. 5G ultra wideband is faster and safer, and so powerful that it's not just for phones. Hello, 5G home and business internet. It's time to go ultra with Verizon, America's most reliable 5G network, so you can do more.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get right back on into the action. The coach's monitor has been fixed. It's back up and running, and the teams are eager to kick things off. As you can see, the timer counting down to 0. Team Liquid will be mounting a pretty tough defense. They've got a lot of weaknesses, namely the Marshals in play. We'll see what they can do on range. They've already been discounted.
That's the thing. Both teams managing to hit the 0 point straight off the bat means that, well, for the defenders, they can basically gamble stack into A, at least in the early stage of the round. That flash has not quite worked out, though. Trying to pop Blink out, and instead, he's kind of jiggle-peeked it and spotted that there's not really anything there. Tries to fake out the shadow step to almost bait that there's somebody a little bit closer, or at least in towards the cubby. Instead, though, Yumpy now starts to reaggress elsewhere.
Now, holding this kind of control, as I said, the mid plays with the Marshal, always going to be something that you look for. Yumpy spotting one outside of Beacon. They're going to be droning that out too, and that will confirm there's only the one player here. They're not 100% sure on that, but now that they've spotted some players outside A, I'm surprised the rotations aren't coming in that little bit faster. Louder's still going to have an easy enough time in getting in towards the site. You got to look over to Link, though. Sat in the back of Jen. He's going to TP over underneath.
Okay.
Yumpy's been dropped. This is okay, though, for Link's control. He can still take this duel, but they're ready. They're clearing it. Well handled.
Sassy managing to find that tag with the dart was so important. I feel like it could have completely gone wrong otherwise. Navira desperately trying to get something with the Marshals, but it really isn't looking great. Of course, saving here, not really having any value for Liquid. So they're going to try and maybe relocate, to try and drop a couple of players on the way out, fake the steps to almost bait that some of these positions are clear, and just watching to try and make sure that there isn't an easy way out for Loud. But thus far, looking like a very good round for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if they manage to get 2 kills on the fadeaway, it's not going to be the end of the world for Loud. They're in a pretty decent spot. I like the fact that, for a split second there, we saw one of the players, I think it was Sadek, stare at the door. He thought about shooting it, but decided against it. And Loud are just going to allow them to go down to the spike. There's no point in giving away orbs, I suppose.
Yeah. Good round as well for Loud, especially breaking back. I said it would be important that they win this one, but to win it in a flawless fashion as well, that's about as good as it gets. Not giving anything up to their opposition, not really letting things slip. And well, with such an aggressive take as well. I think the main thing was just that dart coming through from Sassy to make sure that Yumpy wasn't just getting right up in the face of them with a shorty.
Yeah, it's really important. We've seen the impact that that weapon can have. Like on those weak buy rounds, and especially if you've got someone like a Jet who can potentially take a shot, close in the distance on you, or use it to get back and reset later on. Loud successfully securing that round. They got their economy bolstered down as well. Down B, of course, goes out wide on...
Didn't even have the dash.
No, didn't need it.
That's the thing. You see that player get hit by a 0 point, you're like, well, he's going to stop pushing because it would be ridiculous to just keep going there where he's got no possibility of an escape. Well, welcome to Yumpy's world.
How dare you, Scream? How dare you? He's playing a judge on this round, tucked in this corner the entire time. There's 2 players coming towards him. I'm already angry for Loud on their behalf. That flash is good, but he's spraying away. Damage done, but not enough. Yumpy struggles to even get out of there, hit by the paranoia on the way back. He's resetting. He's going to have to go huge here with Link by his side.
Oh, he doesn't even know that they're close.
Les was really by his side.
Yeah, right next to him. Also has the Nano Swarm to delay any sort of push through, and Navira's going to have to respect that. They will get themselves an afterplant.
Spike planted.
You see the temptation to try and get aggressive through the edge of that smoke, but at least for now, just having to try and sit back, and in a similar situation to the last round. In fact, he's even going to leave it just for a little bit later, try and deny them that extra space for just that bit longer. And they're almost reliant here on Soulcast to try and get that little bit of extra space.
The turret already getting contact. They know that the retake is underway. Shock dart ready for Solkas. Weapon back out. He lined up, but he wasn't able to get the shots off. Well performed by Sassy. 2-2 we go. And for Loud, that's a pretty strong win for them. They're going to be up against a weak economy here, and that should be the lead in their hands.
Yeah, I don't think you can expect too much. I would assume that there's going to be at least an attempt to try and get an orb for Yumpy in this scenario. Blade Storm could definitely make the difference, but it's the fact that Les managed to get so far without anybody actually spotting him. Like, that was basically the round over at that point, because he only just to take down both players on the A site. They have a lot in terms of the after plant utility, so yeah, a tough spot for them to be in. And as I said, now it's a real chance for Loud to sort of build into this first half.
An opportunity, indeed. Another tech pause they'll call through. Here, we're gonna have a little bit of a breather for them. And I'm sure over on the side of Liquid, they'll take that in their stride. They're coming into this with a couple of pistols, and often this is where you see Team Liquid call for those tactical pauses and move about discussing how they want to move into the round. I'm seeing the coaches having some words as well. Actually, sorry, I'm seeing here Team Liquid called this timeout, so it has transitioned over to a tactical indeed. So just as I was saying, Liquid, they often do call their pauses here, and no surprise they're doing it again.
Yeah, I'm curious what they'll be talking about in this sort of round. Like, maybe just talking about what they can find out for the next one. Like, where if they could maybe put some pressure on. And again, as I said, I wouldn't mind them seeing them challenge for a little bit of orb control, because if Yumpy can get his ult, that would be huge. The thing is, this is something that Loud will be desperately aware of, and also both the orbs on this map can be fairly difficult to get. And with him currently being sat over on the A side of the map, I think it would be a little bit difficult for him to actually get anything done. And with a shorty in hand, maybe he's just going to try and recreate what was done by Scream.
Yeah, I think the reality is, for someone like Yumpy, he is the kind of guy that's going to want to shorty you, dash backwards, pop out his Blade Storm, and then try to ace the round, you know? He can have those kind of pop-offs. It's definitely possible. And we're jumping right back on into the game. We'll see exactly what Team Liquid have planned for as the shorty still in hand for Yumpy. And Loud seemed to be playing the default here, and they were very, very strong whenever it came to just pumping the brakes and playing against these anti-ecos when it was on Icebox. But here on Ascent, it's a lot more difficult to close in that space efficiently without giving them opportunities. I mean, we already saw in the pistol round how many different nasty setups you can have with someone like Yumpy trading out, you know, peeking back and forth, and Link hiding in the corner. You imagine when someone's got a shorty, things can get even wilder. And the rest of the team having sheriffs, you know, that's a pretty threatening round even still. It's anything but free against Liquid.
Managed to avoid the dart early. And they know that Soulcast is playing from this position because they've seen at least a lot of the utility. Managing to fall back to the side, but with the drone tagging him up as well, it becomes a problem. Scream manages to get him behind, but no shots found. Yumpy trying to hit a time. What? He gets it from there? That player must have been so desperately low for anything to come through. Navira's found one. Scream picks up a rifle, but gets nothing from it. However, Navira is still here. The jump through will make him miss his shot, but Yumpy's still looking to come in from behind. I don't feel like there's any way he should be able to get a kill from here. But he's just doing damage to Aspas through the smoke.
Are you all right, Yumpy? Someone check on this guy. Still got his Blade Storm, but he's picked up a rifle now. Link is able to take Pancata. This is winnable. They've dealt with Yumpy at least, and Link left down to 5 HP should be easily dealt with. Still Shock Dart's online as well. And I like that he's just waiting. You know, if you run into that site, you're dead 100%. Containing and taking them down or saving the weapon, probably the two best options. I don't think he noticed the barrel there. If it was sticking out, it was only by a very small amount.
It looks at this point that either it's a rifle save or much more likely he's going to try and lock them in. They've already managed to get themselves 3 kills in this round. Anything more would be a huge amount of cost. Another coming up through, and Zassy now desperately low as well. Link does incredibly well. All players go down, and while he doesn't quite manage to escape with the rifle, but that's not really much of a problem for Liquid, as they're going to have a buy into the next round.
I mean, they knew coming into that it was going to be a round they didn't do a whole bunch in most of the time, so the damage that they got out with, they've got to be over the moon. This was a wall bang. That was a wall bang kill, by the way.
What? That player must have had, like, 0.5 HP. Like, I don't even know how he manages to get that kill, but hey, he'll take it. He's now got a Blade Storm as well to play with, and an Operator going into this round, so the game's about to change a little bit as there is no fear. Yumpy trying to get aggressive. Being tagged up, though, can't really take the risk of fighting this, although because he'll have his dash back in a second, he's still playing fairly aggro, and with the one-way, they haven't actually pushed through the space yet.
You We've already seen the willingness of Yumpy to push up when that dash is not online. He is not afraid to take some duels without the escape mechanism. But now that he's got it back online, he's right back swinging into that corner. Here comes the drone. He's avoided it to start with and tried to take another peek. You see what I mean? This guy, he just won't stop. Here's the flash through, though. That's big damage now. Yumpy is down, but Link's traded.
The thing is, they almost have to try and hold on to this position. A core reloading. Aspas goes through. Another dropped by that Hunter's Fury, and Scream is the defender left on this side. Navira is alongside him. It comes down to just Scream, but Les is there with a quick couple of trades. It will be a fourth onto the board now for Loud, and, well, Liquid are going to have to go back to what will mostly be pistols, although Navira's bought straight in with a rifle. Okay, he sells it. He sells it. It's fine.
Yeah. I look at that last round. So much utility coming out of Loud, connecting. You've got the Hunter's Fury combined with the push on site, but for me, it's less. He comes through the doorway, he gets blinded by the flash that came over from Scream, but I think he turned at just the right time, minimized the duration of the blind, and he was able to then take them down with 2 quick kills, very much saving the round, and I don't think he should have been able to do that. Oh, okay. Bladestorm taken away for a moment.
They'll just wait it out. The information has some value to it, but ultimately it's not going to do much else. Still some pretty powerful ults online. Yumpy's the main one I'm looking at, and he's going to go wall. He's been spotted by the turret, though. So they have this information, but he might actually hear some of the footsteps of their rotating around. Look at the instant movement. Straight away, some of the players of Liquid start running back towards that B site. You have Navira already in position. Rotation as well from Soulcast. Scream now making a move. And because they haven't gone back in the other direction, all the information is there for Liquid to just stack up this site.
This is disgusting. The turret was watching it, but it couldn't actually see him from spawn. They knew that he'd ran down mid, but they suspected surely he wouldn't just continue running forward. That's a great nade through. Aspas has no support because of the fragment, and then a nanoswarm goes down, but Scream is taken out. Good kill to start with, left with a frenzy though. And now, oh, they haven't cleared the corner. Solka's only good for 1, but tags up a few more. Makes it easier for Navera, who's dodging those darts on the site. The reload in play, and Aspas goes down. They know that Link is here, and he won't be able to find them. But the shot from Yumpy equalizes. 1 to the body, all that's needed. Pancada desperately low, and time! He had to go for the plant, and Yumpy, he strikes at just the right time. That's 3 rounds for Team Liquid. A much closer round than they would have liked, but that'll put them right back on the map.
It's one of those infuriating things for Loud where you play as a group because you're up against one of those like anti-eco rounds. Like you're going together, but because of that, you don't have that sort of net that you normally have to catch players getting aggressive. And because of that, Yumpy gives them all the information. They have those bait and switch plays, and then it becomes scrappy. And when it gets scrappy, you kind of expect Team Liquid to come out on top. That's what they're incredibly good at. And obviously, when you have Yumpy on a Bladestorm, it just makes it that bit easier.
I mean, we have to be realistic. You come in with pistols and a Bladestorm, you're expecting a couple of kills, sure, here and there, but for the most part, you never really expect Loud to run into that much of a problem. And I guess, yeah, the slow pace that has very much been what we complimented before, it's just that tiny bit of information they gave away. They see the alarm bot already here. Oh, maybe they don't. They've destroyed it either way. This is I mean, risky enough round. There's a lot of cash on the line. They've got an ultimate to work with as well in the form of the lockdown, but they won't really be able to do much with it when you've got a Hunter's Fury on the other side and Navera's own lockdown.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the chances are Solkas is just going to hold on to this ult for that exact counter, especially with the way the last couple of rounds have been going. Again, we're going to try and find out information. They actually do go for the lockdown. Maybe just trying to get him to try and bait out that ultimate, but it means that they'll get that space elsewhere because he's no longer watching onto that cross. It leaves Navira completely isolated within the site, and the entry is there.
Well, they've got that one secure. Solkas clearing out inside the smoke as they look to mount this retake quite quickly by the looks of things. Yumpy's right in, getting all the corners cleared, but is he ready for main? That's ridiculous. Solkas with a quick double. And all of a sudden, Team Liquid are actually in the lead. But they still have to break into this site, get past both of those choke points. There's still utility up for less as well. He's got Nano Swarms waiting on the stairs. There's the Paranoia. That's going to prompt the Nano Swarm pop. And now the players coming out of the catwalk are being stared at. Not being taken down all too easily, though, but the trades are good for Loud for now. Time on their side, and they get all the kills from Boathouse.
Yeah, really solid hold, really solid crossfire, and just having that late couple of pieces of utility was enough to take them through the round. And I actually quite like that. I don't know if that was intentionally just to bait out that ult, but the fact that they use it to then push. Like, okay, we know that that player is busy. He can't really do anything in the moments he's destroying it. So then they use it to pressure Navira. The best thing about that as well is he was the player with the lockdown. So then they don't have that anymore for the retake. So they almost kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get the site for free. Worked out wonderfully. And you have to remember, if Soulcast is then on the site, he's in his ult while they're pushing as well. So either way, you're likely to be able to take him down.
So many of these pieces for Team Liquid removed to start things out. And you know, you look at the lockdown for Navera, it's probably not going to be a feature of this round. Not when you've got pistols to play with. They would need something exceptional to prompt that sort of a reaction. Scream going down right away. Well, that's definitely not the start that they wanted. Okay. Solkus and Yumpy on the quick double, and all of a sudden this is again very winnable. And the Liquid just cannot give away a clean round.
Oh! Backs here and there. It's not quite managing to kill anyone off. At least doing damage. He's going to try and give himself a one-way, and they've only just got the plant down. They know where this other man is. Sassy into that clutch situation, but Yumpy lands the headshot. Already, I think he's trying to shout through the walls to the other team. This man is on fire at the moment. And well, they're going to take another round based off of those pistols.
That is absolutely ridiculous. We came in saying a lockdown's unlikely to be used because why throw it away for a round you're not going to win. And it comes down to Solkus spraying down with the Sheriff from, I think, was it Heaven? Yes, from Heaven. Look at this. Look at that. And it was the reveal that I don't think it even revealed Aspis. I think it was a different player who got revealed and he spammed at them and ended up getting Aspis. Yumpy with just some incredible shots on the Guardian, catching players through the smoke as they come, breaking the door, following up onto Les, and then closing out with Sassy. This guy is on fire, and like we said, a confident Liquid is a dangerous thing. There's no such thing as a free round against these guys. They are always going to be coming in with pistols, with the ultimates that they have as well, the likes of your Blade Storms. This is scary.
Yeah, and the fact is, the actual initial entries into the site, like the pop flash, out from Sadek to garner that extra space, everything went well. You saw the dash in as well from Aspas, just basically pulling everybody to look towards him, and up until that point, everything was going great, but you can never underestimate the clutch factor of this Team Liquid squad, and unfortunately in this scenario, it hasn't quite worked out. I think as well, like, at the moment, it seems both of the KOs are having a bit of a troublesome time. Like, Sadek's definitely had his moments with the flashes, as said, but realistically, a lot of it has just been those 0 points trying to delay utility and then them being caught out because of it. So 5-4, anyone's game still, but realistically, at least for this round, you'd think it's going to be the driver's seat for Liquid.
So I'll tell you the thing that always I looked at when Scream is playing someone who can be pitched as a support in some elements. Now, the reason I like him on KO is because you have so much individual potential there, like we saw from Shanji playing inside the smokes, entering for yourself. But a lot of the time here, his utility is used around his team, and that's a bit of a problem for me in putting Scream in a spot where he even has to think about that. It's like, you want him to just be able to duel and take fights, but that's where, you know, looking at a roster, it's weird to think that, but then you see Yumpy, you see Navera, and it's like, okay, well, there is just so much power on this team that it's not Scream, go kill. He's up in their faces. Is he got past the turret. He smoked the turret with a cloudburst, I guess, and then walked past it. He's now sneaking behind them, and they have no idea.
Yeah, so much space. It means that the rest of the players can look to try and rotate and put more support onto A because, well, they know that no one's in the direction of B unless they're going to try and go for a full team mid-take, which they are covering for.
And you know that Killjoy is close because that turret's still online. She's not in main. She's not sitting towards the spawn. So now that it's been taken back, this is where Yumpy's going to start to move forward. He knows that player is in towards middle. He's calmed that over. It's why you see Scream being quite careful about the market play. And eventually he's got to make a move. Now moving up through middle. Does he check his left as he goes? No. So look at Les. Les is just snuck all the way behind them.
They've got problems. They got big problems. Link Link is under serious pressure as Aspas manages to take him down. And this flank coming through, it might not even be needed because Aspas has just started killing everyone. Les will come in at the last second, and now Yumpy left in a 1v4 with the operator. Spike will be dropped. He's going to hide within his smoke. He actually gets the headshot onto Sassy, making this one possible once again. Looking for the peak, walks into the Nano Swarm, caught by the turret, shouldn't stand a chance, and thankfully, Les will put him down before anything can get any worse.
That was ridiculous. This guy had a shorty, like he's wall banging people with shorties. He's jumping into 3 guys looking at him, getting a kill, getting out of there. I mean, it's exactly, it was one of the things I said, right? When he's got a shorty, he'll be willing to go at you, take the kill, and dash backwards, Blade Storm out. This time, you know, not the Blade Storm pop, but everything else connecting.
It's a really big round from Aspas, though. Like, the pace of their take into that site was slow, but I think because of what you said about that lurk being there so late, the read was actually a little bit wrong. Like, you could have had the rest of the players sort of stacking things up, but his entries just basically completely cleared out the remainder of A, and they were able to hold in the afterplan. Now, it's a little bit sketchy again of a vibe, but Yumpy just see you later, Sassy. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's the Blade Storm saved up for this moment, and of course, it finds value right away. You know, the previous round, Les also, when he pulled that turret back, I think that was him telling the other team, you can rotate now, so he could get that timing on the flank. It was really, really smart play from him. Let's see what they can do to get Yumpy out of this position. No, we've already seen him updraft over the wall. Now he's tucked close. He knows there's going to be players around here. They're going to give up market control, let the wall some through.
The second they break this, he's going to start coming in from behind. The timing's so good, and even more blind. He manages to connect another knife, even having a rifle to try and spray through. He goes down. But Soulcast, in the meantime, has managed to make it through that smoke. The pop flash out from his teammate is almost trying to bait that maybe he isn't here as Les wraps around that corner. It's not pretty, but he'll get the job done. Bringing things back close, but then Scream just straight through it will close out another 30 seconds left for Pancada to make a move. He could teleport, but look at where the remaining Liquid players are. They're waiting in case he tries this.
I know full well that this is a possibility. And there's the teleport coming out of the other Omen. Link, knowing his teammate's actually in position, 10 seconds left. Where does Pancada go? He's going to actually try to plant it, fake it out, pull them into the open. There they are, running in! Ooh. What a good attempt by Pancada. Almost a disaster for Liquid. But they will get their 5th round on the board, now looking to equalize. And Tom, I mean, the people at home are watching a replay, but I'll tell you what I'm looking at. 5 ultimates online for Loud coming into this final round.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where if you don't win it, you've done something desperately wrong. Like, either that or Liquid will have to do something insane. Now, they do have some counters of their own. Soulcast is 1 away from managing to get himself a Hunter's Fury as well, so the only thing really missing is the Blade Storm. I am kind of disgusted by the fact that Yumpy currently has a judge.
Oh my.
Where is he going?
Deep flash, B cleared. They've got all the control. There's a recon outside B as well. They know that it's clear. Now they're stacked up on A. We're like 3 seconds, 4 seconds into the round by the time Liquid are like, yep, it's A 100%. We can rotate over. And now they're stacked in position. Now things have to slow down because Loud have pumped the brakes again. They're not looking to just run in, thankfully. And they seem, well, they have always been cautious of Wine. We've seen every round they've cleared it.
You should run.
They're pinging the spawn. They're so scared of the position that he could be in. Link is in a bit of trouble, though, because I feel like they've almost used this just to try and stop him. Luckily, his teammate has managed to garner that orb and can deny it. Still just sat here in this corner. They've also utilized that null command just to try and slow them that little bit more. The only real issue here is if they don't manage to clear Link.
They have always cleared Wine when they've gone towards this position. You have to hope they will again, but Pancada's gone down before. That can happen! No. Link is still alive! That is absolutely unreasonable! He'll eventually go down, but Nevera's cleaning up the rest. A clean conclusion to this half. Team Liquid, 6-6.
That was definitely one of the weirdest halves of Valorant I've ever seen. I feel like the team that should have won the round has failed to do so almost every single time.
Yep.
Luckily, we have a fantastic desk, and Kakuka's going to explain everything that just happened in perfect detail.
Oh.
The stage is yours.
Yeah, sure. It's kind of funny that we see Zadhag and Scream at the bottom, because I think it sums up what we are seeing, and is that they have to play passive, they have to play for the team. Information is key. When Loud is playing slower and actually countering where Yampe is playing, because Yampe is just, you know, having the time of his life. If they actually manage to counter him and they use all that utility, the round is viable, and those executes on A actually prove that. But I am just extremely surprised of how close these rounds are, how this man can get kills with the shorty in that distance.
My shorty does not do that.
No,
I don't know
mine
about yours.
neither.
I think Bala
My
sometimes
operator
does.
doesn't do that.
No, I don't use a shorty.
Your shorty sometimes does
No,
do
I
that.
never use, but it's crazy because I might pick it up now. He's using it in a unique way too. It's not like the Zeta Division players, for example, who are using it for kills. He's using it for chip damage in some cases, which is insane. The times he's just spraying it through a smoke. Yeah, Yampi's been fantastic. I think one of the amazing things too is he's really aggressive on these entry frags on the defensive side, and that's going to keep up on the attack, of course. But he's also able to get Sassy down a lot of these instances, and that's not something that anybody has been able to do.
Also, I love the Roger Federer cosplay that he's brought on, because we know Yampi's a huge fan of Roger, and I think it's starting to show. He plays beautifully under pressure, Kakuka.
It's just beautiful what we're seeing from both the teams. The executes coming in from Loud. Like, every single round has been so explosive, so enjoyable to watch. Really looking forward to what's going to happen on the different half. We know the Team Liquid loves an overtime here. Yeah, this is...
Why does not do that?
Headshot! Just why? I'm really looking forward to
He
next
knows
half.
he's low.
Liquid is 5 out of 5 on pistol rounds. Let's see if they go for, you know, the full circle. But I honestly do not know what to expect.
Yeah, that's massive. 5 for 5, and it's so huge right now for Loud to keep themselves in this game. The other thing, too, that's keeping him in this game is a lot of thrifty rounds, and you mentioned the ecos that they've been known for in scrims. Dude, Team Liquid is doing the same thing. This is such a scrappy game, and I think it's going to be won by those types of rounds.
The thing is that Liquid loves chaos. We know that. And of course, Brazilia's teams as well, because individually they're so gifted. I love this combo, and I'm loving this match.
Oh, yes or no, guys? I need one word from you.
Overtime.
6 rounds. Yeah,
Yes.
6 rounds for Loud. Enough?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to hand this back to Mitch and Tombiz.
Thomas.
Well, Tombiz Bismar, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good to hear.
Normally it's the other way
Don't
around,
overthink
like you
it.
put
That's
my
my job.
thing in the middle, because otherwise it doesn't make a lot of sense. But hey, we'll take
It's
it. We'll
fine.
take it. I get my name mentioned multiple times.
She knows your name now. It's a pretty big.
That's good.
Pretty big win.
Look at this face. No surprise that Yumpi's trying to get a little bit cheeky. That whole team's gone into the side, but they haven't checked the corner. It just gives a freebie. This man in pistol round is just dominating. 4 kills in the last one. Looking to try and do the same again, but is there going to be any response? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, well, Navera has 7 health left, so I'm going to go ahead and guess he's not going to clutch this in a 1v5. But then again, you know, I'm happy to be proven wrong. Let's see how this one goes down.
He has more time than Pancada did.
Yeah.
Less health. Worse gun.
Spike down.
Yeah. And
there's a turret up. That can kill him in 1.
Yeah, good old Timmy. Good old Timmy.
Good old Timmy, yeah.
I know that hurts Pansy every time I say that. Because their one's called Tommy, but we have different turrets for each game, you know? There we go. Les is going to close out the Prime Gaming Flawless. A big round for Loud to start off with. And going onto the defensive side, it can be pretty difficult. Like, a lot of the time, I feel like Liquid are bailed out by the shenanigans of Yumpy on this attacking side. Like, some of the rounds where he's able to just go around on the flank and wrap around it. It's something I don't know if Loud are going to allow him to do. So, and off to such a good start. As said, I was wondering if they could mentally reset going into this one. It definitely looks like they have.
Oh, you know, it's almost poetic. They end up going down 3 players falling to an omen hit in a corner. Deja vu.
It's revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing missing was that clutch attempt at the end. Now for Loud, they come into this round stacked up. They've even got a bulldog on Pancada thanks to all those kills. You know, we might not compliment the ultimate from the shadows all that much, but
they showed Navera because Navera would be the one on the lurk. Like, Yumpy falls back so that realistically you're like, okay, Navera's there. That tells us nothing. And then Yumpy goes back for the swing. Just trying to bait out a few little pieces of information that could sell a full setup. And now they're actually looking to try and just double back to a full push in towards A. The problem is a recon has gone out that has told them there's no longer anyone in B main. So instantly Loud start to stack up on this A side.
They've certainly guessed on the right side. And the Bulldogs here too, lots of utility, 40 seconds left on the clock, and at this point, Loud are really starting to suspect that this is the play coming through. You got a Paranoia held and ready to pop out, but look at Team Liquid on the way back over towards the B side, or at least on the way back to middle for a moment. With 30 seconds left, they're gonna have to make a call. And by the looks of it, they're going to move towards this A site. And again, that Killjoy utility in play on short, going to be a huge problem for them getting in.
Double turrets going down. Navira does manage one entry, but Pancada is here again. However, the trade is back. There's a possibility for a plant here. Now, there's still the rest of their players rotating in, but this round was looking like a clean one, and now it's dangerous.
It absolutely is. A Marshall on Yumpy set down towards long. Yeah, this is a round that they can win if it goes awry. He's already picked off one. Out for more. And the tag on the way. Sassy solo. The shot through the wall, more than enough. And a round answered back by Team Liquid. That is ridiculous. The second round victory.
What'd I tell you? Attacker side, Yumpy, Marshall. It's something that shouldn't be allowed, it's something that teams need to prepare for, and it's ultimately something that probably shouldn't work, but it does. And, well, again, they were walking into this site with like 12 seconds left, managed to find both the entries, get an execution, and an afterblock.
Wow.
I can see why people want to Bartler to have his hair rather than mine.
Fantastic attempt at the end by Yumpy as well. Yeah, he really hammered that one home. I don't think they've rehearsed that one all too many times.
They'll get it right for the stage.
Yeah, exactly. That's the prac room debuff.
Wow, it's just destroyed any momentum that Loud would have had. Like, you've lost to a minute investment. Weaponry's now booming. There was still the extra finances as well on the other side that they were basically saving to go into this round with. And on the other side, you got basically nothing. They're just trying to make sure they can maybe do a little bit of extra damage, but ultimately, not much to be had. It's funny that he spams mid. Unfortunately, it's the wrong side. Because there is a player just sat there.
Well, now two. They look to take a little bit of control, but Loud couldn't see anything on middle. They'll reset back, and they have to make a gamble. KO Knife goes down towards B, but they only spot one with theirs. No one else stacked up, so they're going to gamble towards this A site yet again. Good call by the Brazilian side. Let's see what Liquid have up their sleeve. They have better weapons to work with, but as we've seen time and time again, that is not a deciding factor in this game. Aspis does damn well to get one.
He's like a magician. Just came out of the smoke. He's already gone before you even realize he's there. Again, this round's all about damage for them. You can see an awfully long rotation coming through the other side. Still an alarm bot there to stop Sadak from finding out anything. But even just a couple of kills here would be a great attempt. Pop flash, also going to throw the 0 point in just to give that extra little bit of information. Maybe even deny any recon that could be coming up on the other side, and Screen just waiting aggressively to try and finish off these remaining players. He might actually get caught here. A little bit aggressive. I thought he got the last one, but it wasn't. It was Soulcast backing him up. And while Sadak needs to basically just wait for the spike and fall.
Yeah, you want to go down to that. I mean, for him right now, the opponents that he's up against, it's just huge value in ultimates on their side. But if he can draw a player, great. Damage done. Weapon retrieved is only a Spectre, so he's right on into that.
Yeah, that's worth it. An extra kill. Don't allow that economy to go wild, because as I said, when you win a round where you've invested nothing, there is still a hell of a lot of credits available at this time for Liquid, so any sort of damage you can do on that side is going to be huge. And the fact is, the purchase coming up for Loud still has holes in it. Like, you've got Aspas having to go for a glass cannon operator. You've also got Sassy dropping down his shields just to make sure he has all his utility, quite an expensive kit, and I believe he still has a shock dart missing, so it's not perfect from Loud, but it's a round that they desperately need to win, because again, Team Liquid's economy could go out of control here.
Aspis managed to avoid that knife, so he can go aggressive. Dash on out, 65 HP, but he'll make it around the corner. It's a good start. The brakes pumped again. Team Liquid slowly moving up through short, and here's the contact about to happen with Sadak.
Oh, they've even got themselves to dash straight through. This is the aggression, but actually, Sadak just about manages to win that duel. Keeping himself on 35 HP, the rest of the team actually start to rotate over to support. There's not a whole lot to play with here at the moment for Liquid. Needing to try and find another kill, and Sadak's position is a bit of a peculiar one. They'll spot the flash, but his flash is slightly better. Kills off Navira for it, still just surviving in this corner, even knows the Scream is around this spot. And with the crossfire in play, he can just sit pretty in this corner.
Oh, the timing there. The flash comes out, but it turns out Scream gonna survive that. 2v4. Paranoia is perfect, and although Scream's able to see Sassy, the kill goes the other way. That Spike, last man standing. Players all around him. I mean, it's hugely stacked up here towards the A site. They know exactly where he is, and they'll drop him right away. Well handled by Loud. That's another round on the board, and they've now equalized up this scoreline. We're going to stay neck and neck.
Yeah, I thought for a second he might have managed to slip the net, but it's not quite to be. And as said, there's still plenty of finances available for Liquid to try and make a play in this sort of round. I feel like, again, this is more evidence of just how solid Sadak is with those flashes. And I think especially on this defensive side, a lot easier for you to be a little bit cheeky with that. Like, if you're going in for setups, a lot of the time you want to try and throw something for someone else. If you have these defensive positions, well, his flashes were perfect to catch players off guard and isolate some individual duels. Back to level pegging though again. This time there's even some shields for Aspas, and lightning fast Yumpy can't even react to that one.
I mean, the cloud burst was down, right? He just fires on through, takes the kill, and opens it up nicely. At this point, you know, it's going to be hard for Liquid to even entry towards sites. You've got to cancel out the utility or clear it out on your way.
Null command?
Null command is definitely something that could help them out with that, right? There it is. Activated already. It won't cost them that much time as they move towards the site. The one nanostorm that went down, the nade buys them time to get over towards the alley. And they've made it down towards the site. This is going to be difficult for Les to hold on and control. And in fact, he just gives it up. He's going to hold with his team and play the retake.
They managed to lock them into position. Les with the spam. Trying to find something here. Null command now on the other side, and all players locked into the site. Oh, I say that, Scream actually gets a little bit more aggressive. They're opting to try and fight some of these angles, not allow them into position, but Sadak's there, instantly finding a trade. Pancata with another, just going back and forth, and all left on to Soulcast, and he can't quite finish it off. Les will take them another round, and 9th onto the board, and an incredibly costly one. I assume he's going to go back and try and just save that operator after halving the spike, and keep that economy nice and strong.
Really solid round out of Loud. I mean, they dealt with that initial push. They dealt with the initial push really well. You know, allowing them to just take all the control, not overcommitting, and it was Les who was in that danger spot that decided to give up the site, not fight for it, that comes out to save the round as the last man alive. Safe, responsible play, and that is just, it's been so nice to watch this team play because, like we said, their anti-ecos seem to be on point, and I imagine against the majority of teams, their defaults would be working a lot better, but it is just the flashy individual nature of some of these rounds for Team Liquid where Yumpy can just jump through a smoke with a shorty. Like, some of the plays that they're meeting here, they will not have met before, because no one in the world plays like Team Liquid.
But the other thing as well is, like, again, the way that they actually set up into that round, having a 5v4 advantage, locking all the players into the side, like there was no flank, there was nobody in behind. Those sort of rounds realistically shouldn't be that close, but it's just the fact that Liquid managed to almost punch out of that position and catch them off guard a little bit. The interesting thing as well here is, although theoretically this looks like it's good, like some sort of eco round, because you're like, okay, they've just lost a close, or yeah, they've just had a close round and then they've lost one right off the back of it. Because of that, some really powerful ultimates have actually built up for the side of Liquid. Navira actually has enough still to actually buy a rifle into this round, and you've got the Blade Storm, which we've already seen individually win rounds for them. So Loud don't really get that much of a breather. And bear in mind, again, because they only have one player, their economy is still close to being reset. So it is anything but done just because they managed to clutch out that round.
We're right back into the game after a Team Liquid tactical pause. They've lost the lead here, giving it over to the defensive side of Loud. And sitting down in the defense, having that little bit of comfort, I suppose, is normally fantastic. But up against a team like Liquid, as we've already seen, things have been on pretty equal footing the entirety of the way.
Pace. Just looking to try and take that control, but the 0-point counter means that Yumpy can't really get away with what he wanted to. We want a fast-paced take, going to be denied. Or say he's going to be denied. He's actually trying to play through it. An absolute madman. He's just dropped the spike in. Are they going to try and use the ultimate potentially to grab it back and then walk into the site?
Yes, that does very much appear to be the plan. An audacious play. As the TP to the back of B site, they realize that this is a possibility. Even with the spike under their control, Loud know what they're up against. Team Liquid still need to fight for control of the site before they attempt it, and there goes Link. He's down. Spike's on the other side of the map. That's the round over. See what damage they can get done. And it is practically nothing. A very well-handled round again by Loud, and they react perfectly to every step that Liquid are making. I think this is honestly the display on their side of how they adjust to the conditioning of Liquid is just fantastic.
I'd love to know if that was actually a plan, though, for him to run in and die with the spike, because it seems so unbelievably stupid when you watch him do it, but then it's like, oh, okay, well, see, they're now faking to go in the other direction and grab the spike, because it's not the most common thing for people to do.
No, not at all, but the reality is when Yumpy's got his Blade Storm, I'd say 50% of the time he gets that site for himself.
Probably.
So it's like, yeah, go in, see if you can win the round yourself, and if you lose, we'll still have another option to recover it and probably drag the rotations to A anyways. I like it, and if Loud are a little bit too knee-jerky and they overreact to that, they might have ended up in a much worse position.
Aspas has taken so much control. It just gives them the ability to almost lock down other areas by the fact that he's so deep within B. You then had initial aggression as well over into A, just to try and spot. The only real danger is just that control that's currently being taken by Yumpy, almost on that free roam position just to try and spot anyone out. But the information that's there is so little. Nice shot from Yumpy, and this leaves a real opening in towards that B site. But they're almost trying to pull those rotations away, and Sassy will shut him down before he can be a thorn in their side.
They're going to pop the smoke over towards middle, trying to fake it out, but here comes the ultimate into play. Lockdown in effect on the A site. Nano Swarm a little early there. Oh, it's because the knife was coming through. Pancata catches Scream and makes it out just about. At this point, 4v3, they can happily play the retake, and if Les can get a kill, they'll even have a lockdown.
Close, but doesn't look like he's actually going to connect anything. Sassy didn't use it to break that lockdown, wanted to try and deny them the plant altogether, but again we see these advantageous after plant positions for Loud. Just having an opportunity to try and break back in, both countering each other. It's not pretty from Les. He had an opportunity to kill off Soulcast, who's just completely stuck in this corner. Navira, though, has managed to find two as they try and sneak their way through the door. He's been caught, and now it's left all onto Link. He's being pincered in. Fantastic from Loud in the retake. A couple of players surviving, and them just two away from taking this series.
Yeah, they can match these guys in pound-for-pound fights, and that's something that we don't get to see all too often. Sassy especially has been really impressive during this entire series, in fact. 11-8 on the board now. Loud are just a few steps away from securing their spot here, moving forward and avoiding that lower bracket for now.
I think that's one of the things that, especially on this attack side, that was my main worry. The fact that Yumpy can just go walkabouts and win you around. I think Loud have corrected themselves very well that if ever he's spotted, they're very quick to shut him down. They don't let him take that space. They don't allow him for these cheeky little plays that we see all the time. And because of that, it's been a lot tougher for Liquid to really get anything done. Again, we see the early 0-point spotting players outside of this B site. And again, we see a different point in the map pressured by Loud, taking control over towards A.
That TP's being heard, though. They now suspect that Link's over in the corner. Nade clears it out. They double-check it as well. Here's the flash over, and a great peek follow-up. Sadik with the early duel. That's the man advantage towards Loud.
Yeah, you're starting to see what I meant by the comparison I made earlier. He gets away with so much with these pop flashes. Timing, though. They don't expect Soulcast to be there so soon. And that's just a free kill onto Pancata, an unforced error from the Brazilians. And actually, they fully rotated in the other direction. As now, we start to see this lurk back. The only thing will be if Les can get there in time. However, he does have himself a lockdown. The problem is that's not really going to deny much.
Of course, you got a Hunter's Fury on the other side as well, so until Solcus goes down, that lockdown can't really be a pivotal part of the strategy. It's just going to be countered immediately. Here's the flash coming out up top. Nano Swarm, and that means only one player can get through. Oh! What a shot! I thought he was locked out completely, but he's got some control. Hunter's Fury can't really be used from the position they're in right now, and the reveal sees all of them scream. Still good to grab the kill, though, and the lockdown will be destroyed. Here's the plan for Liquid. Loud are going to have to retake.
Spike planted.
Don't give this man an angle. Don't give this man a shot. Only one bullet left, but he does have his knives available if he wants to try and switch for them. 2 players caught out in the back. He's just holding and waiting, hoping that they can try and force someone into a position that will give away a kill, but Liquid are not giving him anything, just sitting back. Navira will go down, however. They're going to get tagged up, and Soulcast has got one more. It's left all on to Aspas to try and clutch this out. He's going to spot Scream up close, and Scream will be there to close it. Another round on the board for Liquid. But still, it was very close.
It was a much-needed round, and considering the impact that Aspas was able to have as they move into the site, things could have gotten extremely scary if Les holds on just a second or two longer. The site could have maintained in their control. Look at that. It was 5 seconds left when they destroy that lockdown. You have a Nanoswarm still online, and the game changes completely. You have Aspas through the door or something like that. I mean, there's so many things that could have went badly for them there. Team Liquid have managed to find that. Even still, look at this. They're coming into this round with a Guardian and a Bulldog.
Yeah, the other team have 2 judges. I don't like it.
I think I prefer that.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like I do as well. Especially some of the positions that they're able to play. Like, look where both of them are so aggressively positioned. The Flash, going to give up some information. That's the thing. After already using the 0 point moments ago, just the pop flash actually tells him that there's players around this spot, not wanting to get caught out. Aspas still having an operator as well, just enables them to lock down so much map control. And, well, with this deep position for Les, you'd expect him to get a kill.
He definitely would, and I think the other aspect is he's got a turret watching. He's got a Nanoswarm there. He could end up faking out that he's not in this position, but if they drone it out, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Now he can't use any of his utility as they start to push forward, and he's been spotted way too eager on that corner.
Yeah, wanting to catch them as they go through. Again, we've got this fragment just holding off the cross. Aspas trying to find something through, but nothing going forward, and Yumpy just in this corner. It's something they should definitely check, but clearing him might be a little bit difficult. He's not going to budge. He's just going to sit there. Not the best place for a Guardian, but he gets the job done. Looking for a little bit more, just peeking forward. The flash is so good, and the headshot's even better. Leaving just one man standing. Aspas has to try and flee, and Link is watching. Liquid are right back into this one, and now the difference just the one.
This is starting to get a little bit scary for Loud. Wouldn't be surprised to see them take a moment here, sit back and try to reevaluate. They're coming into this round with practically nothing, so the likelihood is Liquid are about to push them over to equalizing. And this late in the game, Tom, you're facing up against not elimination. It is the lower bracket that they'll be going to.
So good. Both players were completely blind.
Gorgeous.
They talk about his pop flashes.
Yeah! Gorgeous stuff. Oh, here we go. We're coming into this round. Loud actually putting a couple of credits on the table. Investing as much as they can, but look what it yields. Still with the Blade Storm online, Aspas can potentially be one of the deciding factors in this round.
Well, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yumpy's already gone. As they look to try and build in, they've also hit Link with the 0 point. Thank God, this is such a dirty position for them to try and clear. Taking their time to make sure they check for Wine. Well, no one there, but getting past this man without him getting anything is going to be so incredibly difficult. In fact, just utilizing his smoke for that a little bit further. In fact, going to go within it. Manages to dodge the majority of the utility, and while Loud are looking to try and take a leap out of their opposition's book.
Comes the drone, that spotted him out. That's a big problem as they push forward, but he's got teammates here to help him out. A Stinger double kill. That's a first for me.
How's that the way they get to map point as well? It seems like both these teams are just excellent at just cheesing through low buy rounds. And while the fact that they managed to just hold that back, get the initial kill of the Blade Storm, and as I said, like just playing through this when you're up against a judge is so difficult to do, even with the tag, and then the support system, the trades are just solid from Loud. 1 round away for putting themselves into that top 6, continuing in that upper bracket and sending Liquid down to the lowers. Of course, they're the only representation left from South America, but as you can see, they're not one to sort of doubt.
Yeah, these guys are definitely looking to keep their region up there. They'll be moving on to the semifinals up against G2 if they can win this game right here. And they've got 2 chances to get it done. wisely calling a timeout here. Going to take a moment to step back yet again. Figure out how they want to approach these last two. A few ultis coming online. Even deciding when you want to throw those into things is going to be important. It's crunch time for Team Liquid, though. They want to keep their spot in the upper bracket. This is where they have to do it.
Yeah, and that's the other thing you have to be careful of. Like, there's still a buy coming up for Liquid. They have a couple of ultimates that definitely could win them the round, or at least a couple close. There isn't also a Hunter's Fury as well, so that lockdown, if they do manage to get it online, it could be pretty impactful. So yeah, I realistically, taking a timeout here, slowing down the game a little bit, making sure that there's not really going to be that opportunity for Liquid to get back into this one. Because again, even if you start to look at the economy that's over on the other side for Loud, sure, 2-3 players probably able to buy, but it would be a little bit sketchy for the last one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Tom, the timeouts come to an end. Loud, gotta stop talking, start acting. It looks like it's gonna be towards B main with a push up. See an arrow already ready. Okay, it was a Shock Dart Nanoswarm start. That's an interesting take. You know, it's a little bit of utility thrown away, but that could have given them massive value, something Liquid wouldn't necessarily be ready for. The reaction from Liquid, immediate. They are running up through middle into market. In fact, Yumpy is already essentially on the site, but they're ready for it. And with Aspas finding another on the operator, this is starting to get very scary for Team Liquid. They throw out their Hunter's Fury, a desperation play to try to take someone down. And in the end, it has to be put away. Lynx ran up short, got a sight, but the spike has to rotate over, and that's going to take some time, giving an opportunity for Sadik to get back out there and maintain site control.
Yeah, more importantly, he maintains an advantage. He makes sure that if those players are going into the site, sure, you can have that, but they'll be ready for the retake. Has his null command as well to remove any utility that might be there and leave them with that extra piece of information. Fragment over the top, but he doesn't expect the aggression. Yumpy, however, doesn't manage to win that battle. Soulcast sat in the corner, and the flash is coming over the top, given the space. They don't know that there's a late lurk yet, but the spacing could actually work out for them. The clear comes through, it's left, all onto one man. Yumpy trying to fight it back, and it's not happening. Loud are going to take themselves through in that upper bracket, and Liquid will be the ones to fall.
Now, Loud are going to be meeting G2 in the upper bracket semis, and that's going to be one hell of a game to witness after their performance here today. Sure, their map pick of Haven might not have looked too good. I think they'll go back to the drawing board on that, but 13-10 on their opponent's map pick and 13-10 on the decider. What a display of Valorant this was from the Brazilians. They're keeping their region alive in that upper bracket.
Yeah, I think especially going into the late game, that's normally where we talk about how Liquid thrive, and we even saw it. Started to bring it back, and just those combo breakers, those momentum breakers coming through, that huge, thrifty round that they managed to win. It shows that Loud, I think they've got everything that you need to go through in this tournament, everything you need to challenge for that title, and everything you need to make Vala ball.
Yeah, he's going to be sweating right now. It's getting pretty close. I mean, look, Vala will look good, Paul. That's the thing.
Yeah.
If they keep playing like this, I'm going to be proving that to you pretty soon. Unbelievable stuff. And as we're going to look back through these highlights, you'll see how many ludicrous plays. And I think, look, really, the Prime Gaming post-match highlights are one you definitely want to keep an eye on. If you didn't see the first two maps, there was some interesting stuff, you know? Jets updrafting in front of their opponents, dancing left and right in the air, dodging knives.
We've seen long-range shorty kills throughout this entire series.
Wallbang shorty kills.
Yeah. It's things I won't say I ever wanted to see.
Yeah, or ever want to see again.
Yeah, if you're going to offer it up. But yeah, I think fundamentally we've seen why Loud have been a team that a lot of people have been calling a challenger for the title. Like, we are seeing these fast trades. We're seeing the interplay between a team that ultimately hasn't been together a particularly long time. Like, it was built for this year, and they look very impressive. Dominated their region, got some heavy hitters, some big names that have come through and taken down another in their first match as well, while playing under not the greatest of circumstances. So I'm hoping they continue on this route. Somehow we get them on the stage, because I think they'll be fired up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at this point, we've seen everything that we need to say this is a contender for the top. They've got the individuals. They've got the cerebral play. They can play fast very well. They can play slow very well. They adjust to what's being done. I mean, you really can't ask for a lot more. And to beat a team like Liquid, who came in today, who had that bounce back on map 2, the 13-3, got
reset.
fired up. Navera, Yumpy having games of their lives. That is impressive. This wasn't Liquid with a bad game. This was Loud with an incredible one. So let's talk about some of the incredible players, because Tom, we've got the player of the match vote for the people at home, and they can scan the QR code right down there. Aspas, Sassy, Pancata, and Navera even getting a wonderful shout out. And
I think you could have put Yumpy on the board. Maybe just because he wasn't the best in the game that they won, but I think there were a lot of players that you could have put into this one. Personally, obviously, I'm going with the Bald because he is my brother in that manner, but a slightly less biased view. Where are you going?
Hey, listen, I think it can go to anyone in this one, but I would go with the Bald as well. Sassy was unbelievable here. We'll see what the people at home think, though. Again, QR code down the bottom. Screenshot it and do all the stuff, or if you've got your phone out, it's on the monitor, scan it, do all that good stuff. We'll see you in a little bit. For now, the games are over. Analyst Desk will be coming up right after this. I mean, Team Liquid and Loud, who even is the favorite coming into this one in your opinion? Because it's a hard one to pin for me.
Nice!
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
A fine day.
Yep, he's gonna run in. He'll get there. Oh, no! Loud have gotten away with murder in that round.
3, 2, 1,
Nailed it. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Give me those guns.
That's exactly how you want to bounce back into a series after a risky map pick that didn't work out. They've just come in and rolled Loud.
One enemy remaining.
Loud are going to take themselves through in that upper bracket, and Liquid will be the ones to fall.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. We're back here on the desk. It must be a great day for the Brazilian fans, especially after what happened yesterday. NIP getting knocked out, but moreover, Loud, this is a statement win, Bala. They just took down one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and it's a revenge also for Sasi and Sadhak, of course. They played back in Reykjavik, got eliminated by them, and now they move forward in the upper bracket in a scrappy game. I mean, that was a very weird game. So many thrifty rounds won from Liquid. It was 6 thrifty rounds won from Liquid. There's also a complete ridiculous stat in terms of first kills. They were 33% better in first kills, Liquid was, over Loud. And that speaks volumes because Loud is not a team that's usually like that. So definitely some nerves showing on this first day, and I actually expect them to get better as the tournament goes on.
I'm so surprised and actually so happy to see them still, you know, undefeated this year, coming in so strong. I love how Pankata and Sadhak were playing onto a defendant. They were literally impossible to go through. You were mentioning, who was it that was winning? Was it Aspas that 7-3 on Scream? Pankata just did a 6-0 on Scream.
Ooh, okay, they're really different. But, I mean, with the exception of map 2, it was a really close match, and it's starting to demonstrate how high the level of competition Kakuka is getting now at this stage.
Yeah, completely. From both of the teams, I know that, of course, Loud against G2 is going to be insane. I think we're going to see it in a couple of days. I cannot wait because the depth of the teams are showing in the terms of adaptability. Loud understood perfectly when they had to give the space, exactly when they had to be aggressive. I just love this map.
Yeah, I was really, that last map for sure showed the strength of everybody on that team. And that's a team we're going against G2 next. You need to have that versatility. You saw Les really playing finally well after a terrible Haven. So for him, a young player as well, to bounce back and strike in that final moment too, and Pankata as well stepping up, and that was really good.
I mean, we love to see these new faces thriving, right? And just finding their own, making a name for themselves too, Bala, on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been pointing out the Scream versus Aspas duel over and over and over, and he was fantastic today. So good showing, and he's got to keep it up.
It's also very important because he's not going only against Scream, he's also going against Jumpy. So he's got a little bit of the two different jets that we had on the team. So I'm really looking forward to see what he's going to do, for example, against Nukia or Mixwell.
Ooh, we look forward to that for sure. As Bala mentioned, Sadhak, he got his revenge today against Team Liquid, and he's with Brent right now in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Ian Su. Yes, I'm joined by Sadhak. Sadhak, congratulations on the win. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Yes, and I actually want to start very big picture here and talk about your history as an individual against Liquid. Because back in 2021, you played at Reykjavik, and it was Liquid who knocked you and Sasi out when you were playing on Team Vikings. Were you thinking about that element of revenge in this matchup here today?
Honestly, no. I just wanted to win. It doesn't matter for us who we have in front of us, you know?
Yeah, no thoughts of revenge whatsoever. Now, I do want to touch on the fact that Liquid are a tough team to prep for right now. They've made so many changes. So what was your focus, as well as the leader of the team, coming into this matchup? How were you prepping and how were you planning for Liquid?
So Liquid is a team we practiced a lot against this past week. So they knew how we play and we knew how they play.
Interesting.
So it was really kind of like, I don't know, it was really complicated, to be honest. Because we knew that the Icebox was going to be their pick and we prepared for that. But we kind of got a surprise on the Haven, as you guys saw.
Yeah.
We got destroyed. But then we were really confident on our ascent. So yeah, it was more like a mental game than anything else.
Sure. Talk to me about Haven then. Let's touch on that for a little bit because it was your map pick and you ended up like, I mean, Liquid were just so confident. They were rolling over you guys. How did you battle back into that third map?
I think it was kind of like we were kind of inexperienced because we started really well and we couldn't transition that into the second map. So they just took advantage of that. Yeah, they were really good. They're awesome players.
Yeah, mechanically, I mean, they're scary to go up against. They're scary to go up against.
Really scary.
Let's touch on the fact that you guys right now, Loud and your team, is the furthest the Brazilian team has gotten in global competition with your win here today. It's a huge achievement for you guys. And I actually want to talk as well about your sports psychologist, Arthur. And he spoke about how he's helping you guys deal with the hype, the pressure coming into this as well. Is it still the case where you guys are able to brush off the pressure despite the fact that you guys are the sole representatives of Brazil moving forwards into this tournament?
I think pressure takes a really huge spot in us, but it's a healthy pressure. That's why Arthur is helping us in every step of the way.
Sure.
You know, the Brazilian fans can be a little bit too much sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we try to keep that in line, right?
Sure.
But it's always, we keep working this stuff, these mental issues, this unhealthy pressure outside the game, and he helps us a lot, and yeah. That's it.
Nice. Okay, so business as usual. Okay, let's talk finally about your matchup here. So you've made the upper semis, and you're going to be going up against G2. Now, Aspas has said in the past that out of all the teams, this is before the tournament as well, he wanted to play against G2 the most, and now he's got his wish. So, do you share his enthusiasm? Are you excited to be going up against G2?
I mean, G2 is, dude, they are really good. So this is the perfect team to learn from, and I think our team is just gonna be growing this much, you know, just learning constantly, and this is gonna be a awesome match for sure.
Nice, lovely to hear it as well. I mean, best of luck, Sadak, with the future of the tournament as well. Congratulations again on your win, and thank you for your time, and yeah, best of luck moving forwards.
Thank you.
Of course. And yeah, with that being said, back to Yinsu on the desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I just want to say he knew Liquid were going to pick the Icebox. I guess they pracked against each other already in scrims.
Maybe that was the key.
I felt like we were the only ones that didn't know that was going to happen.
I mean, maybe it's because they pracked against them. They were like, oh, they know exactly how we're going to play, and that is going to be the surprise. It was the ace under their sleeve. It just didn't work. It was close, though.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was a close map. But the second one, too, is something I want to talk about because they went down 13-3. And like I said, their worst map loss ever. But we always criticize Loud at the beginning of this. Oh, they're a little inexperienced. Oh, how are they going to actually perform once they get to LAN? In my mind, going into this tournament, they have been playing the most cohesive that we've seen in inexperienced play heading into their first LAN. And now that they've shown that they can bounce back from a loss like that, that has to speak to what Sadak was talking about with the mental coach, how they're working through issues like that, not getting too far ahead of themselves and taking each match a step at a time. That is a scary Loud.
I think it's very important that he actually, you know, puts it out there. Like, we know that we're under a lot of pressure. We feel it every single day, but we actually have someone that is there to help us deal with it, because it's something that is not going to go down. It's only going to go up.
Yeah, I think today is an overall extremely positive day for Loud, as you mentioned. But for Liquid, it's a double elimination. We're going to see them again. And before we close out the conversation on Liquid, here's revisit, you know, a special someone. We talk about his one-tabs. Here's Scream with the HyperX reflex. By some of the players on Loud is kind of mental.
Yeah, he looks kind of normal, you know. He just gets to the top and saying like, yeah, just the usual business.
It really is for him. For him, that's just another day in the office. But again, we're going to see them again. They're not out.
Yeah, and if he plays like that again, I mean, I'm definitely excited to continue watching him because we get highlights every single time he plays, and he plays aggressive like he plays on Haven. That, once again, I said it about Loud, but Team Liquid's not out of this. They still have a chance, and they completely defied expectations so far, so I think they still have no ceiling, honestly, with the way that they're playing, with the way that they're figuring out.
Do you think they're going to pick Icebox again?
Ooh, well, Zeta are waiting for them in the lower bracket. But before we take a look at that, let's round everything off with the player of the match vote. We asked you guys to vote for this on Twitter.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And it wasn't Sassy that won this time. I feel like Sassy always gets the shout. But Navira really close in there too, but Aspas in the end taking it.
I'm so happy that he gets it on his debut, you know, playing against the big guys, and the performance that we saw with him, just being reckless. Even when they were losing and they had to come back, he was always on point. So I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, Navera almost comes through, but that's because you're splitting the Brazilian vote right there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Again, I'm surprised. I thought Sassy just always wins these things. It's like if people scream in a poll,
well, that's
he
the
just
thing,
wins.
right? Yeah, maybe when it was Vikings, but now Aspas
True.
has a big brand too.
Yeah.
You forget that he was a content creator before this. I actually liken him a lot to Tens. Sorry to mention again, but he's the type of young player who is really, really good mechanically, has a large stream following, has a large content following, and he's now transitioned that into a strong competitive following as well.
Oh, I can't wait to see them play against G2. And speaking of, the bracket looks very different now from the start of the day. We've had two very important best of threes, and as you guys can see, G2 are going to be facing Loud in the upper semi, but in the elimination match, it's Team Liquid, Kukuka versus Zeta.
That is going to be super interesting. I don't know if we're going to see Icebox again. I really want to see the clashes because individually, all of these 10 players have been on point during the entire tournament. I do not want to say goodbye to Zeta just yet.
I also really like that Zeta gets a swipe at every single EMEA team here.
Yeah.
That is so fun.
A taste of everything.
Yeah, that like they spend all of their times at international tournaments not playing EMEA, and this one they're just playing every EMEA team.
Yeah, and then the other thing too is on the other side of that upper bracket, we still haven't seen the NA versus NA duel, the guard versus Optic. That's a banger again. I know you guys were not happy to see Team Liquid versus G2, but for us, the guard is like still fresh, right? We haven't seen them yet. We haven't seen them perform at LAN yet, so I'm excited for that matchup. There's still also DRX and PaperX too.
That's going to be a really interesting one because I really, really, really want to see what PaperX is going to pull out there. As you say, the expectation with the guard might be bigger, you know, because of they're so young and yada yada. But the continuation from last year, that redemption arc that we also want to see in PaperX going against DRX, that are legit robots on the server.
This tournament is still wide open. I mean, we just said Loud's a contender. We still said Liquid has a chance. But those 4 teams that we just mentioned in those matchups that we'll see tomorrow, also all potential contenders. That is crazy at this stage of the tournament that we don't have somebody who's a clear favorite.
I can't wait to see you shave your head. That's all I'm going to say.
I'll be happy about that.
But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you to you two. It's been a pleasure, and to our casters as well. We're going to be back tomorrow with 2 more best of 3s. Make sure you join us then. We'll see you then. Now, will this be the next chapter of the Zeta Cinderella story, or are G2 about to make EMEA fans proud?
So close. That's a Nuki special, isn't it?
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Unreal way to close it down in map 1.
That scoreline doesn't do Zeta's performance justice, I feel.
No
that
way.
was such a close game between these 2 teams.
No more waiting around. I just want to get in the game here because you're walking into the Lion's Den.
One enemy remaining.
He's a madman!
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Nice! Then there it is. Mixwell delivers the final blow as G2 close out in 2 at 13-10 on their debut here in Reykjavík.
I mean, Team Liquid and Loud, who even is the favorite coming into this one in your opinion? Because it's a hard one to pin for me.